And now, I mean, I know you guys are super good friends outside the server.
Hey
but
guys,
I
welcome to the stream. Nice stream में एक बार फिर से सभी का स्वागत है. आज
you got anything
मैच है
extra?
टीम हेरिटिक्स और चेंजी का
Grand final in Shanghai?
शाम को यार कमाल का मैच होने वाला है सेंटिनल का. तो यार जुड़े रहो लाइव के साथ, वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो. लाइव आ चुके हैं गाइस, जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ.
Alright, I can't wait to see you on the server. Thank you, boys.
होने में बस 2 मिनट बाकी हैं और मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. गाइस जल्दी से जुड़ो, वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो.
Alright, good luck, guys.
Okay, Benji.
Who's eating who? I'm confused now.
Benji's going to guzzle down texture.
No!
Oh, I thought we were going to eat Wingman, Josh.
No.
You gotta stop. Enough's enough. Okay, poor thing. We have to put headphones on him.
Now,
yeah, he's a part of the team. What do you think, Wingman? Yeah, doesn't want to be eaten. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you lovely people which of today's matchups is going to be the most certified of certified bangers, and the results are in Gen.G versus Heretics. I gotta say, I would have picked DRX versus Fnatic because there's so much history there, Mimi.
There is, but there's more name value, and I think that the hype of the rematch of the Shanghai finals will definitely bring that energy. My worry, though, is this could be a one-sided game. I think Gen.G's form right now is looking really incredible, and they should be a heavy favorite in this match.
I think that in both matches, because the bans are fairly well known, you should be able to pick a map where you're favored on, for both teams, across both matches. So in theory, we should have some 2-1 Valorant today. That should be really close, very exciting. But if anyone takes their opponent's map pick, it might just be over.
Well, I think I know where Mimi's aligning here. Oh, this Wingman.
He loves Gen.G. That's why he's yellow, too.
Big Gen.G fan Wingman is. That makes a lot of sense. You know, maybe a little bias here in Seoul. But you know what, though? It's going to be an excellent series of matchups. I mean, you guys have Gen.G going through, right? I mean, predictions,
Yeah, I think so.
But if Team Heretics could win this, this is the proof in the pudding that they are ready to actually be a contender to lift a trophy here and to show their growth.
You are so right. Now we got 2 certified bangers on the way. Let's get this show started. Day 5 of Champion Seoul starts right now.
Last year, Buzz and I were in the crowd watching the grand finals of League of Legends. And I remember saying to each other, like, hey, next year, if it's in Korea, let's go meet each other, let's play on that stage against each other. And here we are.
또 너무 좋은 친구이고 또 배워줄 점이 많은 선수인 것 같아요. 게임 안에서 만났을 때는 이제 엄청나게 큰 적이기 때문에.
So, Istanbul, who knocked us out? DRX. On your home turf. I know Alfia is super hungry. He wants to fight them on their home turf and he wants to send them to the lower bracket.
프나틱에게 졌던 그 기억이 아직도 새록하게 남아 있는데 그거를 되갚아주고 싶어요.
We gotta stay humble kings. No egos here, and just prep.
No ego in the platform. Ego on the outside.
That's what we like to see.
화이팅 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
Gen.G not slowing down from prior performances.
Gen.G, currently best team in the world, no doubt. We played them only once, which was the final of Shanghai.
Vindicated! Gen.G stand on top of the world!
The loss felt really bad and sad, but when you distance yourself, it's second place in Masters League. You're not allowed to be sad about that.
Heretics, man, have we seen this team grow?
저는 마무리가 항상 너무 중요한 사람이기 때문에 앞에 있는 성적보다도 당연히 뭐 상하이 우승을 하든 무조건 챔피언스를 가야 된다라는 생각으로 임했습니다.
My brother Domi, he said like I want to play them so much because they're obviously the best. If you want to beat the best, you need to beat the best. And there is no better team than Gen.G to prove that.
자신 있으면은 계속 들어오세요. 어차피 저는 뺄 생각도 없으니까 한번 붙죠.
Team Heretics. Genji.
It's the run back of the Shanghai Masters final. Genji taking on Team Heretics, and even though there is respect across that stage for both of the squads, when you're in that server, you got to put all that aside. It's all about picking up the win and locking up that first seed. And look at this series layout here: Abyss, Lotus, and Bind if necessary. Sideshow.
This is going to be our first ever time seeing Genji playing on Abyss.
Oh, that's right.
No idea what they're doing. They were perma-banning it over in Pacific, came into this tournament and have left it open as a trap for other teams to fall into. But to be honest, as soon as Genji get rid of Sunset, there is no better map for Heretics to try to go towards. So they need the win on Abyss to open up the series and then try to scrap something out maybe on Bind.
Yeah, both these teams' fans are taking away their opponents' basically best map in Sunset and Ascent, respectively. The big question for me around this veto is how is Miniboo going to play? We saw them move away from the Neon comp they were playing in EMEA, in Lotus, and also debut him on Jet on Abyss, an agent that he basically never plays, and it was an underperformance on both of those maps. He needs to step up today against the guy who right now is probably the #1 runner for best player on that agent.
And it's not even necessarily Miniboo versus Texture, but when Miniboo entries, he's going to be playing against site anchors like Karen and Meteor.
Yeah,
those are the players he's going to be going toe-to-toe with. You've got to be able to get those guys down to have a chance in these rounds.
Yeah, when you see that he wasn't getting a lot of value off of that Jet, makes you wonder, like, do they go and make that change here? Do they try and just say, hey, screw it, it didn't work out before, let's go back to what brought us to the dance in the first place?
But at the same time, the actual big mystery is what the heck Genji are even going to be running on Abyss. Is it going to be a good map for them?
Good call.
They had Breeze and Split removed from the map pool. Their two best maps. They still have the best map pool in the world. How is this team real? It's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I think that we can expect at least one thing. Texture is almost certainly going to be playing the Jet here. We've seen a very heavy focus on Jet Ops and the value they can provide on defensive side from a lot of teams on this map. But we've seen a lot of looks, especially around what controller you're playing. In Americas, we've seen looks with Harbor. We've seen a lot of looks with Astra. So the big question here to be answered, and Genji was one of those Astra comps that you're in the mix.
They're just running their Breeze comp here and applying it to Abyss. So you're going to see same like teleports into the smokes.
Yeah.
Defensive side is super strong with the pulls and with the Viper. Is it going to work one-to-one? I'm not sure. You kind of have to scale into the sites a little more on this map compared to Breeze, but it could be quite similar to their Breeze B exec.
Sure, but they were the best team in the world on that map when they were playing Breeze with this exact same composition. The combination of all the entry between Meteor, TP into Karon smokes and the flashes combined with Lucky is really impressive. And on top of that, I haven't seen a team play this comp. So Team Heretics unlikely to be prepared for this one-for-one.
Initiator, no Sentinel.
Is a really good call there, right? You can see all the zeros across the board. I mean, truly, the map is living up to its name because Team Heretics are going into the Abyss here against Genji. Let's get into map 1, shall we? Send it over to your casters. Two guys that get paid to talk good words about me. It's Mitch.
Thank you so much, GB. Yes,
it's
time to kick this one off. A rematch of the grand final where Heretics went 2-1 up, but lost the series. This time, they just need to do the same. 2-1, that's all they need.
Is that the way you're trying to sell this? No wonder people call you EMEA bias. That's a little bit bad. I think it's going to have to be a step up.
Let's go. देखते हैं guys, start हो चुका है मैच. जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ वीडियो के साथ. वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो यार. VCT का मैच आज हो चुका है स्टार्ट. जल्दी से.
No matter who they seem to come up against. And on the other side of things, Heretics have faltered a little bit. They've slipped from that sort of dominant force that they were within the stage 2 of EMEA. Either way, fully expecting an exciting series. But I think the first 2 matches we've seen from these teams are fairly telling at where they are right now.
Setting expectations for Genji. Lotus, they absolutely dominated Heretics there in the grand final with Shanghai. Somewhere that they're going to feel comfortable going to. And as Sideshow said, this is just the Breeze comp brought through. So although it's a different map, comfort level on that comp should be the same. Karen sitting around mid, very late in the game. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Texture to at least drop his one. Spams are good, and Heretics find the kill. Now that laneway, all that stands between the defuse, the round victory. Munchkin, though, manages to drop Woot, and they've already destroyed the wingman.
Yeah, post-plant lineups already coming in. making it incredibly difficult for anybody to get near that spike. We see Heretics do this exact same sort of post, just sitting back, holding, sending utility on towards that spike, and then just pre-firing this angle. Even still, though, they have managed to get it to half, but they need a little bit more, and that time is ticking too far.
Nice,
The post plant, again, on the B site works out. And Gen.G are going to kick things off with a pistol.
Absolutely beautiful play from Gen.G. Even with Texture not finding his ones up close, that utility that they have to fall back on is absolutely insane. And we've seen teams falter to exactly like you said, Tom. That setup from Heretics, they're on their way back in. It's a laneway plant. There's only one way that you can peek it. They put down a grab well to try to deal with these players and buy the time to get the defuse. And I think it was a counter grab well that ended up stopping the defuse going half. That was the difference between the round going to Heretics and Gen.G getting off to a flying start, 1-0 facing into an eco.
Yeah, a very heavy investment here from Gen.G. They've gone for rifles and every single player. You can't really afford to lose any players here, otherwise it's going to be some severe cost. But sticking with the Guardians, maybe, I don't know, we saw some pretty impressive battles between Ayung and Riens when we saw this map played versus FPX, so maybe they're trying to steal a leaf out of the book of the Guardian. Plenty of positions that can be wallbanged. Again, if you talk about that post plant on the B site, we saw Boo attempting to try and do the same with an Odin. For now, though, for Heretics, it's exactly what you expect. Your Sentinel alone on the B site, just trying to get information, and then a 4-man stack on A.
Even though they've got the numbers, hard to convert the kills up against the rifles in play for Gen.G, even if they do go running into them. For now, though, a couple of shots fired. Boost spamming through and almost going down. He's on 15 HP. It's all a ruse from Gen.G. They make early noise, they keep the stack on A, and now the rotation comes in. The pressure onto a man like Benji Fishy, who has a classic and 2 traps to play off of. It's going to be very difficult to find the value. His camera's already been taken back.
30 seconds left.
I like the trap we're seeing here up top, trying to cancel out any updraft dashes. But it's just a conventional push from Gen.G, and they know exactly where Benji is. Nice and clean.
Nobody else really on spot. And some aim practice early on for Texture. It's going to be another 4K. Add another to the collection.
Texture.
It's been spoken about quite a bit, how many days it's been since Texture got an ace. I think it was only probably mere rounds since the last time he got a 4K, but another one on the books, and more importantly, he's now 2 away from a Blade Storm.
Yeah, I think it's been like 14 4Ks so far, give or take. It was 114 days. Can't quite get that ace, but hey, you wouldn't want to do it against an eco anyways, right? We want that to be a meaningful ace. If he's going to do it, maybe it's here. They've still got a lot to work with on Gen.G. 4 Guardians and a Bulldog coming into round 3. Team Heretics invest heavily. All the credits are on the line, and a loss here means a big extension by Gen.G and a big lead early on for the attackers. Same approach, players spread on B and mid, while the other 3 look for some control over A main. Happy to take a fight if they're offered it. Happy to take the orb if they're not.
Yeah, I think someone to highlight within this match as well is going to be Miniboo. We've talked about his individual performance. This map, he definitely struggled. 9 and 20, even falling down the gap in mid for one of those deaths. And sure, he came into the series late, again, like leading the way through at the end, but it's definitely dangerous territory if he's not going to have those performances, because well, one of the more exciting things is we do have Meteor back on that duelist with Breeze removed. It wasn't something that he's been playing too recent, but we know he's incredible at it.
We see the orbs all farmed up on Meteor. How important it is for him to have his ult for entering in. Wrap, it's caught. Texture, will he make it back? Just about. He's safe for now. Boo, not so much though. Dropped after just the 1. The spike dropped. They know it's on its way to B, and there's reinforcements coming through. And Boo's there to back them up, but they can't quite stop that plan.
They're going to know exactly where Meteor is. Nowhere else really been to stand. Karen's position has already been spotted, and a lot of low players now for the side of Gen.G. Bonus not exactly going to plan, and well, it seems like it's only going to get a little bit worse as we will see Texture fall off the edge of the map. And well, we definitely need the replay from Benji. He even did a little dance, a little emote at the end.
Yeah, early on, you're seeing the falling deaths. I don't know if that's off the initial trap. Maybe it pulled him back in. I think he put an updraft into play, and sometimes it can act a little bit like a slingshot.
Well, I think he dashed backwards.
He did at first, and then I think an updraft. Oh, there he goes.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, he was falling for quite a long time. This had been happening for a while, evidently, but he's having a good time at least. And of course, the last round flawless financially. Gen G are going to be able to go back into this round with another purchase. In fact, they're in a great spot overall, even having themselves a dimensional drift onto Meteor, which we already seen from Life can really cause mass amount of issues on this map. I think a lot of teams still are not completely comfortable on Abyss just yet. Still by far the newest map in the pool, and I'm waiting to see, well, if Heretics have got something planned. This aggressive push might be just that.
Yeah, the cam is flipped around to mid this time, not looking for the same control deep on B, leaving no one there to watch the push up, hoping the cam will do the job. But it's Meteor's ultimate, and they farmed it up. I expect them to use it in a round like this. Credits on the line, and for Heretics, a little bit of a moneymaker in the last. There goes the ult, immediate TP, so he's nice and close, ready to take this. Already spotting the first. There's a lot of info now. They know there's 3 players here. The decoy is going to be used, sending them back alongside the recon. This is site control and a plant for Gen G.
Yeah, this is all they want. Gets them into that post plant again. At least it will do. Slightly moved to the plant, but it's still going to be a difficult place to fight from, especially with Meteor up close. That's going to get cleared out by the drone. That's something at least. And actually, he gets dropped. Trying to maneuver himself back out of position. Utility being thrown in for Heretics, but they've still got 4 to find.
Oh, nice shot, Jet.
Already spotted,
but
but
he's God, Jet!
3 already!
That's
Karen
true.
takes away the
Oh my God!
and again, he'll be denied the 5th.
Insane, bro.
But Gen G win the round, and I guess that's all that matters. Spirits are definitely high on that roster.
Lord, he's got 4 kills in 2 rounds. That's all his kills on the board at the moment. 8 and 2. It's funny. Last round he falls off the map, having a little bit of a laugh, and now he's the one laughing at absolutely everybody else. Just so clean with it. And I don't even think there's arguments at the moment for who is the best player in the world. This guy is just tearing everybody apart.
Against a team like Heretics as well. So many individuals we write home about. We've seen them perform on the international stage, make deep runs into the tournament. But
that's the story, isn't it? The story is literally they're going through the teams that they have to play at in the finals of international events. That's what Gen G are doing. The latest, of course, was Heretics over in Shanghai, which they won, but I don't know. The way they're playing at the moment, it's already looking a little bit scary.
Seems almost undeniable. One of the best teams in the world, we know, but it could be the texture. Good for one, and the dash keeps him on the map. He's not falling this time, and it's Miniboo who loses his life early on, trading out the death of Meteor. And look at the shift from Gen G. They know the rotates have come in, and sure, the drone is going to see that no one has actually pushed through that gap, and the texture's fallen back, but it's all about the position of Boo. He's able to catch Karen, confirming the rotation they suspected, and now slowing them down. The stars put to cover his retreat, and he's right back to middle. No need to take that fight. With 40 seconds on the clock, the pressure's on for Gen G to find an opening.
Yeah, his only goal was to buy time. The rest of the team fully rotating, but it seems like Gen G might just go back. And while Benji, I think he's made that realization.
30 seconds left.
Even still, though, Munchkin could just make a little bit of noise, try and attempt to bait them. And actually, without spotting anything out, he's continued this push. His teammates starting to come back, but the cam is going to give the game away. And now you're going to see Wu get back into position. Even still, a potential for a 1 versus 1, but with the time so desperately low, there was a moment for Boo. But they are going to be making their way on. A nice kill for Wu at least. 7 seconds, and there's the spam. That's a spike down. Round already over. Arians will add the final nail in the coffin. It's a 2nd on the board for Heretics. And what a big round from Boo.
Great push and pull, and yeah, it's just the fact that they get Boo into that position. Gen G have played slow. They've pressured A. They've made noise in a number of rounds, but they've always left Karen behind and often Munchkin to watch middle. But Karen wasn't sitting outside B this time. Any other round, Boo would have had an early fight on his hands, a scrap. But instead, Snake in the grass confirms the rotation and locks in the round as a result. That's 3-2 now. The gap not going to be extended by Gen G, but they're still able to buy up. Still have that Hunter's Fury to work with after last round. And a slower approach, this time more focused on that B site. They want to catch Boo pushed up, but he's not giving them the fight.
I think a lot of this is going to come down to timing.
Big
utility being expended into that A site. The Viper screen put there, but it is all a ruse. I think maybe the TP will have been heard. I think Boo was close enough, has that information, but caught sleeping at the wheel. Now it's on to Woot to try and defend this. The flash was good, but the counter flash was even better.
He's just stuck in the corner. He can't even retreat for free, knowing there could be someone peeking from the box. He's trying to force the fight. Catch at least one as they fall back from these plant positions, but there's nothing to be found. Rooting himself around the edge, and there it is. The element of surprise against Texture. Nice ranged fight with Karen down. That's some of the utility at least removed, and an early snake bite will buy them a little bit of time. The Thrash on its way, and it's caught Meteor. Only one man can defend him. Lackey is firing out the shock darts, delaying the defuse at least for a moment. Hunter's Fury now comes in to do the same. Fired off once, gets its mark. Second shot's good. Third will be a kill, but it's already half. They've got the kills from Meteor though. He got 2 in the space of a second, and that's Gen G locking in another round.
Yeah, I was thinking with the post-plant utility that was available for Heretics, like, Woot did fantastically well, like being able to put the Molotov just to force a player into an angle, it then uses the Thrash as well to basically just keep someone in position. And it's just the late round utility from Lakia. His post-plant has been disgusting. That bought enough time. This is why we always want to see Meteor back on that duelist. If he was on any other team, that's probably where he would be. The other guy's Texture though.
Time out, first time out, time.
Without the insane spray correction, like the
Team Heretics
off of time alone, a 1v1 where they can't push Lackey and take him down. But considering the fact that Thrash goes out, there's 3 players alive. The first one that it would have hit was
guys, jaldi se video ko like karo. Kaun jeetna chahiye aaj match batao yaar.
Instead go on to Meteor. At that point, Lackey is at 1v4 for the next couple seconds. It doesn't look like he can stop it, but he'd already fired out that shock dart, beautifully timed. The fuser happens to be low. Then Hunter's Fury that we mentioned earlier, used for the post plant, catches not just the wingman, but the man who put out the wingman in Woot. For Meteor to hit those shots as well, another nail in the coffin. 4-2, and the problem with that, after a couple of losses in the previous round, Heretics, some of these players are going to be struggling for money.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not looking like a great position to fight from on this defensive side. Obviously, they had an incredibly close victory versus FPX, but that was always the gamble. Like, I think the way that the veto went was somewhat expected in terms of the bans. Sunset has been by far the best map of Team Heretics. You can understand why they would want to go there, so it being removed by Gen G makes sense. And then for Heretics, okay, they haven't played Abyss. Maybe they're not ready to go in that direction, so they've gone for that pick instead.
A hero operator on Miniboo. Everyone else with the pistols. If you're going to have a chance, this is one way to try to seize it back. Well, he's forced out of position right away. The spams back to Lakia, light him up. And the shift from Gen G to the other side of the map. The question here, it's not even about the numbers on Heretics and where they go. It's about where does Miniboo go? Does he suspect this rotation? I already see him in middle. If he makes it to A in time, maybe they can grab a pick, but it looks like a stack will stick on B.
The gamble is there. Maybe he can save the op. Maybe he can win the round with it. And even if not, he has the Blade Storm for the next round. The bigger problem, though, is that Boo's going to be under serious pressure. He has nothing to play with. He expects the TP and actually wins that initial fight. Done incredibly well to read the gap of where his opponent's going to be. And now pushing into this. Actually has risks about it. It gives 1v1s at close range. A singular headshot is enough. And Boo's giving them a real chance in this round.
He gets the smoke up too. They win the fight through the wall. Munchkin and Lakia, the last two alive. And a late flank from Munchkin might just pay dividends. The reveal goes up and he's already spotted. Oh, Miniboo. Spidey senses were tingling. You could feel those eyes on him. Turns to take the kill, and with that, Heretics win out the round. And it's nothing to do with the op, really, sure, for the last kill, but Boo finding that little gap to play inside of, and the fact that they pressure him. I also thought it was funny. He killed Meteor, and then he shot the decoy later in case they had a second Yoru.
But the thing is as well, this is now a couple of times that we've seen Meteor into this backside. I think one was the round where Rienz gets the opener. This time they even put the Cosmic Divide into position to allow him an angle, but it's just something that clearly Heretics are very aware of, especially Boo just knows exactly what it's going to be. And then it creates an awkward fight for Texture. As said, if you're running through a corner of a Cosmic Divide, even versus a low player, that can cause problems. Fantastic read from the IGL, but it does feel like a bit of an oversight from Gen G to keep giving these early fights in low buy rounds.
I think they just assumed after making noise on the other side of the map, that would be the gap that was available for them. The blind stopped Boo from being able to deliver the op shot into what could have been a collateral. Gen G, second lease of life on this. Another orb taken. Meteor just one away from the dimensional drift. And they have a Viper's Pit to work with. And a low buy round like this, that could be invaluable. But I see Munchkin's role in this round won't be to get on site and plant it. Instead, he's the one sitting back. Catch that late lurk. Had a lot of success with it last round, although he didn't get the kills. He got into position.
Yeah, this is the thing. Finances, not great. Really good opportunity for Heretics to equalize this one. Site, however, could see Pit is going to be taken. Yeah, it's whether or not they want to invest it with, maybe if they had a couple of SMGs. The pistols aren't bad, but they are going to risk it. They're going to gamble, and already, well, they're going to have to fight from a disadvantage. An interesting Pit, one that takes an awful lot of control. If you're going to push through it, you need so much, but they're going to have to spam onto the players attempting to tap that spike.
Yeah, the problem is they can't even see when it's being stuck. You got to get that a little bit closer. It's going to be a risk. Team Heretics trying to negotiate their way back into the pit is a problem. Up close, no utility to try to drop that diffuser. It's all down to spams and right under their nose. It's coming across the line. Already, the round is sealed. Texture, formality as he falls. And 4-4 we go. A nice attempt on a low buy round from Gen G, but it doesn't work out this time.
No, I think again, either it was that they wanted to try and just leave a very narrow angle that you knew the player with the diffuser just outside, or they were maybe hoping it just went a tiny bit deeper. That's the only other option. I don't mind the idea, because a lot of the time you're going to have to force people to try and run through the entirety of that pit. Nonetheless, a single ultimate expended, not a whole lot of damage. And that operator's now going to go back into the hands of Miniboo. He's looking for an early fight towards this side of the map. And well, unfortunately, he's going to be met with Meteor.
Well, actually, Meteor seems to be going towards the back of the site for now. Just taking the control, the dash in from Texture to meet him. They've got boots on the ground. And Team Heretics decide not to compete with this one. The decoy sent through, just ignored. Gen G, they have Texture going up close. Now for a second, he's going into that right corner, but the smoke's fading. They'll tuck away and play this post plant with the squad.
Immediate flash. Drone to follow. They're going to know where Texture is, but the rest of the team is still elusive for the rest. And even still getting past this double duelist could be tough. Texture combining Meteor with another. And although they've lost Munchkin, I don't think it's going to matter. Lakia doesn't quite connect. Benji's been given a small opportunity, but again, Texture is there, leaving it to just Boo, and he won't last long whatsoever. Gen G extend their lead once again, and once more, this double duelist is as fearsome as ever.
I love this setup. Yeah, it's the fact that you've got Texture taking the initial fight, tanking the drone at the start, and then he's swinging back, spraying them while Meteor jumps up top, and then later in the round, you have a little bait onto Woot. He's looking one way, ready to take Meteor down, and he gets swung from behind. Absolutely gorgeous from Gen G. 5 rounds on the board now. And a chance to push it further if they win this one. Again, Predators are going to be struggling on that defensive side. Big opportunity for the attackers.
Success came from Heretics with their post plants on that attack. Even though things went to OT, they really were disgustingly strong when it came to the B side. As we've seen from the other side, a much faster paced move here. It's going to be Benji completely caught off guard. Meteor's already managed to get that opener. Rians is still trying to just hold on to some ground, but the A site almost completely lost.
Yeah, Rians doesn't want to overcommit to this. He's heard a player come back up towards the top. They're ready for him. But another smoke goes down. The spams favoring Meteor. He's lit Woot to a fraction of his HP, down to 10. Texture falls. They're conscious that Meteor could be coming on the flank. Woot looks away just as he rounds the corner. That's going to be a late flank potential. Look how far behind someone like Boo is. If they lose these players in the spawn, it could be over. Although Miniboo's quick to correct. Keep it into a 3v3. Late flank by Boo, spotted. Known he has to win this fight to give them a chance to be able to pressure these players, but it's Lakia to come ahead. Miniboo already on his third, hunting down the ace. He's been evading the jet on the other side, and he won't find it this time. Hunter's Fury burned up at the end, but it's for a round win. 6-4, and Team Heretics now.
That's round complete हो गए पहले half के और
it was just to make sure that even though Miniboo was fighting, they got rid of the wingman. The diffuse couldn't come through under their nose, and well, 6-4, a 2-round lead I've been liking this sort of pace change, like with the fact that just immediately taking down Benji, like caught from behind, wasn't aware of how far they managed to get up mid. And from then onwards, again, it seems like once they get the sights and get into the post plant, it's been incredibly difficult for Heretics to get back into these rounds. Texture.
Oh, boy.
Bladestorm active, and on the other side again, some severe weaknesses.
I bet maybe we got a little scared there.
I think we all
grabbed onto that rope. Yeah, I was worried.
Small clench.
You know, they almost had last round, right? Heretics burned up the Bladestorm alongside the operator just to try to make that retake happen. So now there's a big disadvantage in those fights, and you see it manifested. Karin, though, able to find Miniboo, but it's traded out with Texture. Wooed up close, playing through the smokes. He hears them falling back and has to make a decision on whether he hunts them down. The risk might just be worth taking this time. Catching them in the orb, but Meteor pulls out the gun just in time. Steps are heard by Boo. He's only got a Sheriff. He might be able to find some value as they cross.
He's been in this position before, though. It seems like they're still unaware of it, and he's actually done a lot of damage onto Munchkin as well. Even still, though, Meteor's just farming. Rien's left. We've seen him pull off crazy rounds with the Guardian. This wouldn't even have to be the best of them. First kill's easy. The other two players are going right over to the other side of the map, and he's still going to be wary because Karin likes to be left behind, likes to be left to lurk. And for now, that's exactly what he's doing.
I love that from Meteor. They don't know where the last guy is, so they send out the gate crash towards the A site. He goes to link up with his teammates. Someone dies on B. All right, give me the spike. I'll go plant. And now you get that late round potential for Karin. Reveal goes out, so Karin knows he's not lurking on the right angle, but Meteor cleaning it up. 4 kills in this round, catching Rien's off guard to close it. And now 7-4. Guaranteed at the half. The question is, by how much?
Yeah, this was always the reason, or one of the reasons why their composition on Breeze was so deadly. It was the fact that just Texture and Meteor as a duo on Duelists has to be the best of the best. Like, it really does seem just impossible at times, and with his constant repositioning again, it's now going to be Meteor adding another 4K to the tally. 7-4 up. The map choice of Heretics. I think many, including myself, believe that Lotus is going to be a tough ask for Heretics to turn the series. And getting a 5th, maybe even a pistol.
Who's next?
It's going to be paramount.
Same TP we've seen before from Meteor. Uses the ult, gets up close. Last time, Heretics gave the site up completely. This time, that's not really an option with Boo so close. And the decoy distracts him just long enough. One more bullet could have done the job, and down she goes. Okay, Benji, able to eliminate Texture, keeps the numbers competitive, but Meteor's got a flash play, even on low health. He's not falling back, he won't be deterred, but the Hunter's Fury makes it more interesting.
3 still standing, but once more it's those post plants. Munchkin's even, well, we've seen this one before, sat there with an Odin in the backlines, just waiting to spam onto the spike. They've still got the snake bite available as well, and they can try and pull players away. Now they've cleared all of the close positions. Miniboo maybe having that realization, but there goes up the orb, and now it's left all onto Munchkin, just trying his best to buy as much time as possible. It has already been half though, which could be a problem. Miniboo needs this kill, and well, anything else isn't going to stop it. Heretics at least have managed to get themselves that 5th round, but even still, it's a solid half for Genji.
Absolutely. Yeah, this attack side's really heated up, especially towards the end. Got their streak of rounds, and they've been looking competitive. Now we move to the defensive side, and a different challenge for them. But if players like Meteor and Texture can keep it up, this double duelist look incredibly strong here.
Either way, we're going to be off to the interview with
बहुत अच्छे शॉट खेले लास्ट 2-3 राउंड से योरू के शॉट्स कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं पहले नहीं हो रहे थे बट लास्ट 2-3 राउंड से शॉट्स कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं लेट्स गो गाइस सेकंड हाफ स्टार्ट होने ही वाला है 1 ही मिनट में हो जाएगा बने रहो लाइव के साथ वीडियो को लाइक करो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो यार जल्दी से
So I know a little bit cringe, but a good segue for a halftime interview as I'm standing here with Mama Fishy and also Brother Fishy, aka Charles Fishy.
Brother and mother.
Hello everyone.
You alright? How's it going?
Let's go.
먼저 벤지 PC의 가족이죠. 엄마 PC와 형 PC 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 형 PC, 서울 생활은 좀 어떠신가요? So how's Korea been so far for you?
It's been unbelievable. It's so hot though. I don't know how you can deal with it. Oh my god, I step outside and I'm just drenched in sweat. It's embarrassing.
날씨가 너무 더운데 너무 좋긴 좋은데 날씨가 너무 더워가지고 이제 그냥 밖에 나가기만 하면은 땀이 뻘뻘 나가지고 어떻게 한국 사람들이 날씨를 견디는지 모르겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그럼 엄마 PC, 벤지 PC 선수가 항상 경기를 할 때 보면은 막 에너지 넘치고 막 진짜 소리도 너무 많이 지르거든요. 평소에 집에서도 좀 이렇게 시끄러운 아이였을까요? Now, Benji Fishy though, we see him energetic and all
But
fired up.
interesting बात ये है कि जेंजी के पास सेंटिनल नहीं है, तो वो लोग डिफेंड कैसे करेंगे? तो ये वाला इंटरेस्टिंग होगा देखना क्योंकि उनके पास जो है सेंटिनल नहीं है. कैसे डिफेंड करेंगे?
맨날 이렇게 에너지가 넘쳐가지고 어렸을 때는 이제 엄마 PC가 자고 있는데 그냥 갑자기 밤에 막 시끄럽게 굴어가지고 빨리 다시 자 약간 이렇게 얘기를 했기 때문에 좀 혼내는 일도 많았다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 형 PC, 벤지 PC가 오늘 복수를 좀 다짐하고 있는 것 같나요? Now, bro Fishy, is Benji out there for revenge today?
Definitely, yeah. He doesn't like to lose at all. So yeah, he's going to be coming for him.
역시 승부욕이 넘치는 선수이기 때문에 확실히 복수를 꿈꾸고 있다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 벤지 PC 가족들 만나봤고요. 이어지는 경기 함께 즐겨보시죠. Right, thank you guys and back to Abyss.
Let's go. Second half start हो चुका है.
Well, you heard it there. Benji Fishy's out for revenge. Thank you very much to Mama and brother Benji for stepping out there to get this done. Now look, they're definitely supporting Heretics, as I'm sure a lot of people here are, but I think the Gen G fans might be in the house. You could hear the roars in the rounds they were winning. 7 already on the board, and this pistol could extend that lead.
The rounds they were winning were maybe a little bit more exciting though. Just the explosive 4Ks we've seen from this squad, be it Meteor or Texture, and I don't know if they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Speaking of that, just look at Minibu, straight sprinting in towards the B side. Seems like both teams have a similar idea, but already it's going to be the almost float back in immediately. They don't even look like a retake. They're so fast to get back into the site.
Munchkin swinging, but nobody can get ahead of Meteor. He's hunted another one, 4K, which seems to be Gen G's speciality. An 8th round now locked in relatively flawless fashion. And that is a strong start to the second half in a map that we need to see Heretics win if you're a fan of Bind. Because Lotus, let's just say Gen G are pretty good there. They certainly were last time these two teams faced.
It's so easy to forget when a team has someone like Texture, how good Meteor is at the duelist role. Like, this guy just pop flashes back into the site and 4 players are dead within a matter of seconds. Like, they really are just diffing the side of Heretics at the moment. And well, another pistol under their belt. For the side of Heretics, you can't really have much in terms of a reinvestment, a pistol or two, maybe an extra bit of utility here and there that could be expended into this round. Other than that, just another chance to farm up some extra orbs. And with Meteor already 2 away, I kind of want to see him go hunting here.
We may well see that. There's already a gate crash put out towards the B site for a quicker rotation. I think that's going to be a big factor in how those, certainly the early gate crashes are used from Meteor. They haven't fought for A main. It is being spotted by Karen and no one around the area. As we can see, if they did push up and take that space, it would be in a bit of trouble. A late clear by Heretics on their way back towards this angle. And Karen, well, he doesn't want anything to do with it. Good thing as well. The Gecko flash was just seconds away.
Definitely being patient. But the expectation here is that you're not going to see too much aggression from the side of Gen G in a round like this. You have such a huge weaponry advantage again. It's only really Texture that hasn't invested into a rifle. They've been going very heavy in these second rounds, making sure the conversion is there. And well, with 35 seconds left on the clock, this might just be a shooting gallery for Munchkin. He's waiting, doesn't have a lot of support. This might mean that they can either get a trade or get themselves in for that after plant. He's going to try his best to slow them down.
The snake bite does keep them in position for at least a moment, and that's long enough for Lakia to strike. One more shot down below to Woot will deal with him, and it's just Boo. Nice and easy for the side of Gen G. 3 rifles carried forward. The Guardians will be in full effect, and a 9-5 lead at this point Heretics really need to start putting rounds on the board.
Without Sentinel भी अगर defend करेंगे तो बहुत बड़ी बात.
Yeah, they at least managed to get rid of one rifle, but as you can see, like I think it's probably just going to be Lucky. Yeah, Lucky will play with a pistol. So with how good the duelists have been, it might not even matter too much.
Genji का अभी भी bonus buy है और इन लोगों ने buy किया है तो ये round जीतना ही पड़ेगा.
Heretics, as it was said on the desk, I think losing your own map choice in this series is seeming like a bit of a death sentence, and with them being 4 rounds down already, it's seeming a bit more problematic. Meteor as well, with how he's been playing, you can understand why he's feeling confident. Drones going up on the other side, and Munchkin again is already going to do serious damage on the entry to the site.
Oh, Meteor's being caught. I think he might have gate crashed in, but he certainly didn't gate crash out. Mosh Pit takes him down. They know Munchkin was up top as well. Decent bit of information to work with, and it's the fight onto Mini
nice,
that Heretics come out ahead with. Now 4 versus 3. And one of those players left alive has the weaknesses. Thrash put through, no conversion on it, but Karen goes down. It was the aggression up top that got yet another advantage. Almost slipped away with Benji fishing, and it does in the end. But with Lakia down, a 1 versus 3 for Texture. A big round from this man. We've seen plenty of them. 8 bullets left and no HP.
Nice
9 to 6. Heretics are back on the board.
Yeah, an important round for them to take. I was definitely a little bit worried with how things have started off, and I think what we've seen from Munchkin so far on this B defense is that a lot of the time he's going to be able to get them the open up. Just with pre-fires, he's very ready for any sort of B aggression with counter utility to slow them down, but it's the aggressive pace from Minibu. Catching a couple of players off guard, solid utility from Wu, and I think this is so important. As said, last time he played this map he was 9 and 20. He's already beaten that and up the top of the board for the team. If Minibu can build into the tournament, as Heretics have sort of talked about as a roster, as his brother talked about in the interview earlier, that could be the team that, well, went on the run to the final, even if he wasn't there for it.
Similar setup to what Genji were going on the attack side. One player lurking B, one lurking on mid, but Boo overextends slightly, gets his head ripped clean off. A valuable opening duel for Genji. They don't have to get out of position to do it. There's no risks that can be punished, and the spam from Meteor is absolutely perfect, deleting Minibu on the right angle, and now the split here from Benji. 2 players through main, fighting Meteor and still not able to drop him before he draws blood. Benji's the last man standing, 1 against 3. Spike dropped in the open, and at this point they know where he is from the door breaking.
He needs to isolate one. He'll get the first chance and actually manages to win that. Uncharacteristic from Texture. And now has the information of where both of these players are. Karen just waiting. Watching towards the spawn, but the time now gives the game away. It's not clean, but still Benji's getting the job done. Another kill under his belt. 25 seconds to play with, so doesn't need to go for the plant just yet. And you can see Munchkin slowly making his move. The cam is actually going to give it away. He now knows exactly where his opponent is. May be able to try and retrieve that spike, but is almost trying to bait in his opponent for the fight. Try and get him to peek this one, sticking it all the way, but that snake bite is going to slow him a little bit more. Munchkin,
nice
a safe pair of hands. It got sketchy, it got dangerous. But even still, Genji come out with a round.
Really well played by Munchkin. You could see as the time started to tick away, he knew what he was facing. He knew the initial plant, the snake bite, denies it, and then you know he's going to try to fake it, but the timing absolutely perfect. Benji, though, he really did a good job in this 1 versus 3, especially, like you said, a rare whiff from Texture, and you really got to capitalize on those, and he very nearly did. But a 4-round lead still for Genji, and the economy a little sloppy for Heretics. They're going to go in for a mixed buy, a couple of rifles, so some potential still. But Genji certainly seems to have a commanding lead over this series, over this map at least so far.
The scary thing as well is they are getting ever closer to just having every single ultimate online. Like they are a couple or 3 orbs away.
You missed Boo.
Yeah, Boo has managed to get past, but the thing is, it depends if Karen is just going to decide to try and give up this angle. With the way that he's peeking it, I still feel like he's going to be safe to win the duel. Utility being thrown in, potential that the rest of the players are just still going to try this dive in towards the B side. Hasn't been successful so far. Great flash, but even still the guard is better. Texture this time there with the opener. Karen does go down though. Again, we see these lurks from Boo, and this time it's successful.
they'd already planned on going back towards Boo. You know, he felt that he had the space. He heard the steps as they backed off. The Astra Star on B. He took it. But winning that fight was essential. Otherwise, this whole squad would be left in no man's land. Instead, they can capitalize on the space. Ult by Meteor to grab the info, and he sees them. Grabs back site control. They've already flooded back in through the choke point. Now they just have to fight on the sides, and the drop from Lakia, it buys enough space. The kills swinging either way, but with Boo on 20 HP, it's down to Munchkin again.
Let's go!
It's Heretics coming out on top. Gorgeous shot from Boo. He had to hit the first, and this time he did.
Let's go, let's
he
go.
only had 3 bullets remaining. He was just confident in connecting that first bullet. Also incredibly low on HP, so I don't even know if he would have got a second chance, but this is what he's been hoping for. We've seen a few rounds now where he's been taking these fights on the other side of the map from the team, but I don't know if they would have expected him to be able to do this much. A big round victory, a boost in economy, and more importantly, it has sent the opponent's money straight down into the ground. A chance, potentially, for Heretics to build back into this one.
Absolutely. Yeah, they might not be able to buy weapons, big ones at least. They've got a Sheriff or 2, but it's the Blade Storm I'm worried about. Texture's had a lot of big rounds, starting it off with 2 4Ks. Mini Boo on the other side. No, it's the headshot, but the wall got in the way. Texture lands the blow, and now finds themselves an advantage for Gen G. However, the push is coming in on the other side, and, well, just look at the weapons there. It's a Sheriff and a Classic. I'll find it tough to deny this plant, or even to get damage.
A little bit of chip damage to Wu. An attempt by Karen to slow them down with utility, but that hasn't happened. And unfortunately for them, the player they killed didn't actually have a gun to play with, so they haven't been able to retrieve it. Clearly the pressure being felt, though, as Thrash has been thrown in. An extra cost to this round. Meteor will fall, but again, a few players now a little bit low. There is potential for Gen D to at least make this one costly.
Yeah, all eyes on the Blade Storm realistically, but 39 HP, it's going to be tough. You almost need the instant shot, and it's Benji to land it. A third for him in this round, and no, not quite the fourth. Karen somehow making this very costly with just the Classic. He can't reload the retrieved rifle in time. Double digits for Gen G, but they're being caught up on. Now the gap down to 2.
Yeah, again, I don't mind the way that Heretics are just making sure a lot of that early control can't be taken. Even in this round where it's just looking at Miniboo, he was 1 away from a Blade Storm, put him on a pistol, leave him on the other side of the map just so you can watch for that utility. And then their overall executions as a 4 have looked pretty good. I think especially the usage of that Dizzy. This time, though, it's looking a little different, a little bit more direct. And with Texture having an operator on the other side of the map, doesn't look like he's going to be challenged, at least for now.
Certainly pressure being put on A. This is going to be quite a quick play from the side of Heretics. Waiting out that grab. Well, Karen, he's still in the corner. He's got some support, but the flash has blinded him for a moment. Woot did so well with that. The Dizzy took the side away from every player on site, and then it's an easy round. You'd imagine 4 versus 2. Post-plant util for Riaz and for Boo. Gen G not even going to try this one.
No, and that's the risk of playing those close corner angles. Like, it almost worked out for Karen. Well, he did manage to get himself one, but then when the Dizzy's in, it's so difficult to either like take the fights with the players that are swinging you or manage to actually shoot the flash instead. I think either way, he was going to end up dead. I think the same fate was there for Meteor. Again, the Dizzy having high impact and Woot himself being able to find that many kills. They're starting to get there with this attack side. And obviously, for Texture, Munchkin, saving the rifle, saving the operator is the main thing they need to do to make sure they can at least challenge a bit in the next round, because the rest of the players probably won't have too much to play with.
Good resurgence. Look at this from Woot. He even got blinded himself. I didn't notice that. And the triple on the back of it. Absolutely gorgeous. Now I'm thinking Karen's position is really what's going to get them across the line there, but just the perfect reaction to the Dizzy revealing the players. Although how he lands those shots, I'm not quite sure. Timeout for Gen G. They're going to take a moment to gather themselves. Their lead is now under threat with Heretics hot on their heels. They don't have much to fight with in this round. The operator for Texture, the rifle for Munchkin that they carry through, but investment is going to be very limited on the back of it.
Yeah, I think over the last few rounds, Heretics have started to realize that the more direct executions, maybe with a singular lurker, what are working out better, especially moving away a bit more from that B site, because the early B site damage from Munchkin was actually very good. Like, he was getting the opener in a lot of rounds, or he was making it so that so many players heading into B were very low. With the A site executions, a lot of it feels more about like, okay, is Meteor going to win this fight? Can Karon delay? He's being left as more of an anchor player, and they're not really respecting their utility. They are throwing the Dizzy straight through it, and then just either having someone dash onto the site or maneuver their way onto the site in a different way in the form of Boo with his lurks. We need to see if there's going to be some sort of switch up now to potentially stack up that site a little bit more. It doesn't seem like it. Same setup on B, that operator for texture, but again, it could just be the case of, okay, let's see if they go this way. If we can sort of hold onto the site as two, use those rifles. If they don't go this way, we just save them again.
I think it's the right call, for sure. Play the gamble, they'll push up on A, try to force the issue. Adding in a bit of a curveball to this round. Shock Dart as well, thrown in for some damage, but doesn't land. It has slowed Heretics. The idea here, you contest it early, you get the space, or you manage to push them back in the other direction. A lot of the time, that's what we'll see from teams after seeing that kind of resistance. In the late round, they'll expect that stack to be on A. The op still sitting around mid. Texture's making me dizzy the way he's flicking back and forth. It's the rifle on Munchkin. If it finds one or two, yeah, it could be huge, but Heretics aren't committed yet.
Surprised if they do end up heading back to B. I was going to say, the orb is still there, so they could go retrieve that, get Thrash online, but it seems like, at least in terms of where they feel confident,
the drones made them go back.
Site might be there. Now they are going to head over, and as I said, if they get the orb, that could put them in a pretty powerful position. The only thing I'm worried about is they're heading back into the operator, the rifle. That's also where the Viper's Pit could be put into play, and there's a Hunter's Fury for Lakia if he wanted to try and buy time on the plant, if he could rotate into position. That's the main danger, but they don't know they're walking into it.
They have absolutely no idea. There's the snake bite, even going to cancel out the drone. 20 seconds left, barely any time. You can't take this back in the other direction. It's time to commit. Viper's Pit goes in to slow them, but Texture, another uncharacteristic whiff. And the plant around the backside. The pit's not covering it, but the Hunter's Fury stops it. Lakia grabbing one, looking to do a bit more damage as the push comes around the back, and it's beautiful! Karen's dropped him just in time! And the spike down the round is done! Gen.G have made it work! An absolutely gorgeous game plan! And what a result!
They were set up so perfectly for that. Denying them the space on A, the expectation that maybe the rotation would go back to A because they'd seen so many players there. Instead, Heretics walked directly into the trap. The Hunter's Fury, as said, was ready and waiting to delay just that little bit more. And then you just have the wraparound from Karon while everything is going wrong, while there's a mess that's been created. He's able to capitalize. That is a tough round for Heretics to lose. They've still got the finances. They've still got Thrash, and well, they've still got their lives.
Can be thankful for that. 11-9 lead, even with a couple rounds where Texture's not his usual self. He's gone back out for more. They need to be careful, but they are lined up in a firing squad, waiting for this peek to come through. He might get one, but he can't get out, and not even the one to be found. Punish from Miniboo. The rifle's in play for Heretics, matching up this time against the early aggression on A main. They won't be sent back in the other direction this time. At least it'll be of their own accord if they do.
Yeah, we've seen one double stack pay off. Maybe another can. For Meteor, the potential for an ultimate. The dimensional drift not far away. Munchkin's going to be forced off again. It's the same, but with his fallback, Boo is there to capitalize. They finally managed to isolate that man. They haven't spotted Lakia. Even still, with a two-man advantage, they now look to head in on the other side of the map. Karon again trying to delay them as much as humanly possible, but both players within the site will fall. Lakia, the last man standing, and well, no doubt going to try and hold on to the gun.
Very similar to what we saw last round in terms of the drones having super high impact. Yeah, the fact that you tag the player up top, you know he has to run, and that's when the swing comes in from backside, even waiting late into the round. The benefit of having global utility like that from Astra. 11-10, double digits for Heretics. You know, you would have thought they'd have it in the last round. They've gotten here in an unconventional manner, but the gap is down to just one again. Gen.G, though, they've been guarding that lead with their life. See if they let it slip this time.
Yeah, I think, again, this is just another a bit of credit that needs to go to Boo. I think he does fantastically well, even if it's just like a micro thing, like reading the way that an individual is falling back or how you could potentially pressure someone into making the exact move that you want them to do. I feel like he is someone that is a little bit underrated in that regard, especially on this map. I think he has a great read on how to play that attack side. 19 and 13 right now. Munchkin again, it's the same. Initial contact, snakebite down, trying to slow them as much as humanly possible. This time though, there is no opener. There's no success for him.
Mostly weak weapons. Guardians are on the way to help out.
देखना.
Guardians of the B site, see if they can hold it down. Meteor does well to find one, but that's all she wrote. Defense here by Texture, steps into the smoke, loses his sight for a moment, but now he's got his sights set on a round victory. We're tied 2 versus 2. Rifles for both. And the Guardian from Texture has been sublime thus far. Spike in the open. The smoke to retrieve it.
It's not dropped in the kindest of positions. Karon can play Overlord, fight from above.
1v2.
And it's left on Taboo again. 55 HP. A bullet will do the trick, and he knows that he needs to try and isolate, but that's why Gen.G are going to look to team up together, fight this one, and I thought maybe he'd get away with it, but not quite. Karon and Texture, a deadly duo, if ever I've seen one, and once again, the success on the B side just hasn't been there.
No, it hasn't. Player like Karon's having so much impact in this game. Those 2 pieces he's found in a number of rounds have been the thing that tips the scale. Dropping the spike just a number of rounds ago and one that they didn't stand that much of a chance in. Here the reposition is absolutely perfect. You see it as soon as the first kill is found, the simple evaluation. I fought one close, the last guy was in heaven, and he's going to swing off that contact, of course. Karon's a little wiser than that. He's not going to make it that easy. And again, Gen.G defend their lead. They're not letting Heretics equalize now. 2 rounds in a row for Heretics to go to overtime, or they'll be facing into Gen.G's map pick, a specialty map for this squad with a 1-0 deficit.
Yeah, and then the thing is, they've had their moments. They've had their opportunities throughout this map
Heretics
so far with, I think, blips that have cost them. Like, I think some of the individual skill we've seen from Gen.G
last time
padding
out
the gaps
कर रही है और
a
क्या
map that
time पे
they
use कर
literally
रही है कि
haven't
match
played
point
before
है
in an official matchup.
और यहाँ
But
पे
also just
buy
the fact
करना
that
ही
I feel
पड़ेगा
like
चाहे half buy
sometimes
करे
when they get into the
चाहे full
site,
buy करे
things can just get a little bit lost.
यहाँ
And
buy
just
करना
losing
ही
the
पड़ेगा
spike,
Heretics
allowing
को
for those rotations to all come in, and angles even being created that actually ended up
और
benefiting
Heretics के पास
the
buy
players
था
on
तो
Gen.G.
already उसने buy किया
It's always going to be tougher. You also have to bear in mind the last time that they did have the victory on this map, it was an absolutely lights out performance from Riens. He's down at the bottom of the board, not having the same success. Sure, there's been other people that have stepped up in response. It's not like they are being boomed out of this map, but he's definitely a piece of the puzzle that they seem to be missing right now.
Texture's going up with the operator.
angle, timing.
Careful of where that gap is, doesn't want to go falling. Boo keeps this up, takes a peek in that window. He could be in a lot of trouble. Over on the A side, already the dash in from Mini Boo, as he now looks to hold up close, but the spray is a bit whiffy. Again, Karon's able to make it work, but Texture falls on B on the rotate. An advantage now to play with for the side of Heretics. Gen.G are going to have to try to recover this in the post plans. Heretics have given up site control completely. Someone's getting pulled off the map.
Already the spams have done so much damage. Lackey are gone. Meteor and Karon, an ultimate available, but probably not going to be used. They just can't beat this firing squad. And while Meteor's position has been revealed, he's going to have to clean these players up so absurdly quick. And Boo has already fallen back into a much more passive position. Doesn't want to give anything away. And even if it's going to be Riens that doesn't get the kill in the end, he's got teammates to fight for him. Another
Guys, एक round बचा है Heretics अगर ये जीतती है तो OT में जाएंगे हम लोग
Heretics have been sublime so far in this second half. They need themselves one more, and then we get talking about the record they have in OT, which I'm not going to lie, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it's something like round 1 was like 4-3 or 2. Like they genuinely are just a monster when they get into overtime.
Yeah, once they have that little breather in between the halves, someone like Boo always capitalizes on it.
Has he lost his voice? That was a little bit quiet for Benji.
Don't know what that was from Benji.
Timeout.
We'll ask him later. A timeout from Gen.G.
Gen.G के पास buy नहीं है. Half buy करेगा.
One more round needed, and it has been back and forth for the last 4 rounds. We keep that up.
ये round half buy के साथ खेलना पड़ेगा भाई.
Genji, you're trying to make sure of that right now. The only problem is, again, those credits, they've fallen quite low. We're not going to see many big buys out of this squad. In fact, even the one Phantom that they've got in play is going to have to be light shields. You've got Guardians, a Bulldog. Well, that would be a glass cannon Bulldog. I'm not sure about that one, Munchkin.
That's the thing, though. These are the rounds that somehow they seem to make work. Like when it comes to this defensive side, you've had those huge hero plays off the back of a Hunter's Fury, and we've also seen the Guardian win them around as well. So it's not like even with weaker weaponry or pieces missing or things that you're going to look at like, yeah, if it is a glass cannon Bulldog, it's not necessarily going to make much sense. But with how much success they've had in these low buy rounds, I'm also looking at Heretics and going, okay, this second half, you lost the pistol follow-up. Other than that, you have been the better side on this attack. Can you now convert this? And I'm looking at the setup as well. I don't know what the read is. Maybe just for the fact that it has been such successful A-side takes, but there is an open B-side right now.
No shields, no utility on Munchkin. He is playing this just with a Bulldog, and it's because they want that mid-aggression early, but they don't get the fight there. Instead, it is the B-site that's threatened, and Heretics have definitely picked the weaker spot. They found the gap in play. Ult used by Meteor. He's got his decoy still to work with. It's going to be set up soon, and here it comes. The big play. The spray is good. Mini Boo dropped immediately. Flash for backside. And the spray from Munchkin, good. Good job, he's got that rifle, and Meteor spearheading this push. They've got the advantage locked in. That spray has done a lot of damage to Benji's below half. Sitting inside the cage just behind it. It's faded and left him with nothing. Now a 1 versus 4.
They've used the divide
to try to spray, but he can't with the Cosmic Divide.
Let's go, Genji win.
Gorgeous from Genji. They get it across the line at the last second, 13-11 on Heretics map pick.
Yeah, it was a battle, it was a brawl, it was a back and forth, but in the end, Genji get the job done, and that's been the thing with this team. You can go into a map that they've literally never played before, they can pull out a comp they use on other maps, and even still they take it over the line, and now, well, after this break, they're going to their turf.
Let's go guys, second map के लिए तैयार हो जाओ. 10 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. स्टार्ट हो जाओ. मैं कुछ ऑर्डर कर लूँ यार ऑनलाइन. बहुत जबरदस्त मैच हुआ भाई. बहुत जबरदस्त मैच हुआ. DRX और Fanatics का मैच है। भाई उतने का ही तो पड़ रहा है, क्या फर्क है इसमें? तो मुझे ये समझ नहीं आया डिलीवरी फीस क्यों दे रहा हूँ मैं इसमें, जीएसटी भी दे रहा हूँ। बेवरेजेस में क्या है?
Understand the ideas of some really cool setups and so on. Would you be able to tell me what was the philosophy behind this comp?
어비스 첫 게시였고 또 굉장히 좋은 아이디어들이 많이 보였는데 좀 어비스의 젠지만의 해석은 어떻게 되는지 궁금합니다.
적을 별로 무서워하지 않고 브리즈 했던 것처럼 무조건 싸우는 겁니다. 네, 저희는.
Don't be intimidated by your opponents, and just like how we play Breeze, just go for those angels, engage in those fights and skirmishes.
Oh, I love it. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much, Coach Solo as well. Best of luck on that too.
And there we see from Gen G a big win. And what do you think about that, about the composition? Mentioning Breeze as well.
Yeah, and he was also saying that their philosophy was to go and take gunfights. I don't think so. The philosophy was get into the cringe post plants. So I've got to tell Illustrator to break down how they were trying to do some of that stuff. So it's pulling back from round 6. And one of the things that I thought was excellent just right off the rip was the way that if you have a look at what's going on the minimap here, you've got this Viper Orb lineup that goes towards the back of mid there, and they're also running it with this Astra Smoke towards the back too. So what you'll see this do is, it blocks off all of the information for the defenders in mid, basically anytime they want to do it. It allows them to fake an A split at the same time as going into a B post plant. So these players over towards B, they're not going to be doing anything. You've just got Meteor's gate crash over here as well, so he can reconnect with the rest of the team. They throw this Viper wall as well. This is a fantastic Viper wall. You're going to be able to go pivots through the mid. You're going to be able to updraft dash into this heaven area if you wanted to as well. It's a great idea. Heretics were never able to contest them in mid. Meteor breaks the door, flashes through, really makes it feel like there's a lot of A-split pressure happening. They got a drone in A main as well, so it really feels like an A-split. Meteor teleports, suddenly they're all through on B. They don't have the drone, so Boo should have got that kill. And as soon as he doesn't, Gen G are in. And it's at this point, you're getting the plant down for sure, and you're getting cringe. Insane, insane preset cringe from Gen G. Just to take a pause here as a moment, they have pull on the spike, a player playing on site. They have Hunter's Fury, Shock Dart lineups. It's all there. They got Snake Bite. So player on site ends up going down, and Karen dies as well. So that's 2 of the layers of cringe removed already. But Munchkin makes sure to shoot off this Snake Bite right as he takes a duel. It doesn't even matter that he goes down here necessarily, because you see from Miniboo's perspective right there, he got vulnerable by that Snake Bite. If he hadn't, he wouldn't die to the Shock Dart that also comes through. But Lucky has also got the Hunter's Fury on top of it. You can't defuse the spike. I mean, am I saying that this map might need to take
It's
a look
Pearl
at some
2.0. It's Pearl 2.0.
Am I saying that? No, not necessarily. Am I saying that Gen G played it perfectly?
You're not saying
yes,
that.
I am.
So some are saying, you're not saying that.
I'm not saying that.
No one's saying
Have I
that.
heard someone saying that? Yes.
I've heard many, but some are saying.
Many people are saying this. Every round on their attacking side, Team Heretics was dominating in mid, or Gen G that is. If Team Heretics wanted to take that space, you have to put so many assets into retaking there. And even if you're committing into that, they had so many looks with just the hard execs that looked incredibly drilled. For the first time Gen G played this map,
in their map pool? Where is the gap in their map
isn't one.
pool?
They're permanent sunset, which is like half the teams at this event. Best map, Team Heretics included. They look great on every map in the pool. Gen G's winning the event. I'm convinced. I've seen enough. End it here.
It's absurd, and it's like just annoying to play against. That whole thing just looked like it sucked.
It's just so well drilled.
It just looked like it sucked. In any case, though, let's go ahead and check out a Verizon high-speed moment. Of course, we got Texture. He's going to be talking. He's going to be doing his thing. Doing the thing that we know that Texture does all the time, which is
falling off the
people.
map is what we know him
And
to
that
do.
too.
That's so funny.
Look
at him zooming.
Oh, I didn't realize
it takes so long to fall.
It's a cool trap from Benji Fishy as well, though, but he just shrugs it off and immediately goes into a 4K.
I think there's a contrast there. When Miniboo in their debut match fell off the map, he looked kind of out of it, a little emotionally boomed. Gen G take any loss and just bounce it off. He goes back in, hits this nasty 4K, but of course it wasn't an ace. Because he's not allowed to get an ace.
Not allowed. He's
it's
not
been
allowed.
100 days since getting one,
how
and he
many
won't get one.
How many 4Ks this man had?
Ridiculous.
13 now. 13 since his last ace in terms of 4K.
But again, he just laughs it off. The vibes of this team are unbeaten. It's not just their map pool and their strategies and the individual players. It's the fun they're having on the stage. It's ridiculous.
It's so just Gen G, an absolute vibe. But let's go ahead and check out what's going on over at the Heretics camp. We have Yinsu standing by.
I'm now standing by with Coach Neozinho from Team Heretics. Now, that was another very close map. Unfortunately, you weren't able to close it out. But it feels like it's becoming a little bit of a theme where every map can be so close, every map can go your way. Why do you think that's been so far, and why is it so much more labored?
I think it's more just like the teams we're playing against here are some of the best in the world, right? Like, I don't think we're expecting an easy game, and we're not playing 100% ourselves yet. We're getting back to the form that we had a couple of months ago. So I think until we reach our full potential, it's going to be labored until we can kind of find our form again. And if you don't play perfect, then these teams are going to put you to bed. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Neil, and good luck on map 2.
A lot of respect for his opponents, as you have to have, right? These are the best teams in the world.
And unfortunately, they're in the group of death. They basically need to play perfect if they want to get out here. Looking at our agent select for Lotus, there's not any surprises here. Both teams are playing that default Fnatic comp. We saw Team Heretics switch back to this from the neon look they had in EMEA in their first match at Champions.
And I said earlier to you, Golden Boy, that it was going to be a 2-1 Valorant day. Good, honest 2-1 Valorant. But unfortunately, Gen G did manage to take the map pick away from Team Heretics. Well, that was the caveat I gave you at the beginning of the day, man. You got to listen to the full sentence, not just the headlines.
Oh.
Gen G's been great on this map. 11-3 their record, and you have to bring up again Miniboo and how brutal these entries are going to be on the attacking side. Gen G's site anchors look absolutely excellent on this map, and they're basically never losing it. This is going to be a real tough one for that European squad to try and bounce back.
Yeah, indeed it is, Mimi. It's going to be a tall task for Heretics, but let's see if Los Niños can do it. Send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, we're standing by for Lotus to kick off. Heretics on their defensive side and on the back foot, having lost their pick 13-11, Tom. This is a map that I think in everyone's mind is going to go the way of Gen G. A big challenge for Heretics to recover this series now.
Let's put it this way. You go back to Shanghai, you go back to the inform Heretics. They were 2-1 up. They came into this map and you go, okay, they got the momentum in their favor. They lost 13-4. So now they don't have the momentum in their favor. It's going to be that little bit more difficult. Now, they knew what they would be coming up against. Obviously, although they've gone back to sort of like the standardized comp, the roles have changed massively. That was what we saw when they played it out last time. And it was still very labored versus FPX. Now, I agree with what Neozinho said. I think FPX are heavily underrated. But if you're scraping through a game versus them, what are the chances you beat Gen G?
Exactly, yeah. FPX played a fantastic game. We were impressed by them, but Well, a lot more to be desired from Heretics if they're going to make this one competitive. Opening it up, Munchkin's down to 22 and Karen's down to 0. Control for Heretics towards Rubble and mass rotations towards this C site. There's already 2 players sat in waiting. It's Benji Fishy and it's Rienz, but they've been pushed back by that orb.
Tech's just going to look to try and play through it. Always fearsome in these pistols. They're doubling up. They're expecting it. They're waiting for him, and that works out for them. No trades to be had, and Rienz dominating. A good start for him with the pistol under the belts of Heretics.
Last time around, Heretics started on the attack side, so a little bit of a different scenario. But they went 3-0 up, Tom, and they lost 13-4. It was a streak from Gen G, and they did not let go of those reins once they got their hands on them. For now, well, it starts out a similar way. Pistol round to Heretics. The second, well, should be a nice light buy from Gen G. I'd be surprised if they go crazy and force it. And yeah, we're seeing just some classics and some sheriffs.
Correct me if I'm wrong as well, it was both pistols in the last map going the way of Gen G. They were buying in with the 4 rifles as well, so it seems like both teams have a similar philosophy, although Guardians versus Bulldogs. But obviously, again, it means you can only really afford to lose 1 player. Miniboo's going to try and get aggressive, earn up as many orbs as he can towards those showstops. But that's the thing, an incredibly close map, a map that I think that you look at for the side of Heretics and go, okay, they probably could have taken that without some of the crazy plays that we had from either side. But with a pistol or 2 under their belt, could be a very different story. The fact is, though, it is a tougher map and a better map for the side of Gen G. Already, this has been the sort of change. Like, Woot was previously on that initiator, swapping with Boo, and now he's playing that more aggressive warrior, which at times I don't necessarily mind, but I don't think he quite, I guess, did it as well as Boo did prior. But Boo did incredibly well on the fade, so it's kind of like a much of a muchness.
Yeah, we definitely saw the Rubble control struggle, where when Boo is in play, that's sort of his staple, and the way he locks that down round after round. Boo, well, he's locking down control over Rubble one way or another. Got himself a long-range kill with the Bulldog.
They have 20 seconds.
Hold on to the control with 20 seconds left. Yeah, Gen G have no choice now but to go sprinting into the site.
They've got to run it down. Now, luckily, there is only 1 man actually within the site. If they can isolate that duel, they'd have a chance. The spam from Woot is perfect, but they just have to die now. They just have to die. They don't even have time to actually plant this one. They're just going down with something. This is very, very peculiar and might absolutely destroy.
Let's go.
They didn't even pick up the weapon.
Try their money. I guess they did a little bit of extra damage, and they're still going to be able to get in with the light shields, but yeah, definitely one where I think they let that clock go down just a little bit too low, and because of that, there are going to be some pieces missing. Like, Texture can't afford himself a boom bot because of that, and can't buy up with the heavy shields either, which versus some of the guns that are on the other side, that could be a fairly big problem.
I think a lot of that round, the philosophy was just to figure out how Heretics are set up and get a feel for how those rotations come into play, but like you said, they just ran that for a little bit too long, and then the clock became their biggest enemy. We're going to see a 2-0 lead for Heretics. Rifles in. Benji Fishy down to 11 HP to start this one off. Gen G having that full buy. It seems to be that they're set up for the B split. Last time, they broke the alarm bot right off rip, and there was a 1-player rotation in, but not much contact outside of that. I think they're going to try the same here with the turret down, make noise on A, and then go through that broken door.
Oh, the timing of the fight. Both players have the information, but with control lost, fighting for this one definitely has a gamble about it. It's seeming like they may end up just going for the retake here on the Heretic side, but with the weaker weaponry, that's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, this is Gen G playing off the info they got in the last round. It may not have been an ideal conclusion, but in the early round, they at least felt it out in a way that gets the spike on the ground, gets their opponents on the back foot. Like you said, weaker weapons on the retake, already damage done to players like Benji. It's not going to be easy. There's still so much utility for Gen G. They didn't expend much. Nade good for Miniboo, though. That keeps it competitive. Rienz does well to trade out, but now the pressure's on because Meteor's hitting everything again. Rienz can't even get out of here. He's stuck in the corner. He's being watched on the way back, and it's Meteor staring him down. That man doesn't miss a shot. Another Gen G 4K. And a round on the board for the attackers.
Yeah, I think either we're going to have to start counting his 4Ks before he gets another ace, just to see if he can actually catch up, because he's already had a few in this series, or we just have to combine the statistics and make one much bigger number, which, because everyone loves big numbers. Either way, it is going to be a buyback. A little bit of extra damage done, so it's not necessarily the end of the world for Heretics, but with the blip that happened in round number 2, maybe would have hoped for a little bit more. Nonetheless, the only ultimate that's relatively close is Meteor. Miniboo's already dead.
Again, we talk about that robo control. It was a struggle for Team Heretics. Okay, 2 HP on Lakia, and he's gone to another spam. That's an unlucky start. But yeah, the robo control hasn't been fantastic, although those spams do recover some of the advantage. Still sitting towards Gen G, though. It's a big map. Those rotations, not as easy when you've only got 4 players.
Yeah, they're taking their time. Boo holding the tiniest of pixel angles. I can tell you for free that my eyesight isn't that good, but somehow he's able to see absolutely everything. Fallen back off of the nade, paranoia through, but there really isn't much support. It's taken a long time. I don't think they believe this was the real push. It means that the IGL is having to try and hold the line on his own, and it isn't going to go well. Benji, Rien's gonna have to full retake this one. Benji actually going in a little bit early, and I think he's been spotted.
He has, and you see the ping go down from Munchkin. He knows exactly what's going on. Steps out of the way. Oh, but Benji's aware. He knows there could be a player here. It's all down to timing. Which way is he gonna be looking when the swing comes through, and it's the right way. 2 versus 2. Kept competitive. Turret goes down for the info. Turret goes down indeed right after. That spike taking away. They've decided to play the long game. Reposition up to heaven, take it together. The steps will be heard now, though, and the headshot angle from Karen. Perfect. Meteor, the man who's been finding 4Ks in so many rounds. He's only got 1 kill between him. And that lead taken out of Heretics' hands. The defuse needed all the way, and Meteor sticking close by. 2-2. Now tying it up early on. Gen G won't let Heretics have much of a lead.
No, and a safe pair of hands. You can already tell with the way that this map plays out, you have high expectations of late rotations in rounds, because you can very easily split back through the broken door and even make a run all the way back to the C site without too much information being there for Heretics. So they, even though there was a nade put through, there was smokes, there was so much control clearly being fought for by the side of Gen G, the 2 players on B and C didn't move. So it came down to just, okay, can Boo do a lot of damage? The combo's perfect, but it's the worst player to catch. Just able to TP out of there before the real damage can be done. And again, Miniboo is already knocking on heaven's door.
The Prowler didn't clear it, but Texture did. Woot not going to be happy with that one. He thought he'd managed to thread the needle. He found out the hard way that he didn't. Like you said, Miniboo, 2 HP. The swing from Boo into heavy traffic, only spotted by the 1 player. Flank up by Rienz. If they can slow them down and send them in the other direction, Rienz could have some serious value to find, but it's being watched this whole time. Karen's been staring at it. And well, he got a good sight on that bullet coming straight for his head. Nice clean equalization, but they're pushing up, and 2 HP. Miniboo still gets 1.
He's made things a little bit more costly. We know what they can do with the Sheriffs, and they're probably a little bit wary of their flank at the moment. May want to try and take some extra ground away, and Boo, well, he's got no choice but to fall in, but the utility is perfect. Pinged up, tagged up, caught in position, and it was all too easy for Lakia. Now 1 man standing in the form of Rienz. As I said, he had a quieter first map, but we know what this guy can do, especially if you give him fights, but look at the position of Texture. He's coming up behind him. I think this will be the freest kill ever. Meteor even goes for a swing just to make sure that if there was any contact, there was no way that his teammate doesn't get that kill.
Few big rounds from Meteor, and we've got a lockdown online for Gen G. But take a look at Heretics when we get it on the screen. They've got a little bit to work with. A Viper's Pit, a Showstopper, a Nightfall. A lot on that defensive side to react around and potentially turn and tip the scales in their favor. But everybody on Gen G who hasn't got an ult is just 1 away. Yeah. This is going to be a chaotic round or 2 ahead of us. And whoever comes ahead in these may well have the wind in their sails.
Yeah, it's the time for our observers to crack their fingers, wipe the sweat off their brow, get ready for all of those ults being put into play at once. But Yeah, I don't mind the early pause from Heretics, because again, they've had a couple of opportunities here and there, but the second you allow Gen.G to start steaming into the lead, likes of Meteor just performing to that high standard. He was incredible on the Yoru, but it really does just show the versatility of him as a player. And it's something that brings a lot of value, because you look across a lot of maps, and I feel like Gen.G, they have a more standardized comp pool than a lot of other teams. I think Breeze in the past was their sort of exception to that. But it's just because they play off of everything so well. They have so much depth in individual skill, but also in their synergy. And even just look at some of the late round utility. This is why I love players like Lakia that, again, I think was overlooked for quite a while getting back into the tier 1. It's just how solid all of that utility is, that the fights that he takes are almost risk-free because the player is already dead.
That's hilarious as well. Yeah, you mentioned in the last one about Meteor on the Duelist, and you're talking here about his versatility. The guy's currently got more kills than the rest of the team added together. And Texture, slow to start.
Won't last long.
But once someone like Texture's activated, this is going to be a completely different game. 1 kill for him, and it will be the showstopper online. Like we said, everybody on that attacking side either has the ult or is just 1 away. And so fighting for the orb early often makes sense. Texture's trying to get the orb with a kill. Doesn't quite catch Benji, and the orb goes to Munchkin in the end. Viper's Pit, Lockdown, and Nightfall for the attack.
I felt like that was almost a comment of, okay, we're going to give the orb over to Munchkin. He's like, no, I'll get my own orb. No worries, yeah. I think you can stop me, but not the case. Boo's about to come under some pressure. Util will clear everything but the box. Paranoia set up, and in fact, the lockdown put into play. Don't know if they're going to be able to challenge off this. May want to try and push more aggressively on C, see if they can spam it out, but instead it looks like they're just going to have to give this one up. Now, the defense themselves have a lot of ultimates. Nightfall, Showstopper available, even a counter pit could be in play, and in fact, they've used the Showstopper immediately, just trying to catch in case he was close on the pit. Might have been better to use the Nightfall first, but I guess the success was there anyway.
And then they've sprayed Miniboo after the Showstopper through with an Odin, and the Viper's Pit activated at an inopportune time. Rienz pops his ult and gets shot in the head, and now it's all left onto a man decaying inside a pit. Just like the chances of Heretics in this series as round after round goes to Gen.G. 4-2 in the lead now. That's 4 in a row. And a little bit of deja vu for the Heretics squad as the streak continues.
Yeah, they look so good. Again, look at how many ultimates have just been used for the side of the defense just to try and get this round into competition. I don't mind the Showstopper being used just to try and catch the Viper, like exiting. You're going to fall back immediately just to try and get the integrity of the pit and make sure they have to run through it, but it doesn't connect, and then it's just all falling apart again. Karen, we've seen this fight so many times, but every time there just seems to be a response. Nice work from Boom Woot, though. They're making this one competitive. Karen, we know the performances this guy can have, has some support from Meteor, who has plenty of weaponry to choose from, and on the other side, they haven't found anything yet, just those pistols, and that's going to be their undoing.
Of course, it's Meteor yet again finding these kills, pulling the round back into contention, getting themselves a plant alongside it. Benji now up against 2 with a Marshall on the retake. Really not the weapon that you want for this. And they're both focused on the Heaven play. With an alarm bot covering the walk down below, there is no element of surprise to be found for Benji Fishy. Turret now watches the angle they expected to come from, and Meteor is going to swing on that turret's contact. But Benji retrieving a rifle seems to be the best option for him. He has a choice to save it or to commit. There's a nano waiting for him on the door. He's going to lose a lot of his HP and still has to take down 2 players in a timely fashion. The turret now looking to do its own damage and get his own little assist in. 8 bullets, and none of them will at least land the kill shot. Sure, Karen's on 21 HP, but Gen.G are on 5 rounds.
It's just the discipline. Just to hold even when you've lost a few players, like nobody overextending of the remaining 2. And then just the way they played that post plant. They knew that they were ready with that advantage. Didn't need to give Benji Fishy anything. If he has a Sheriff, we already know that he could have turned the round on his head, but just nobody faces him. Nobody gives him an angle that he can fight. Had the turret for contact, the smoke, so he had to run through it. Doesn't know what's on the other side. And then even had the nanos ready in case he tried to run through either angle. It was a perfect post plant that gave him no opportunity. Now, though, Odin brought into play. Information Garnet Showstopper used as well.
Well, they know exactly where that Odin is, but they won't be able to root him out of position. Rienz does well to defend him, but with the door open, Boo loses his life. 4 versus 4. Boo's done a little bit of damage, tickled up some of these guys. Meteor, though, sneaking his way right through, up close. Does Benji suspect it? It looks like it. He has an idea, and he strikes just in time, just before Lakia was ready to swing and trade.
Yeah, I think also Lakia just had a little bit of hesitation holding the spike. If he's unable to get that kill, he's going to wait for his team. Minibu as well, this aggression. With the loss of Meteor, it means that the alarm bot was offline, so he can get at this flank. It's not expected at all. Munchkin walking backwards into the angle, but Minibu's looking for a little bit more. Still only going to be the one, but with the lockdown in play, they're both going to have to be forced completely out of the site. Lakia is the only one that can really hope to try and do any damage on the way in, and the counter spam is better.
Yeah, Karen, 1 versus 3, and the spike already being diffused. Catches one on the side angle, but needs to get on that diffuser immediately, and Rienz buys enough time. The kill locking in the round, now 3 for Heretics, and at least we won't see a complete repeat of what happened last time. They've broken the streak of 5 here and now. And look, Gen G, they're not in a super healthy economic position. A lot of the time you'll see 5 rounds in a row, and a team can buy 2 or 3 times in a row. But remember how many players they lost in just the last, and there's been damage across the board in most rounds.
Yeah, a good round, a solid one for them to win, as you said. The damage is definitely going to make things that little bit easier. We've also seen a lot of ultimates expended by both sides, like the showstopper dissipating as well. Minibu immediately forced off the angle. We haven't seen a mass amount of fight for this C site. A lot of the time, the control on A being a much bigger part of the game plan. I thought for a moment Munchkin was going to find that. Reens, though, clearly feeling confident in that fight, knowing there was spam going elsewhere, just went running up and gets the opener for his team.
5 versus 4. Minibu no shields on the site, but he's got Wu with him to help him out in these duels. Doors being opened and closed a number of times. It just keeps spinning around. See if Heretics get out of their way on the B site. There's still 2 stacked up ready, and the spray from Boo is absolutely sublime. Gorgeous stuff. 4 versus 2. And there you go. Meteor, although he finds the 1, there's just too many bodies swinging into play.
5 to 4.
Comeback aa rahi hai,
Found their
comeback aa rahi
footing,
hai Heretics
a decent couple of rounds, and as you mentioned, that economy now
बस यहाँ पे ना
starts to
Heretics
become
को
a bit of an issue. I
angles
think they
पे
might
खेलना
still be
पड़ेगा,
able
4-5
to
rounds.
scrape a by with some low shields, or maybe
3-4
just
round
even
angles पे
juggling
खेल रहे हैं
rifles
ना.
around. Maybe there'll be one
तो
player
अभी भी
here or
winnable
there
ही है,
that
क्योंकि अभी
isn't going
हम
to be able to
10वें
get a
राउंड पे
gun.
पहुंचे हैं.
The
अगर
question
यहाँ
though will
5-5
be,
कट जाते हैं तो
do
3
Gen
राउंड
G
अभी
want to
भी
gamble it
Heretics
all
के
here?
पास हैं.
Honestly, with the
7-5
ultimates
कर
that they have
सकता है
online,
Heretics.
I think the answer should be yes. You're 1-1 away from a lockdown. Nightfall available. Okay, the other 2 are a little
Gen G
bit
के
further
पास
away,
full
but
buy नहीं है,
these
half
are
buy
ults that
किया
can
उन लोगों
definitely
ने.
pad the gap.
तो यहाँ पे अभी
The
भी
thing is, though,
यहाँ पे
Heretics aren't just going to sit back. In
Heretics
fact,
कर सकता है.
I was about to say Minibu's doing the opposite. He went running initially, but after not seeing anything, they're going to fall back to try and stack up some control on B. Maybe a bit worried that if they've gone light, they've gone for SMGs, this might be the spot that they hit.
Better यही है कि angle hold कर लो.
Benji even considering adding a bit more to that defense. Dodge the turret to start with, trying to creep their way around Mound. There's no way to cross that, but maybe we'll see. No, I was thinking we'd see a smoke go down. The idea perhaps being that they'd be wide enough by the time the turret sees any of those players that someone would swing out just to check. Is it one guy far away? Is it? And bang, you take his head clean off. Gen G, though, go back in the other direction now, and they have successfully dragged rotations. C-side now double stacked up like we saw before. And that leaves A a little bit weaker. But you've still got Boo on the Odin. Still has his ultimate to work with, too.
That's the bigger thing. With the ult, he can delay a significant amount of time, but it also allows him space to fall back if needs be. And I think it might be. Like with Meteor's lockdown online, I wouldn't be surprised if they use it. In fact, no. They're going to send the Nightfall in instead. An immediate, aggressive push coming out from Texture. He might not be able to hear, but he's hoping the same's on the other side. The reveal is perfect coming out from Lakia. But even still, it's only going to be the 1. But with the plant in, they're going to use the lockdown. This will buy them even more time.
Gen G have a foothold. Karen falling below, but he's been spotted. The swing in from Rien's not good for anything as Lakia lands another, and Meteor's there to back him up, recover the rifle as well, give them a fighting chance up against Benji. He failed in the 1 versus 2 last time. He was ran around the discipline of Gen G, got it across the line, and we may just see the same again with Meteor swinging on the back and Munchkin on the front. Another round for Gen G, the attacking side building up quite a lead. And let's not forget their defense was sublime last time they faced.
Yeah, I love the way that they combine ultimates together. Like, they basically force Heretics to rush their retake, and Benji's nowhere in sight. Like, they have to go, or they have to wait. And either way, they're going to be left with so little time left on the clock if they do, that they're forced into a more aggressive take. And when you have weaker weapons or even a piece or two missing, that's exactly what you want. You don't want to allow them that time to use the utility. Gen G, it looks like they're going to battle for this position again. We've seen the same attempt at seize nades before, but not this time.
Wall dropped to see Texture attempt this fight onto Woot. The problem is the swing up close that could come in. Boo is just tucked, and Mini Boo's backing up the fight inside the door. The seize nade absolutely perfect, and Woot, he can't get himself out of there in time. Caught trying to take a fight and at least make his lost life worth it, but Texture, well, we talked about the round where he'd be activated, and it's 3 kills already under his belt. Perhaps it could be the ace, but Meteor's waiting to try and deny that. Benji Fishy facing the glowing gun. The spray is good. He's down to just 1. Plant in on the C site. At least I think so. There we go. Karen has lots of teammates rotating.
I say Benji's not actually that far away, but yeah, it would have had to be a gamble.
He's 20 HP.
That no one else was on that side. Instead, looking like it might just have to be a save. The economy for Heretics is in the bin, and after they finally get themselves back on the board once more, it seems like more of the same. Whatever aggressive take they've attempted, again, I have to give the credit to Lakia. The C's, I was wondering where he was going to place it, but just catches 2 players, forces them into a massively aggressive push, because otherwise they're dead to the nade, and it's just like, you're going to force players into an angle that Texture's holding, you're dead. You have to hit some crazy shots, and unfortunately this time it wasn't to be. But I just feel like his utility is nigh on perfect. Like, it really is hard to give too much criticism, and it's one of those things where you look at the depth of this team, not just in like raw firepower, where we can talk about Meteor and Texture all day. Like, we could sit here for the next hour and just talk about how many kills those guys are going to get. But the supportive element of utility that comes alongside it, it just makes it so difficult for teams to actually have a fair fight versus those players.
Well, that's exactly it, Tom. You know, they are deadly weapons, and their teammates are very good at pointing them in the right direction, finding exactly where the targets are. The spotters to the snipers. 7-4. Gen G with a big lead. An expected strong half coming up for them. And Team Heretics, they can't be feeling too great about their chances here. Showstopper activated and fired through just for the space. It's crowd control. Door opens. Mini Boo meets a bullet to the head from Meteor. But the trade is there, keeping it alive with Benji Fishy catching the aggression from Texture. Gen G don't have any advanced control. That's why Karen goes up inside the smoke. He's got himself a nasty angle, but he is isolated.
Trying to hold. Last time he attempted these spams, he got taken out. Karen may just have himself the battle here. The spacing, perfect. The Caesars caught them again. They can't move. They're all in that little back corner. And instead, just playing off angles. Karen with another, just dancing around his own utility, connecting every bullet. We haven't had to talk too much about his individual plays so far today because of the presence of other players, but when he's needed, that's exactly where he arrives. Boo, he doesn't even have the time to get anything done here. Eventually, Lakia's there, while both players will go down, but why would they care? That was the last round.
Karen, the closer, this guy just keeps finding those essential kills. Sure, he's 8 and 9. Might not be the easiest one to hail. The scoreboard
कहाँ तक पहुँचा यार order लेके? It's coming. कहाँ तक आ गया? ठीक है। It's coming over. एक मिनट।
There's a lot that needs to happen on the Heretic side for them to come back into this, and I think the main thing is much like the Dinosaurs, they need to dodge that meteor.
I think they have so many more problems than just him, but I do agree. It's not going to get any easier for them going into the second half, and a pistol is a must. They won the pistol in the last half, and other than that, in buy rounds only managed to win a couple. The sheer force that Gen G are coming in with, they're looking like a shoo-in for the playoffs already. Nobody surprised by that, but when this group was revealed, 2 of their previous finals being fought versus these foes. And I'll be honest, right now, they're making it look fairly easy. Munchkin, it's almost identical to the last map, just ready with a snake bite, gonna do some damage as they run in, but not anything too deadly just yet.
The plan secured for Team Heretics. Yeah, let's see if they can have back-to-back pistols. That injection of rounds could help them out. It's actually the only place they found success. The Masters Shanghai Finals. Rien's not able to land it to start with, and Gen G flooding the site. 3 quick kills leave Boo and Woot locked out in main. The defuse underway, the swing good to start with, and they think that could still be being defused. Got to take the fights. Although now both players have been spotted. Both players have been tagged down low as well. Gen G on the back foot out of nowhere with Texture stepping up in the headshot for Boo. Low HP on both. It's just a few bullets and he'll go down to the nade in the end. But a Red Bull clutch nonetheless for the side of Heretics.
We're so close to him falling, and then I don't know if we would have had enough time to defuse it anyway, but just the fact that, again, that individual play coming out to save Heretics, get them a second pistol run, get them a lifeline, and a needed one at that. That first half ended in a fashion of very little to play with, but this is the guy that, when it came down to Shanghai, was an unbelievable performer. Put himself on the map. Bear in mind, when we started off this year, Woot wasn't even eligible to play. Like, he was too young to even be playing. But no doubt, him and the rest of this team have made a name for themselves. Come back here would prove once again why you can never doubt this young squad, but I think that it's been proven time and time again that Gen G, once they get into those buy rounds, once they have the utility to play with, are fierce, and they've even put a little bit extra into this round. Obviously having the plant and the cleanup of players. I'm scared of that, Marshall. I'm kind of hoping for Heretics' sake they don't go that way.
Well, they did smoke him off to start the round, and now his turret's being destroyed as well. So limited opportunity so far for Meteor to land a shot, but now one is presenting itself. Benji's only got the ghost, so he's happy to take some risks, and honestly, Lucky, the Texture.
I don't think Texture was paying attention. I think he was like, okay, my teammate's got the cross. I could just have a mid-round nap.
Looking at the mini-map or something. Oh, the shot just about evaded by Benji Fishy, and he's on his way to the A site, which is now mostly open. Just one player, just a classic. They've not seen him to start with, and well, Lucky, he only gets the one. A better weapon there, and that could have been a disaster.
Lucky, of course, is invested into utility, but it seems like he's going to wait the teammates to round that corner. Still a couple of Sheriffs to play with this time. I think for the first time, the C's is actually going to go amiss for that defensive side, but it's already the read. The Sheriff finds one, gun picked up again. Even just making this costly could be huge, but they found a Guardian now. Time a ticking, and 2 for 1 for Munchkin. In fact, Lackey is there as well. Last time out, they at least got the conversion, but Gen G at the moment just cannot be stopped.
Save the day.
Gonna need that one slowed down a little bit, I believe.
Yeah, slowed down a lot.
That's unbelievable.
Let's go.
For this man to come in like that, swinging wide, pistol in hand. Look at him go.
Oh! It's gotta be infuriating. He only just, I think Woot was crouched and he just stood up. He literally just stood up and got insta double collided. Well, it's a great time for Texture, but it's got to be heartbreaking for the side of Heretics. They're going to invest into a hero rifle on Benji. If any time for a hero to arise, now would be as good as it gets. At least bring back the mental, which has to be shattered at this stage.
Absolutely. Down in the dumps, you'd imagine, for Heretics. Nilzinho talked at halftime about coming back to form. Well, that is quite a journey for this squad now. Lakia manages to find himself the correction and has support from Texture. Blast Pack goes in. Too little too late. No, not too little too late. In fact, with the C's, it gets the job done, but Texture's out in the open, and some of those shots are a bit whiffy. A chance for Team Heretics to fight right back into things. Boo, he's gotten very close, and the swing definitely caught Meteor off guard, but he corrects in time, and the rotate that had come in off that space now will meet a very well-defended C site. Still the turret watching the cross, although it will be smoked off. Now he'll have to play that contact himself.
I don't think he'll mind. It is Meteor after all. Just waits for the poison orb to go up and then can watch, even making sure that he doesn't overextend. Repositions completely. We'll get there in the end.
What was that you said about not overextending?
He got the job done. Doesn't even matter. Complete reposition. Took some time for a teammate as well. And although it's a little bit of extra damage, it's not going to do anything really to the other side because of them managing to win that second round. 10-5. Double the opponent's score and a response. Even, I think, just for it to get to a point of confidence, right, where you can actually feel like there's a possibility. I want to see Heretics get on this board a lot earlier. I don't think they necessarily have a similar mental strength to some of the other teams in this tournament to come back from a 12.
It's too much to ask from most teams. And, you know, often it's going to depend on your opponents making mistakes. And this is Gen.G we're talking about here.
I think they've got their whiffs out in the last few rounds.
Exactly. Like Nelzinho said, they're going to punish you every time. Showstopper to try to punish back, and Texture is the one finding the kill. Benji Fishy down and out of the round. The lurk no longer there. Now they look just towards the side. Whiffy for Meteor. A chance with Munchkin though on the backside, dodging the paranoia and landing a headshot. But 10 HP is enough for Woot to stay alive, to look for some headshot angles and to still participate. His smoke up the one-way already surpassed though. Lakia has dropped down below and he's got support up top. But up goes Woot. The 10 health man still getting the damage done. They're both quite low. And a man like Texture keen to convert. The first shots don't land, but more to the last. It's Rien's taking it across the line in an essential round for Team Heretics.
Yeah, you've got to bring up Woot. Like, just the fact that he jumps up above, it's a little bit manic. It's very chaotic, but the job is done. They at least get another onto the board. Well, the fact that he's able to isolate Meteor, someone who's been such a threat, gets dinked up and then just going up behind the opponent, even being traded out at the end. It's then back onto the board, but there's still a part of me that's even more terrified about what's coming up for Gen.G. Somehow, at least in the last map where things got a little bit tight, these were the rounds that ended up getting away from them. He predicts where the TP's going as well.
Well, they had to do it themselves enough in that first half, so I think they're familiar with the flow.
Where would you go, Karen? Oh, yeah, cool.
I'll go hold it. Gen.G advantage in a round like this, smokes up as well, trying to steal back that weapon. It's not for free though. If anything, that smoke gives them the advantage on the side of Heretics in holding it down, but it does mean Boo stays close. Look down at Karen, no paranoia anymore. Won't be able to fight for that all too convincingly.
I wonder if Heretics used a lockdown here. You got a couple of other ultimates that are getting very close.
Oh my god.
Just to try and make sure that you have the sight without too many risks. They've done a lot of damage to Meteor, but obviously that damage is unconfirmed. And I think now, yeah, especially after spotting the rifle on Texture, force him out of position. Meteor's going to try and play the time. Sit in this corner until the very last second, until he has time to strike. He was low, probably would have gone down anyway. But that's going to even things back up, and well, Texture had to wait.
30 seconds left.
Nade is decent. Texture was going down one way or another. Nice shot by Munchkin. Another low HP challenger steps up in the full health. Now down to a sliver, even without the Nightfall. A chance for Gen.G until that Viper's Pit goes up. Now this is going to be very tough, but Rien's for now just on 1 HP. The swing around from Lakia, trying to catch this player. The spray is good. Karen finds him. And now both players back on main, facing off against rifles. Karen getting most of his health back, and then in goes the C's. Make sure that he's not quite so healthy. The spams have to come through. And Lakia suspects that one player will push up close, but it's only to land the nano. And it is activated in time. The defuse denied a little bit longer. Now they have to force the issue and take the fight. They know exactly where Boo is. He has to hold on for survival and a wall-bang headshot. That's what pulls it across the line. Heretics were under pressure, but the reaction is perfect for the Red Bull clutch from Boo.
Another high impact kill from him, just waiting until the depths. His C slowed them down as well, and I was incredibly worried, especially with the pit from Rians. You're that low on HP, like to be able to maneuver around on that site, it was just such a risk to try and get that into play, to use it in a round like this, but it allowed the teammates to fall back, and while Boo, a maestro of his positioning, a perfectly placed haunt just to give him that kill. And while he only really got one shot to hit that, and he finds it.
It's how annoying Boo was in the early round as well. That rifle that was dropped was defended tooth and nail. This time Gen G are getting very aggressive very early on. Team Heretics even using a shrouded step to get out of there. Woot was feeling the heat. His full control over Mound was taken by that defensive side. Now they start the rotation. The one-ways will be continuously put up by Karen to keep that position, while the rest of the squad looks to reinforce the A site. You can see that Texture's almost in position, and Heretics may just play into their waiting arms.
Okay, Benji expects Lakia to be holding the angle. Of course, he did push it just moments ago. Operator going to be juggled away so that you can have that entry taken and the utility to force back.
Okay, B side.
The players is as good as it gets. Not going to be able to fight this one, but either way, probably going to wait.
Fully advantage.
This is a retake. Meter is also just one kill away from a lockdown, so anything he can find just by spams or pre-fires could give them a way in.
Typical Valorant gameplay dikhao.
Smoke off. Rians is going to have to play through that, but, well, there might not be much left for him to do. It's being cleaned up on the site,
clean.
And nice and easy. At least that's how they make it look. 10-8. The gap down to 2 already. A better second half than what we saw from the last time these two teams faced. The attack side of Heretics seems to have some legs to it now.
Yeah, no, they're looking good. Like, their initial execution, they knew that Lakia had pushed already because he went and destroyed the turret, so they were very methodical with that initial fight, and then just the utility they had in from afar with the paranoia C's, making sure that nobody could peek in from that heaven angle and cause them any issues. Then it's just those post plants, and that's where you do have high expectations, especially when you have the man advantage. You have everybody on the team at least performing to a decent level. Because of that, Gen G are going to take themselves to force now. The expectation will be that it's not going to be this round that will end up being the one that this pauses for, as they're only going to have pistols, their economy definitely in a worse position. But they do have so much in terms of their ultimates. Having the Viper's Pit available, lockdown if they need it, and one away from a showstopper. There's still potential in a lot of these rounds, and as we've mentioned already, Gen G have been able to do so much with so little. The Heretics do need to make sure that they're very careful in these sort of rounds.
Well, I look towards someone like Meteor, Tom. It's been a couple of rounds since he's popped off. We've seen him slow down, and one of the main things, it's not the fact that he's not getting kills. It's when I look at the player cam when he's getting shut down, you can see it's starting to affect him. It's starting to get in his head a little bit, perhaps, and you want to see him light back up that scoreboard. This might not be the round for it, though. Lots of light weapons for the side of Gen G. Pistols and a stinger, all that they're working with. After that pause, we'll see what their ideas are. Pushing up on Mound hasn't been easy. Taking the control has, but going any further, Boo seems to be there until the last couple seconds.
Yeah, last minute purchase. I think maybe an attempt. I was going to say at some wallbangs, but it doesn't seem like it. As Munchkin's firing elsewhere, it's going to leave him with problems on the economy again. Okay. It happens again. Wu caught trying to teleport back. A similar scenario to what we've seen before. The spams are going to do so much, but the headshot back through the wall. It just seems like the second these rounds get into weak economy, Gen G just find miracles.
They have a two-man advantage. And both players, one behind a Viper wall, the other behind a real wall. Nice shot by Mini Boo. And the dodge of the rocket as well. The life traded out for a bit of damage with him on 50 HP, but he has a showstopper of his own. Gen G still have one towards this C site. Meteor now knows there's contact close. The shot not going to land. Just with the Sheriff. Has to be precise on these peaks, and it's Rians to shut him down. C site control now there for Heretics.
Yeah, it's patience that ends up getting that kill. An advantage given up, but with the weaponry in play, you can understand the risks. It's whether or not there's anything more to find. Lakia has been able to retrieve an Odin, but with low HP, it's not really the weapon of choice. And in fact, Showstopper going to be utilized, but it's more just to try and hold them back. The Snakebite has delayed at least a little bit more, and it gives more time for this Odin to wrap around. It's complete oversight from Minibu, not paying attention, not ready for the players behind. Luckily, Benji has found another. Still decent weaponry now in play. With only pistols starting off this round, there's real potential for them to turn this back. Munchkin, his gun was never spotted, but he can't quite land the final shot. Benji will be the last line of defense, and he will keep them now just one away.
Oh, a big round from Benji indeed. That triple kill, denying the retake coming in from defender spawn, denying what was beautiful timing by Munchkin as well. He really waited in that corner right until the second that they turned away. They were watching it the whole time. He steps out, he dies. Instead, grabs himself a kill, but it's not quite enough. And the Odin flank from Lakia, not bad. I would take my hat off to it. But the lead still sits with Genji.
Come back karo yaar, Heretics.
Team Heretics.
Well play,
Looking
Heretics.
towards
Come back
for
karo
early
bhai.
control, and that smoke seems to be getting them everything they could possibly want.
Again, this is where the majority of ults sit with Genji. Even though Heretics are bringing this close, they might be able to use that just to springboard themselves back into the game. We saw them close out the previous map in close fashion. I know that they can seemingly turn it back on whenever they need it. For now, Heretics going to play things incredibly slow. They've got the Nightfall, so they can go for these sort of late round hits if need be.
Well, it looks like they're going to compete for Rubble. Karen's going to have his work cut out for him. Has a Shrouded Step and an ult to get out of here if needed. Up goes the wall to start. No one following up on the back of it. Viper's Pit used towards the C site.
They are.
Defended. Good spam. It's doing some damage as Karen's at least able to find himself a way out with the Shrouded Step, but there's no pressure from Heretics. They're moving in the other direction. They're moving into the pit. This is a big risk.
They use the Nightfall as well. They also don't have Prowlers, so this really is a gamble to try and force this man out. Lockdown's been put into play as well. They know that they're going to have to go in this direction now. The ultimate usage is absolutely perfect, and then they even have themselves the Snakebite to slow them even further. This couldn't have been played any better by Genji if they tried. And now with 10 seconds left, Minibu is going to have to fight tooth and nail. Needs to get this plant, tries to bait in his opponent, wins the fight, but I don't think he's got it. I don't think that's going to be close enough. It's going to run out at the last second. A nice attempt by the duelist, but that round was played amazingly by Genji.
It absolutely was. There is a split second where you see Munchkin thinking about going back into the pit. And that's when Meteor comes running in and says, no, 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 I'll take the fight. And they're just being decayed and sprayed. Yeah. Easy as can be.
Well, he put a Snakebite in there as well, so they were vulnerable. Like every single combination, it was either you try and run back, and you're going to end up going into the lockdown, so you can't go that way. You run forward, you're running into two players. Like it is just, they have basically herded them like sheep. They have sent them to their death. They have been culled. It was just wonderful usage of the ultimates, but they did use a lot.
They did. But even in the early round, before that, when the Nightfall goes through, Lakia, 10 seconds before it started to rotate, and I don't know if it was his call or the call from the team, but he ran back up, he kept spamming, he kept harassing them with the damage, the one-way went. I think they were either going to give up control of Rubble or have Karen stand there solo, and then they realized, no, if we can stall them slightly, maybe they go back the other direction. And if not, we Shrouded Step across, play at the broken door, and play the retake. Really beautiful round from Genji. They've had a number of ones like that where you can just see the calling, the mid-rounding is leagues ahead. 2-round gap now with 2 more for Genji to lock in playoffs.
It's got to be frustrating as well. Like Minibu being able to find those 2 kills right towards the end, almost managed to play spoiler for what was a great round. Just, I think, unable to quite plant within the last second. I think even just a tiny bit of hesitation, which
it seemed like
sometimes that's all it takes. It's brutal to talk about, but I think he was genuinely like maybe half a second away from getting that plant down.
It was very close, and it felt, and again, I won't say this with confidence, but it definitely looked to me like he had time to plant after the kill, but it's just the reactions, even finding the button that quickly. It ends up costing in the end. The judge up close. This is a risky play from Munchkin, and one that will not meet a reward this time. Advantage to the attackers.
That's a huge early pick. That's already going to force issues for the rest of the team. You have your plan with deep B control in mind. It's a risky TP. I guess didn't spot that Rian's had already crossed. A few mistakes now being made, and Heretics are going to capitalize on them. What a way to start off this round. Easy early picks. Meteor rotating in, he's going to be the only player anywhere near. He's not going to give his position away. In fact, he's going to play on the edge, just going to try and take a huge gamble, and while Boo is waiting, ready for any such play.
This was a massive round for Team Heretics to win as well. If they lose this one, you can see from the credits, you've got a couple of players who were quite low, and then the kills also even boosted them up slightly. Without that, they would be in trouble. Gen G would be 12-9, 3 chances to close it, 2 big buy rounds, and most importantly, in the next one, Heretics wouldn't have enough money to confidently buy on every player. Instead, it's 11, presumably to 10, as Texture's gonna double blast pack, kill a bunch of people and defuse in the next couple seconds. So, Gen G find themselves in the tough spot. Take a look at their credits. They're not sitting pretty at all. And Team Heretics are getting close to a couple of ultimates. Showstopper now just 1 away after Miniboo's round. This may well tip the scales, if not back in Heretics' favor, to even territory.
Yeah, it seems like they're definitely getting further and further back into this one, even with a blip here and there. The problem is just like this in the last map. It looked like they were going to climb all the way, turn this game into a victory, and then just Gen G, it's almost like they realize it gets close and then they have something to play around. This time, yeah, it's a similar spot. Financially, it's not looking good. Gen G shouldn't be winning this round, but that's where it seems like Heretics make their mistake. That's where it seems like they trip up and give someone on the other side an opportunity. And well, let's be real here. We're looking at that rifle on Texture and whether or not he can get something done here for them.
Yeah, you can't really put any pressure on other players. That said, the pistols have done a lot of damage in some of the previous rounds. Very, very slow approach from the attacking side towards C and B, but that's just one man left behind to cover that ground. Now, all they wanted was rubble control in the early round, and they found it pretty much uncontested. The rifle on mound won't get a chance to strike. In fact, it looks like it's going to be Karen and Lakia, a Sheriff and a Classic, that have to hold strong.
Hope that this shouldn't be too much of an issue for the side of Heretics.
You should run.
Utility being expended. In fact, they're even going to use the lockdown here, and Woot is just waiting. Ooh, paranoia in hand. That's just going to headshot Munchkin straight through. They're expecting someone to be on that other side. The rest of the defense have been completely forced off. I like the fact that Heretics are playing this one incredibly safe. Don't want to give their opponents any sneaky corners, any risky spots that could cause them issues. And now in the post plant, this is going to become a lot tougher.
Yeah, it looks like most of the bodies are going to go with the rifle. Woot's up top now, ready to fire back. The spams in return give away the fact that there's a rifle on the other side. They'll give that some respect. Woot might not. Benji Fishy grabbing himself the kill on mid. Now it's just one angle, or was just one, being held down for Texture. Wants to light up a few players. He won't find a damn thing. In fact, with that kill, Miniboo's got himself a showstopper online for the next. In what is a very important round, someone is going to be pushing up to 12 and have map point under their belt. The ultimates may indicate Team Heretics. We'll see if Miniboo can find the impact.
Well, that's the thing. 6 of the last 7 rounds have gone the way of Heretics now. I think, for the most part, after that first half, we have sort of been waiting for the moment that Gen G turn it. Round 20 looked like it might be, but no, it seems like Heretics are locking things down at the moment. We're even going to see the Outlaw bought up as an extra purchase and attempt to do some damage on that attack side. For the defense,
a
couple of times. This time they're going to double up. This is a trap setup in case they go towards Mound. This is a scary prospect.
This is what Gen G need. Something like this big play. The trap, though, has been escaped. Heretics just about make it out in time.
Woot's TV behind.
The rotation from Woot, yeah, he's behind, but he's expected as well. Karen's watching it. It'll be a stalemate for now, but with the players coming up mound, the crunch is on. And Karen's the one with the pressure. Showstoppers found him, and it's lit him to 4 HP, the lone defender of the C site. And with the orb down, they're not going to be decayed walking through. Karen needs to be sublime, and only the one to be found. It's worth it, trading out his low health. In goes the Nightfall. Meteor and Lakia up close, ready to swing out. The timing perfect, but then they look the other way. Woot rounds the corner and takes a kill. Double face that lands a Munchkin 1v3 for the chances to keep this 12th round out of Heretics' hands. And I'm not even thinking that he's going for it at this stage. He's so far away and all alone against 3. Still a Viper's Pit for Heretics though, and that's a scary prospect for a 12-11 scoreline.
Well, yeah, this is now where you have to think, okay, the Heretics, they're great in OTs. They're looking to try and close out the map in the similar fashion to the last with a comeback. And I think many looked at this map as a pretty much a death sentence for them. But even still, they have shown impressive stones, just to almost like keep themselves from getting mentally boomed, even with rounds that slip away. With what, 4 seconds or just about to plant that not goes their way, but this time, even with some aggressive plays, even with some confident moves coming out from Gen G, with a decent trap setup, they're able to escape it and immediately react. And I love the TP coming out of Wu. You can see it immediately put the opposition in doubt of where he could have gone, where he was positioned, and that just made that round so much more difficult.
Yeah, otherwise the 3 players on B probably go sprinting through the spawn, and they'll be there to support Karen or at least to trade him out afterwards. Instead, they have to be so cautious about just how deep he could be. 12 rounds for Team Heretics. They struggled on the last map, always on the heels of Gen G, but not able to take the lead out of their hands. And now, well, the shoe's on the other foot. Heretics just one away from guaranteeing themselves a bind and what could be a very competitive close to this series, to this rematch. Not a bit of deja vu from the 1-0 for Gen G and the fight back from Heretics.
Yeah, they won 7 of the last 8. And then the one that was won by Gen G used a lot of ultimates to put them into that position. Right now, they have nothing online. A couple away for Meteor, who had an incredible start to this map. He's still doing well, but has definitely stopped having those high-impact rounds that we've seen from him. The wait will be to see if this is the moment where somebody on the Gen G side steps up to the plate. If they have another plan, because as I said, the prior round they had a decent idea, just didn't manage to capitalize off of it when it was put into play. And you can see the credits are just ludicrous. Look, there are 3 operators currently waiting. They're spending all of their extra credits just to try and catch an early pick.
That is a pretty nasty idea. Sees nade, but that gets Karen into position. The spams do go the way of Gen G here. Those tracers being followed up on. And for Heretics, an immediate stoppage to the play. One of those ops has already been traded out, and I think soon we'll see the same thing happen. But the idea here again is they're making noise on A, they're spamming away, and hopefully on B or C, someone gets curious. But as we can see, that ain't happening. Gen G have lost a lot of HP on Lakia though, thanks to the Ode.
Yeah, both Fade players getting tagged, and there is the kill. That's the exact kill they were looking for. They're going to have a decent idea as well that Karen is going to be playing this aggressive ground. Snake bite. Not going to be forcing him off this angle. The paranoia, however, will. They're already looking to try and just execute onto him, and he'll survive longer than maybe expected. But even still, the kills have gone the way of Heretics. 2 stand in their way from an impressive comeback on a map that was heavily favored to the reigning Masters champions. Looking to try and take this to a 3rd, but there's still a couple to deal with.
Meteor's had a lot of big rounds, and Munchkin, when he needs to, he can step up to the plate, and he certainly does need to this time. 2 players just around the corner, and he misses them by a hair. Wrapping back around, they're ready and swinging straight into him. Meteor has the info on the first and knows where the other two are. The swing is good. He spotted them and heard the shrouded step, heard the second two. They've split the angle, perhaps offered Meteor a chance to isolate the fight, and he connects the shot. Lockdown now in play, and it's Benji Fishy needing the clutch to keep the dream alive. And Heretics, they've got themselves a third map here. An impressive comeback into Lotus. They've taken Gen.G down, something they couldn't do on Shanghai on this map. And now Bind will be the final battleground.
Yeah, it's going to have to be an impressive comeback from that position they were in. It looked like they were down and out, but somehow this team once again has dug deep. We head to Bind to decide who makes it to playoffs.
नहीं मैं भूल गया कॉपीराइट बजेगा इस पर बजेगा कॉपीराइट एक गजब के दिए राज पचावन यार मजा आ गया गजब के क्रीम वाली चटनी जब जा रही है ना लुक really nice.
And we got ourselves a match, folks, as Team Heretics manages to force that map 3, digging deep and pulling off the win on Lotus. Welcome back, everyone. As we break everything down, I think Wingman was quite satisfied with that one, too.
I'm not.
You're not?
I'm not satisfied with
Why
that.
Why not, Sideshow?
Oh my God. Gen.G are up 10-5 at some point on that map.
Yeah.
And they managed to take away the follow-up off the back of the pistol round. They were 8-4 in first kill to first deaths on the defense side that they lost. How are you losing that many 5v4 rounds? Like, just way too many opportunities given to Heretics. It felt like Gen G took their foot off the gas, so they thought they'd won.
Yeah, normally we're priding this team on how clean they are in advantage situations, how good they are at keeping things in control, but this was a complete 180. Credit to Team Heretics. We saw some massive clutch moments from them to stay in this one. Gen G as well in that second half, 1 for 10 on trying to make these retakes happen. A lot of the time, those are retakes where they were at advantage, and I think we saw some of the fundamentals slipping. Players swinging on their own, a piece of utility missing here or there, and it just continued to snowball to now send us to this third map.
I tell you what, though, seeing Valorant's ring general Boo pop off the way that he's been doing it has been pretty damn awesome. And honestly, it just goes to show that you really cannot sleep on any of these teams. We're champions for a reason here, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, and it's not that anyone was sleeping on Heretics. I don't want to make it feel like I underrated Heretics, but on Lotus specifically,
of course.
That's where Gen G should have a big advantage.
Yeah.
And for Heretics to be able to overcome that map advantage now makes anything possible in the series. You know, we have no idea what's going to happen on Bind.
Yeah.
It's a great situation to be in with a clash of two top teams.
Yeah.
I think what's especially surprising to me is seeing Team Heretics rally back, despite the fact that I feel like this has been a dominant series from Texture on both maps, like you're talking about with those first kills, but also Miniboo isn't really performing up to some of the numbers he would get giving in EMEA, and instead, like their last series, they're relying on guys like Rienz, and in both of these first two maps, Boo, to step up and deliver these big moments. I think Team Heretics is having to show the depth of talent in their team, and they're rising to that occasion.
But this is exactly what you want, I think. Granted, I understand you want Mini Boo to be putting up those numbers.
But Big Boo can step up too.
Big Boo's got it, you know what I mean? And to see that output from him gives me a lot of hope for this team going into Bind, because you gotta be feeling pretty damn confident in yourself now. You managed to bring this thing back. Gen G looked like they pretty much had it running away with it. I mean, come on, you got to be feeling pretty damn good now.
There was a lot of frustration from Miniboo on stage. You saw him slamming his desk a couple of times. But what it must feel like, I can't even imagine, to be sat on the stage and know that your big brother's got your back. You know, to just be sat there and just think, this guy that I've grown up with my whole life is there next to me, having an all-star performance coming out from Boo to make up for my deficits. That's
literally someone's messing with you at school, and Big Bro just pulls up and smacks them out of the server, wins the map for you.
Texture was giving flushies to Miniboo. Boo's come over and just beating him up.
Not today. Absolutely love it. Honestly, a credit to Heretics for fighting, really just digging deep, tooth and nail, whatever you want to say to describe it. Look at the way that the series has played out. Both teams have just been slugging at one another, lefts and rights nonstop. But now we take it to the streets of Bind. Now we see who wants it more in this situation. The number one seed out of Group A is on the line here. A big matchup, Sideshow. And Heretics have to be feeling pretty solid right now.
Yeah, I think having got past Lotus, this is eminently winnable for them.
Yeah.
They did have a stumble on Bind against FPX, but that was a weird composition from FPX. I think once things go back to more standard between these two teams, that Heretics have showcased that their Bind is very strong. I'm not expecting the same slip-up from Boo's calling.
Yeah, the biggest concern I saw in that game was their attacking sides going for a lot of contact plays and getting caught out by the odd positions that FPX had when they were playing the chamber and the
Yoru
yeah,
and
Yoru
Neon.
chamber, weird stuff. Players were in really odd positions. Gen G play a not quite that standard 100 Thieves comp that most people have picked up, but they play a solo Sky that honestly executes quite similarly. And did you see something?
No, I'm looking at the chat, sorry. I'm looking at I'm looking at how much people are favoring Team Heretics after making the comeback there on
I just feel like a bunch of Heretics fans are just preying on Gen G's downfall.
I mean, they very well could. And I know that this isn't an elimination game. It's a little looser, right?
True,
but if you lose this match, you're going to be going up against one of Sentinels or FPX. Either of those teams, whoever wins it, is going to already have proved that they have the quality to potentially upset one of these giants of 2024. And they cannot afford to take that risk.
And even if you make it out, you're playing against another one of these groups' #1 seeds, and there are some dangerous teams that you don't want to face in your first round of the playoffs. This is a super important match.
Oh my.
And that comp,
What was that comp?
I saw a Yoru on there.
I saw a Yoru.
Yoru, I think, was it Gecko Sky?
I believe
or was
so.
it Solo Sky? Dude, whatever it was.
There was a Gecko for sure.
Okay, that is a weird... You know, I was just talking about, oh no, I think once things get more to standard Valorant, Boo's calling on Bind will be fine.
And there it is, in its full. Team Heretics are playing Astra Viper Okay, so they have the Sky Gecko combo. That'll play fairly similarly to a lot of the comps on this map, but the Yoru adds something interesting in there. You can have different executes, teleporting into your Aster utility, fake outs through those teleporters, that kind of stuff.
I think getting into A, smoke Heaven, get into the smoke on Heaven with the gate crash, that kind of thing, where you're under the smoke. But also, XX on B look tough with this comp.
Yeah, you can't dive out of hookah like you normally would with the Rays.
Yeah, that looks difficult. Genji, Munchkin has been fantastic against dealing against compositions like this.
Yeah.
So I don't think the same idea of new comp always wins is going to carry through.
Well, let's see if this composition is what Heretics need to get them over the line, or will Genji shut it down here and now? Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Well, Tom, we were going to be robbed if we didn't get a third map out of this, and Heretics fought hard for it, but who takes it here is anyone's guess. They struggled up against FPX, and Genji facing against the new comp. You heard it from Sideshow. Something that Munchkin's done well at in the past is dealing with comps like this. How do you feel this is going to set Heretics up for the final map of the series?
I don't mind it. It feels like they've combined some of the old ideas with a few new ones. They've run stuff with Yoru in the past, and I think it's an agent that Miniboo enjoys and is comfortable on. I also think switching back to the Astra, Boo just looks good on Astra. I think over the brim, like, he's so good in those post plants and kicking it off on the attack. I think that's what they're going to be going for.
Well, it's all about setting the pace. Double traps waiting for them as they step out into the A site. Although already they're bypassing them, moving around the back through lamps to try to fight right onto Munchkin. The flash, the first one wasn't so good, but the second was beautiful. Now Texture left on the off angle to try to catch them. Can't punish on the player caught by the trap, but does deny the spike plant. But the nade buys a little bit more time, but it's going to be tough to capitalize through that smoke.
It's now patience for Heretics. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to take too much of a risk. They've still got plenty of time to play with and are sort of hoping that there is more of an extension on the other side. I think they're also waiting for Boo to try and get into position. But in the meantime, look at the pop flash. It's going to be coming straight through their smoke already. A couple, but Rians responds immediately and even adds one more to the pile. And Karen, he just about manages to get the kill onto Miniboo, but there's still two remaining, and it's Rians once again. Another 4K to add to the collection, and Heretics with another pistol round.
Yeah, this time it's Genji on the receiving end of that 4K. 1-0 to start this off for Heretics. Picking up the pistol, grabbing themselves a decent buy follow-up on what should be a 2-0 lead. They managed to avoid a lot of the dangers there. We talked about the traps that were in play, and by the time that they actually took the fight, because they had gone around the back and dealt with Munchkin, there was nobody really to follow up on it. So at least able to grab themselves a plant, or at least they thought so. It was denied, but the pumping of the brakes very nearly didn't work. Thanks to Rians, they got it across the line. Now just classics for the most part. You only look to Texture with a Sheriff, and he's on the other side of the map to the majority of the Heretic squad, just grabbing the orb early.
Yeah, you can see though, it's again, you're going to have Benji on these lurks. Him with a Sheriff is always deadly, and just going to try and spot out the info. It seems like he's going to get contact. Through they go, and well, down they go. They may have been able to play 2v1, and he may have only had a pistol, but I honestly think it's his best weapon. This now leaves a gap. And Heretics, it's not like they're down to 30 seconds. They don't need to use this as an execution point. They are just going to wait and allow those rotations to come in from Genji. With no information found by Lakia, I can fairly safely gamble that this is going to be A.
Benji Fishy with a Sheriff on a short bind. Always manages to...
That's where he got his first ace, right?
It was indeed. It's exactly what I'm talking about. The guy was he was cracked in that moment, and just here you get a little glimpse of it. Won't be the ace. It's already been denied. Meteor and Lakia, last two, and you can see that they're not looking to run on in and give some free orbs away and free kills. Instead, just waiting around to die to the spike and maybe get a kill if someone's caught off guard.
They're trying to set up Rians. That was what the flash is for. He's one off getting the thrash. So actually not giving an orb away here is going to be pretty impactful. Even if it's killing him, that's not actually going to help too much. And while killing Rians at the moment when he has a ghost in hand seems a little bit troublesome. Thrash now available for Heretics. And bear in mind, they bought 3 rifles, couple of pistols. They're now going to invest back in and have a really strong buy going into round number 3.
Correction. Third time's the charm on both of those sprays. Got it with the last shot in the chamber. It's 2-0 for Team Heretics, and like you said, Tom, Thrash is online for Rians, an impressive pistol round. He's a Gecko, so he's planting. And with that, they're set up nicely.
It's whether or not they're going to almost immediately execute here. You can see 3 players ready over on that A side of the map. Lots of utility to be combined. Still got the trip setups, and they've got themselves the nade, which will go in immediately, doing a fair amount of damage, but also denying that thrash. Further push from Meteor, in fact. He's going to step up with 2. A great start to this round, but there was a response.
Yeah. 2 players down for Heretics. Although they got Meteor, they still have so much ground to cover. Just take a look at how many players are waiting on this A site. The rotate through the TP won't be for free. Karen goes looking, and he certainly
nice
finds
shot,
with
bro.
Boot down,
Nice shot.
the spike, a couple of flashes that are usually online, but Woot's already burned his, and Rian's, I assume, didn't get the Dizzy back. They're gonna go straight through. Lakia almost caught off guard. That door opens just a second too late. Now, see what ground it can find. Nothing broken, just in time, and Lakia, well, with that, seems to have secured the round. A firing squad arrives just in time to lock this one down.
It does feel almost funny, like watching a map with Lakia, Sky, Bind. Like, it just gives you flashbacks to the only map he was allowed to play when back in the day. But there's a reason that they brought him in for that map. There's a reason that he was always so good at it. And it was just that, again, he has a safe pair of hands in moments where players might overextend, go for the glory, try and find yourself a moment. He's not going to do that. He wants to make sure that while there's a gamble stack, while there's players on one site, the other site isn't just going to be given up for free. And especially with the changes that happened to Sky, you need to be so much smarter with the way you use your flashes for information. Already? Jiggle peaks. Again, like in the past, you might have used your flashes early in the round, but that information found in other ways. A judge in play. And of course, the last being a bonus round, there's still plenty of finances to invest back into for Heretics.
Yeah, of course. They're still able to get that buy up. Rifles for the full part. I like the fact that they're spread at the start of this round. Starting to expect that Gen G are going to get aggressive across the map once they feign out that control. Although, one of the main things we'll say about Gen G is just how patient they are. Even in the last round, Karen, I think that's just as aggressive an early stance as you'll see in most rounds, just going in to re-clear an angle. Meteor is stuck up close, and the cam almost serves as a bait in the early round. If someone goes to break it, he's swinging in to take them down, but that's not the case. Heretics eventually will have to take a gamble. 40 seconds left, and it's time to make a call on where we're going. I think the TP to a B split.
They're trying to find the trip. That's the bigger issue. They want to go through, but they can't find it. They can't break it. So it's still there. And it's just being waited for contact. Finally, there is that split you were talking about, but they're heading straight into the judge. Karen up close, waiting. First is easy. And now they have to go. There's only 17 seconds left, and they're all just falling to this judge. He's going to take them all. That's the spike down as well. If they're going to go for this, they need to sprint to try and retrieve it. And with the Molotov down, there just is not enough time. The judge, it pains me to say it, is going to win the round for the side of Gen G. And even escaping from Karen seems difficult.
Yeah, only thing that does escape Karen is the ace, as per usual for the side of Gen G. They won't be finding 5, but I think they'll be happy enough with that performance. The weakest weapon fought up, the one that finds all the results. This is... I mean, this is a danger of going blind into a site so late. They pumped the brakes for the entirety of the round, Tom, waiting for aggression, waiting for a mistake to be made, and in the end, that was their mistake, because Gen G are a patient squad and one that's happy to sit back and let you play yourself.
It's like you have a composition that has 3 different players with flashes, and you're walking dry into hookah. Like it just seems like an unnecessary risk. Already, though, okay. Woot wanted to try and take a leaf out of Talon's book and just run it straight down for those early fights. And wow, it's come out in their favor. Strike thought about.
Advantage आ चुकी है भाई इनके पास.
This is a much weaker purchase in this round for Heretics. They lost one of the guns early on, but they've come out in a good spot.
Oh, Benji's on the wrap. He's right behind him. Karen,
also look at Boo.
Barely evading that sight line. waiting for a player to come up through mid, and instead it's Benji rapping on him that gets the kill. Boo, exact same as last map. I said he was just harassing them by constantly waiting on angles they weren't expecting and stopping them from being able to get aggressive. Well, he does the same here, able to support from across the map using his stars, and then able to even grab a kill and light Munchkin down to 60. This one looks to be sealed in for Team Heretics, and the question that remains is whether or not Munchkin can carry this weapon forward. Got a little bit of cash in the bank, but this weapon may help them out.
Yeah, I think that is the difference with that Brimstone. Is okay, you have a decent range, but just the global utility, it means Boo can play anywhere on the map. And you saw the attempted rotation. Like, this was a weaker buy where a lot of players initially rush showers, and you even had a player sneaking his way through mid. The expectation is, okay, if there is a lurk, they're probably a little bit further back, wanting to play that utility. Instead, he had pushed quite far into the position of B short. When they went through long and cleared everything out, he just had one little rat spot that was enough to catch them off guard. A big round for the side of Heretics, winning with low economy, and it's not going to obliterate everything for Gen G. In fact, they're actually going to go back in with an operator here. I think Texture wants to challenge if they try that again.
Well, it makes sense, yeah. At this
point,
point,
he almost didn't get the timing.
At this point for the defensive side, I think that we talk about their aggression and how limited it often is. You're going to have a couple of rounds where they're going to swing out like crazy, but patience definitely the name of the game more often than not for Gen G. Now they can have that middle ground. You're not quite entering, you're not quite pushing up as that duelist. Instead, you're sitting back. There's no op that ends up when the barriers go up. It's all the rifles to work with.
Look at the immediate denial. They even shot the fake out this time because they were so worried about what happened in the previous round. Still, that control is going to be taken, and more importantly, the dimensional drift is going to be online. This is the one major factor with this Yoru that plays such a huge part. It's just the space and angles that you're able to clear. And the question will be, is how did Gen G react to this now?
They need to break the camp. They're hearing it activated here and there inside of A, and well, now it's only the man operating the camera that's left alive. Miniboo pushing up, is ignoring it completely. He sat on the corner waiting for the re-aggression. A smart play, misses the shot to start, but he gets there in the end. And now, well, they know they've got all the space to work with. The plant's underway. The control is most definitely locked in for Heretics. Gen G may just want to save these weapons at this point.
Yeah, I like the fact as well that even in the late round, they're using that thrash just to make sure that this round is converted. Because we've seen it many a time where they walk into the traps that have been placed down by Meteor and end up falling victim. But again, the thing is, Gen G's response when they see that dimensional drift online is not a bad one. They go, okay, you've got that ultimate, you have Thrash. If we sit back and allow you to use an ult that can clear all of us, and then another one that can stick us in spot, we are screwed for the round. So they go, okay, we have to get aggressive, we have to take some control, and Heretics are just waiting. They had the sort of counter thought, the counter process. Now, they're going to try and take some of these weapons away, but I think the likelihood seems fairly slim, unless they're going to go full sprinting into Hookah. And, well, actually, never mind. Lackey is actually caught right at the end of the round.
A big blow and an early lead now for Team Heretics. We went 2-2, back and forth. This is their chance to extend it even further with Gen G losing that weapon. They'll have very little to work with in terms of rifles. And it all comes down to that big crunch on short. Just a massive fight, a firefight that goes the other way. Meteor had an opportunity here, but he's not landing it. For that, I think looking at the individuals, Heretics have come in activated. Rien's most certainly has. Yeah. And we need to see the same thing from Gen G, albeit not in this round. Again, 2 rifles.
You're saying?
Sure.
You're saying?
Okay, well, I'll take that one right back. There's some weapons to be retrieved. There's a showstopper in play. And Woot's gone before the rocket lands.
Oh, Lakia needs to get out. As said, a lot of the time he's a safe pair of hands. That was a way back into the round if he falls, but instead, that early aggression from Texture, you always know that at any stage this man can be a danger. And the hero rifle he had has done just that, even the support of Karam from behind. And now they just fall back. Even using the Seekers, it's not the worst ult to expend in a moment like this, just to make sure that you haven't lost too much ground in a certain position, or maybe even wary that they're about to make the hit onto long. Instead though, Hookah is the play, and with a defensive smoke in position, I don't know if they're going to try and risk it and jump out. It seems like they are going to try and potentially make a move around it, but you can see Lack here is honed in, ready and waiting.
He has trouble though, never mind. Munchkin comes out along at just the right moment. The other players were out retrieving weapons and they've done just that. Everybody now stocked up with free upgrades. What a round from Gen G.
Yeah, the start of it is already just absurd. Dodging the flash and then just, again, this is why you put this man in the bracket of best duelist in the world. He really does just take rounds into his own hands, and after what has been a quieter start, like they have one kill before that point, but at any moment, that can be where Texture takes over. And then again, just falling back into those passive positions off the advantages that have been had. Instead, early information fought for. An immediate use of the ultimate, but Karen's going to ignore it. Just try and deny anybody else from pressuring.
They know exactly where he wants to go.
8 round complete.
Secondary location chosen. Mini Boo out of the ult and catching Karen on the fallback. Flash around the left side. Meteor's done well to keep this one competitive. His third already under his belt and still challenged the fourth and denied the fifth. It's Woot keeping it alive for Team Heretics. Has to go and retrieve that spike. And then the world is his oyster. Only Munchkin between him and a round victory.
Yeah, the thing is he has a lot of time to play with. A minute on the clock. He's going to use the TP to immediately rotate, but he's definitely worried about the potential of his opponent already being there. Munchkin stood in a spot where it didn't matter where the plant went in.
1v1.
He would have the knowledge. Oh, Woot's actually just going to look to fight him. Get right up in his face. Go for that final shot!
So wide peak
and it is perfect. Lands the final bullet around the Meteor. Well, he gave everything for.
40 wide peak ho gayi yaar.
Everything wasn't enough.
40 wide peak.
Not this time. 4 kills. And well, like we said, Team Heretics came in, warmed up, ready to go. Certainly seems like we had a bit of an activation from Meteor with this. Good positioning around the back. I didn't even see he got the info so quickly on the second player up close.
Nice.
It wasn't quite enough. A big round for Heretics as they defend their lead.
Heretics के पास momentum है भाई.
We're going to see a Viper's Pit online from Benji Fishy. Karen, he's toyed with the idea of putting that orbital strike down a number of times, but never quite pulled the trigger.
Oh, the pacing looks a fair bit quicker this time. Hookah control taken immediately. It's a position they have problems with. Lackey is going to remove Boo. Some of that late round utility already gone. Also, a player that has been their lurker. It might even bait the defensive players on the other side of the map. And in fact, they're actually going to try and use the pit to get out. The counter spam. It's perfect. In fact, Riggins found 2 through the wall. It's got to be frustrating if you're on the other side.
How, bro?
Still
How?
Meteor's here. He managed 4 in the last round. This time that would be enough, but he's going to be decayed all the way down, and that will be enough for Benji to clear him.
Could have been either player that he took down. If it was the Viper, perhaps they'd be in with a chance. Instead, well, maybe again, Karen's going to toy with the idea of the orbital strike straight through the smoke and the wall. Benji couldn't find a safe space to hide, and now they really need to be careful. Orbital strike in play. Both players trapped. Gate crash available. But Karen, after the time, grabs the kill on the Woot. But he was traded out just a little bit too early.
दोनों मर गए, दोनों ulti में मर गए.
He like for Woot, it's understandable. He is screwed. Like he used to have to run forward, running back, he's dead. For his teammate, they both go for the fight, and it's just that he lands that bullet quicker than the orbital strike can kill him. That's insane. This whole round was insane. 2 through the wall, then this kill through the wall, which removes the pit, and then literally that shot is the difference. If he goes down even a split second sooner.
I thought we lost.
I thought we lost.
Can't even believe it themselves. 6-3. A guaranteed equal half for Heretics. And you can understand now why that pause has been taken. There's been some deadly close rounds for Gen G. Heretics, they've been building. They lost that first map, their own choice. Many, including myself, thought this could be over. They win the second map in incredibly close fashion with a great comeback from an 8-4 deficit. Now, well, it seems like all the pieces are aligning at the right time, and you can understand why on the other side of things, coaching staff some elite level coaching staff are going to look to try and slow things down.
Well, this is the problem, Tom. You know, again, we've said this a number of times, but the hardest losses are the ones that are that close. And I think what's more devastating about it is you can look at Heretics. They had the same situation in map 1. But for Gen G, it's not just a map. That was the series within their grasp. Just rounds away from taking it, guaranteeing playoffs, not having to go to the lower, getting to go to lunch early. But instead, it's Team Heretics now, double the scoreline of what Gen G have brought to the table, and that has to have some emotional weight. The coaching staff have had their time to discuss, and we're going to see a stalemate in the early round as, again, Team Heretics pump the brakes and wait for Gen G to make a move. And that's just not happening.
I think the scary thing as well is who's already in that lower bracket. Sentinels, a Masters winner with the opportunity to watch this game, watch every single round, try and pick it apart. And FPX, who, oh, they've already shown Heretics that they can go toe-to-toe and even come out with some wacky compositions that can throw you off completely. They beat them on this map. Here we go, though. Thrash. Already used.
Oh, nice shot.
While blind, double blinded. Doesn't even matter. That's Miniboo gone, and they might have to pump the brakes. No, they're continuing this push right into the hands of Munchkin. He's going to try and retreat, and Lackey has gone down elsewhere. In fact, everybody's falling.
It's a wave of red for the attacking side as Benji Fishy grabs the shot to the back of Munchkin's head, and Boo, he's so annoying to play against. They're not even clearing it. No!
Oh my God.
The disrespect is surreal. 7 on the board for Heretics, and well, if
knife
the
kar
last
diya
couple
yaar,
rounds
Meteor
didn't
ko
tilt you,
knife
I think that one might get you.
Is that the first knife with the Champion's Blade? No, I can't. If there is another one, it's escaping me, but
there was just no need, Boo.
There you go. He's going to enjoy that one, and of course, it's got to be frustrating. Either way, 7-3. Heretics proving once again why they're always a team to fear.
भाई अब comeback करना होगा Gen G को भाई, knife भी होगा.
Favored by us, favored by the desk, favored by anybody who has seen them play over the last few months. You'd have to be a little bit mad not to see the level of this team, but right now, well, we haven't seen a lot of them over the last few rounds. Ultimate's still there, but if anything, the Viper's Pit can easily be countered by that Dimensional Drift. In fact, it's going to be used early. Looking to just try and clear things out.
Well, he's got some space, but he's forced straight into a fight, surrounded and dropped by Karen. Meteor up close, finally manages that opening with Woot down, but Karen and Lakia fall right after. Now the pressure on for Texture, his teammate on the other side of the map, and he will quickly be dealt with. Team Heretics, it was a little bit shaky to start, but they pulled those kills right back. And now Munchkin has to do this 1v2 all alone.
Not going to be useful here, unless he wants to try and walk back into the site, but likely won't give him anything, and Benji's already rapping. He's just going for it. He's just going to take the fight alone. You can see the confidence from this Heretic side is off the charts at the moment. The big round from Benji. I think he was the one that traded back those 2 kills that ultimately looked like it was going to be a problem. Yeah, quick reactions. And now 8-3 in the lead. 6 of the last 7 have gone their way, and well, we are seeing uncharacteristic performances. Texture, I think a couple of his kills came in a singular round. Lakia has gone and missed. They've been able to isolate him. As I said, normally a very safe pair of hands when it comes to that B site. They have pressured him.
Whoops. You know,
who needs it anyway?
Yeah, just move it. One of the more surprising things here, Tom, is up against FPX. Obviously, Heretics struggled. They got 4 rounds on their attack. They couldn't string a single round together. And here, up against Gen G, of all teams, they've made that recovery. The work they've done is
more
clear.
impressive, the adaptations. Like, they changed their composition, and I think it was for the exact reason you're talking about. Bring in a multitude of flashes, a multitude of information, force players into awkward battles. The Dimensional Drift of Miniboo, it can basically floor all of the issues that they were having. And the times they did run into awkward things, you could see they didn't do it again. Now, pressure on again, Munchkin. He's going to put that snake bite down to try and slow them, but it hasn't slowed them much.
Viper's Pit. Oh, Munchkin corrects in time, but he still falls, as does the Pit, leaving Meteor with sight on Benji. A clean kill, and the advantage now towards the defensive side. Spike recovered, and Team Heretics have to think about taking this somewhere else. And Meteor still floating around, grabbing all these kills. One safe haven for them to plant, or so they thought. The Molly forces him out of the round, that is. It's only Rien's 1 against 4. He has to do it all by himself. The whole squad bearing down upon him. They'll at least have a light at the end of the tunnel on Gen G. Finding a round at the end of the half. 8-4, though, a strong lead for Heretics moving into the next.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was same in the last map, but Heretics have already proven that with either of these teams, there's always going to be potential for the comeback. So giving that little lease of life. We'll see if Gen G can do the same after the break.
One enemy remaining.
What are we doing now?
Going to help them out quite a lot when it comes to that attack inside, clearing angles, the same thing they were having problems with when they play versus FPX. I think, again, this team is always learning, always adapting. But now it comes down to that second half. Can Miniboo have the same impact? Are we going to see the operator more from him? Can we still see some of those clutch rounds? Because we saw some impressive turnarounds of rounds that looked rough. And more importantly, just like the last map, are we now going to see that step back up from Gen G? Because we know that this team at any moment can get back into a game. A pistol victory, you see some magic from the likes of Texture, and now he's going to be the pinnacle point. He's going to be the man being set up to get those entries, and if you're not careful, you'll get destroyed.
Yeah, if you're not careful, he'll be finding them. Team Heretics, well, they clearly have done some reading into this and assume it's a B hit, but it is most certainly not. Gen G walking straight into the A site, and only one man, the snake in the grass, the man who got a knife kill, but won't quite be able to stab them in the back this time. Texture falls as a result of the damage done, though. And we're back to equal territory.
Hey, don't see Tiger kills too often nowadays, but even still, that's a big one. Puts things even. There's going to be a flank fight as well. That battle could be what ends up deciding it, although considering the plant, it's going to be difficult for them to get back in. Lakia already eliminating Benji, another one for Munchkin as well, and this is looking clean. Left on to Miniboo, and he's not even going to get one. A good round from Gen G to kick off this second half. But let's be real, Mitch, it was needed.
It really was. Otherwise, home stretch was within sight of Team Heretics. Instead, we're going to be getting back to close territory. At least you'd imagine that. With Gen G forcing their opponents down to an eco in the next. The Tiger kill really is a rarity around these parts, especially in a pistol round. That's worked out this time. And Munchkin, well, he got 2 kills there, only 1 counted. The wingman extermination. 3-round gap between the two. And like you said, Tom, Gen G are no slouches. This isn't a team that's going to sit back and look at the scoreline and think, it's over and done with. They've been here before. They've made it work. But a high-stakes game with playoffs on the line, that's going to have them locked in And right now, locked into the B site. Traps and camera left behind to cover A aggro, as they will take space slowly but surely towards B. Only danger is if they do go to hookah. There's a big trap play with a Yoru already inside the teleporter, has a gate crash to fall back if he needs, and 2 players stacked up close, ready for the duel.
I think looking at this, overall, there's not a lot of expectation, but somehow these pistols once again are doing damage. Meteor, Karen, at least making this one back to an even scenario. None of the weaponry's been retrieved. Mini Boot doesn't quite manage to get anything done. Looks like they've rectified what was a dangerous start. Blue's still standing. And he's going to find the timing. The pistol shot's just not connecting, and that might be the chance gone. It's going to come down to Woot making a play, and with the knowledge of where Boo remains, I feel like the chances are slim. 5 bullets. Doesn't even have enough to kill off every single player. Though there is another gun down on the deck. I think the expectations have to be minimal. And for the Heretics, you have to look at every missed chance. Every opportunity that slips away from them. They're looking at a potential repeat matchup versus FPX, which if you've ever seen a Heretics FPX game, it comes down to the absolute wire. It will be the closest games you're ever going to see. And the other team, if Sentinels are to make it through, well, they're the ones that beat them, or one of the teams that beat them in the first Masters. So I don't think Heretics are going to want to face either of those teams particularly. For Gen G, well, a rematch versus Sentinels probably isn't going to be the most fun thing in the world, but they have proven that at least the first time out, they were very clean.
But you know what I always say, Tom?
Go on.
I'm nervous now. I'm nervous now. It's always harder to beat a team the second time round, and, well, for Gen G, maybe they're finding that out here.
Oh, you didn't say that last time.
No, it was a little different last time. I've modified it now, slightly. But yeah, for Gen G, this position, 8-6, last round, big one from Meteor. The fact that he goes late through hookah where the trap play was, but those players had already been pulled to sight by the hyper-aggression down B long. He catches a kill on sight. They get the information that Miniboo had come up behind, that he had come out of the teleporter and was now in hookah. And so he adjusts and grabs that kill too. Got rid of 2 big dangers from the round. This time there's a bunch of dangers with everybody on Heretics having rifles and a very passive play from that defensive side. Gate crash, I presume, is going to be used here for the rotation. There it is, already put out to the B site. And A will be stacked up with 3, just as Gen G look to push it.
But this is the thing, when you have that Gecko Sky combo, you can use your flashes for info. This is what we talked about though. Texture being set up, Boo dodges the flash, gets the opener for himself, removing the danger man, or at least one of them. And actually, Lackey has now gone down as well. This is starting to look pretty problematic. This bonus round had a lot invested into it. Maybe even leaving Munchkin with less desirable economy for the next round if they don't manage to find a little bit more here. Wanting to at least get a bit of damage done. He's fighting tooth and nail.
Nice.
One of his last bullets before the reload. Karen has actually found another. This comes back into a competitive position as he'll keep it in a 2 versus 2.
Nice.
Such smart play. He knew he was being baited by the player further back and just kept falling back, retreating and taking the fight. Guerrilla warfare, and it's worked out. Gen G with another on Meteor, and now Rienz has to do it all. This round was looking so heavily favored, and instead, they are massively on the back foot with the defuse underway, though. Here comes the swing, a necessary one, stopping the defuse. But still plenty of time left to bring it across the line. Massive clutch, Red Bull clutch, in fact, for Rienz.
He has been lights out in this game so far, but that seemed like an impossibility. Like, helped out massively by the wingman. There was 0% chance I think he wins that otherwise, because they are split across from each other. It should be the perfect crossfire, but I think it's almost the fact that Meteor ends up swinging first, both having deeper angles, and because of that, there's no immediate response for the trade. The main thing, though, is Rien's read. The fact that he works out where both of those players are, that's what wins the round. And while Heretics, I thought they were about to lose a 3v5, if not for a hero.
Yeah, I think he might have seen Karen, and he knew Meteor got the kill, heard him running away, so at that point, pop up the flash, no one gets hit. All right, time to put the wingman down. Perfect thinking process, and the perfect agent in that position. Anyone else, and I agree with you, that one is done. Texture, out looking for an opening duel, just pixels away from swinging straight into the angle with Miniboo, and that is a definitive fight if we end up seeing it. Miniboo now getting aggressive. Tucked up in the corner, Woot goes to spot out. They thought that, hey, it was a little bit more clear, but little did they know, danger was lurking around every corner. The gate crash used to get out of there, so no punish onto Miniboo. Gen G still have their sights set on that side of the map.
They're gonna have to reclear everything though. Tiger being used just to remove any doubt. Benji's aggression is punished, but there, again, is an immediate trade. Thrash is available if Rians wants to use it, but finding a safe spot is going to be more important, and it might even be worth just holding onto it for the retake. Information will be found, and with the orbital strike, they could look to try and lock off some of these spots. Instead, he's going to be caught in it, but he goes swinging instead. Texture deals with him, and the second as well. No trade to be had. The nade will deny any repeat, and an afterplant guaranteed.
Does a lot of damage too. Woot's down to 70 at this point. What a phenomenal read by Texture. He knows exactly where that second player is going to swing in from and corrects to it before he even gets to the angle. Absolutely unbelievable gameplay. And for Heretics, now they're okay, being punished for absolutely everything. I think Woot missed one bullet. Straight to the head he goes. What an adjustment from Meteor. And double digits denied for now. 9-7 for Gen G, with Miniboo saving this weapon on the other side of the map. I was going to say attempting to, but it looks like he's got away scot-free.
That's the bigger problem, though. It's just that economically, the last round has basically made this as hard of a reset as you're ever going to get. Yep. You survive with one player standing in a clutch, everybody else goes down, and now you've lost with 4 players on the other side. This is going to be a huge boost for Gen G, because realistically, the investment from Heretics should be fairly minimal. If you're going to gamble this, I think that that's a risk way too far. And even going for like sheriffs and stuff is going to put the economy on a much lower position.
Early adjustment is just so clean. Takes the first immediately. Yeah, you're going to swing from there, aren't you? And lands the shot seconds later. 9-7. Low buy for Team Heretics. A pistol to start out this half may have sent Heretics straight to playoffs. It would have been a very much an uphill battle for Gen G, and instead, they're close to being on equal footing with this squad. Texture's nade, it's going to cause some problems. Woot will be tagged a little bit, I believe, in that corner. Lackey has been dropped in the meantime, though. That's the one rifle that Team Heretics have. Now spotted, shown to be towards this position. They deal with him. They might not even need to. They can just go for the plant.
Counter utility almost baiting them into a fight. They're going to go swinging. Woot's found that kill as well. Another 3v5 attempt. As they've lost the early blood. Flash out, another one. In fact, they're looking to try and fight this. Benji's now found another. This is all falling apart for Gen G. In fact, they're not getting anything. It's left all onto Munchkin. It'll be the MasterCard Thrifty. I don't know how they've taken that round. It said they barely had anything.
No, they didn't. And Miniboo finds 3, but it's the fact that you have Woot finding the kill up close, landing that sheriff shot, a rifle right in front of him, behind a box. It's a free upgrade, and now everyone can go swinging, because you've got 2 rifles to work around. It's this one. That shot, free rifle, free ability to swing this one as a team, and Miniboo hits his shots every single time.
I like as well, again, what this composition allows is for so many flashes for information, flashes to slow them down, and then you can double pop flash almost everything because you have so much to play with. You can even then combine that with stuns or grav wells. There's just so much utility that disrupts everything that's Gen G's doing. Now their own economy is on the brink. Woot is about to get aggressive, looking for a fight. He's going to find one. The trade will be there, though, but there's a second player for Heretics as well.
And that Spike sat alone now outside of A. Meteor finds a bit of ground, but only the one to be landed before Riens is able to trade back. He's been locking down control of B long. There's next to nothing that anybody can do to seize back a position there. And just a split second away from seeing that player. Texture knows there's someone close by. And a TP from Miniboo! Cerebral play! He snuck the gate crash past him. And the balls to go for that. Unbelievable.
In a 3v2, that's mental. Like, you could have easily just thrown the round away, but again, it seems like when this Heretics roster gets more and more confident, they go for these scarier plays. It almost feels like they got beaten by Lunacy and then decided, you know what, I want a piece of that. I want to throw that back in Gen.G's face. Meteor. Well, I think he knows that's not real. It's not selling anything, and while at this stage of the round, 15 seconds, he's just looking to save. That's all the goal is. To try and keep the gun through, but there's a million and one angles that he has to check just for his own safety. And on the side of Heretics, they are more than happy just to convert this round and keep their economy nice and strong. They're going to hit themselves towards 11, and I wonder if Gen.G need to try and take a pause, maybe recalibrate.
This, well, it's going to be one of the last opportunities, Tom, so a good time for it. 11 on the board for Heretics. Early aggression working out. They try to trade it back. Meteor does a good job at least finding the one, but this man here is just unhinged. And keep in mind, I don't think he had any iota where that player was. He's just mad. But sometimes you thrive in the madness, and Heretics most certainly are. One of the other things, Tom, is when these rounds end, I'm looking down at the stage, I'm looking at the player cams we're getting, and there's a lot of heads in hands for the side of Gen.G. They are starting to feel these losses round by round, the chances to go straight to playoffs, to take that higher seed, just slipping through their fingers. It was 13-11 on a map that they previously demolished Heretics on, and now 11-7. If they lose this one, it may well, depends how much they invest, to be honest. Is even that question to ask. But losing this one, 5 in a row needed, it's almost over before it begins.
Well, that's the thing. We talked about this group, talked about it being a tough route, and in the first match, Gen.G made things look incredibly easy. We were almost sat there going, okay, this is just a different beast. No one in this group is going to be able to handle them, and it's who's going to be fighting for second. That was a 13-8, 13-7 when they faced versus Sentinels, and just unmatched performance out of Texture and Karan. Right now, Texture's having a rough one. He's gone missing for the majority of this game, at least this map in particular. But he's got his showstopper. And as said, when on the attack, sure, he has to go diving in. We've already seen it a few rounds ago, the double entry he was able to get. It seems like they're going to go for that again. And look at where the majority of the defense are. It almost seems like they're playing a retake.
Well, I'm not sure they'll have much of a choice. Traps cover in the back. No need to look backwards. Instead, they focus right in front. Texture already in, but he's been let past by Boo. Only finds the one as a result. Luckily, they were still clearing those angles. The deep showstopper not landing. The Viper's Pit is covering off all of this control. There will be a small gap where the spike is planted.
There's Seekers online. A kill for Benji. Would also get a counter pit. It seems like they're going to try and force them into awkward battles. Texture has done so much. Wu is tagged for just 3 HP. The players out of Hookah are desperately trying to just fish out where that Viper is going to be hiding from. And the flashes have done well. Benji gets one. Texture now dropped as well. This is starting to fall apart a little bit, but they still haven't dealt with the pit. Still looking for where that last man standing. Karan holding his ground as he'll come out with a third. But that spike is already being diffused. They have to get towards it. And guess what? Another 4K will be there for Gen.G. An 8th round on the board.
They really love their 4Ks, don't they? What a round from Karan. And I'm so happy to see him have this kind of performance because we hailed him for the impact of some of his rounds. Even over on Abyss, I felt like he got so many 2Ks that didn't light up the sky or anything, but they were essential. And you can see if he got one less, round's not going his way. This time, though, here on Bind, he's really hit his stride. Now sitting 23-11, the kill leader by a long shot.
Yeah, I think most people look at this as, well, unless someone, I guess like Wu, has an MVP level performance and takes the trophy, that the Rookie of the Year is already decided, and it's hard to argue with. Karan has been fantastic throughout the entirety of the year, a trophy under his belt, and Gen.G one of the favorites, or the favorite, to lift that Champions Trophy alongside it. Make this the most successful year of any team in VCT history, and one that's almost impossible to beat if they were to do it. And as being proved here, there is plenty of resistance. Heretics still have a purchase. Ultimates definitely leaning the way of Gen.G here. Karan with that multi-frag has got himself one away from an orbital strike. whether or not he'll find a kill and get to use it.
Obscuring vision.
Well, again, that stack up on the A site has gone amiss. Team Heretics gambling the wrong way. Gen G will have a relatively easy time if they can deal with Boo. The only man standing in their way, stopping that plant on this side. He's seen 4 players already. He's naded up. There's no way out. He has to fight forward, and Meteor meets him halfway. Comes crashing into the site and finds a plant at the last second for Gen G. 11-8, looking to put 9 on the board with the man advantage under their belt.
Yeah, they put him in an impossible position. That execution really couldn't have done anything more. And actually, it seems like Heretics are just going to sacrifice this one. Don't really want to try and fight back into a full stack up on the retake. And so they're just going to opt to hold on to their weapons. It's a bold call, I'd say that. Like, to just basically give another round over, send the economy sky high for Gen G, but you kind of understand it. Like, that execution, I honestly couldn't have been any better. Have the pop flash initially, nade to the back of sight, you had a Molotov that he'd have to run into, and then just forcing him into a fight versus the team. There was nothing Boo could do, and once that ground is completely given up and they gambled on an A-site stack, you almost have to save, even if in a 4v5 it's tough to do.
Yeah, look, I think there's no doubt that they made the right call there, but now the call for the timeout comes in. Heretics haven't used one so far, but 11-9 up. The gap has closed massively, and the gamble stacks on the A side didn't work out. You can't help but think that maybe what they're missing here is having someone like Miniboo, even if they want to play light on B, having that Yoru start there, get a little aggressive for the information, because if anybody swings out, you're going to notice that there's 4 players, sometimes 5 players on B long, creeping their way up. And it's just that gap in information that's usually covered by something like a Cypher camera. But obviously in this case, that's not quite an option.
I think for me, it would maybe make a little bit more sense to have one of the initiators there. Yep. Because right now, what it's coming down to is, okay, there's 35-40 seconds. We've not seen anything from Gen G, so I'm going to put up a smoke. And it's like, okay, well, they can play through that. They can go above or through that utility. Whereas if you're throwing out that Dizzy every once in a while, it's going to give you the information eventually. And I think that's what they're lacking for a composition that, as you said, has a Yoru that can go aggressive and find info, has 2 initiators that have flashes that give you info. To have 2 rounds in a row where a team is able to hit into a site that you are unaware of until they are in your face, that shouldn't be happening. And I think that's why we've seen a pause for the side of Heretics to go, okay, that gamble hasn't paid off. It wasn't worth the risk. We're playing without information and gambling on them giving us something.
And it's even on the A side, the way they're approaching it. It is a trap play. It's why I sort of say about the Yoru, because the initiators are meant to be on the A side, popping their flashes out, flooding them with blinds, and then the swing comes through. But that means you're not having those super deep flashes clearing out space. Now, well, off rip, there's 1 player outside of A. They know that for sure. And the gamble stack on B is not going to work out because short has been taken for free. Gen G have got backside A control, they've got site control, they've got everything. And Meteor, I somehow expect him to get a kill or 2 there, and he got both. Of course he did, even blinded up.
It's a save. It's already a save. I can't imagine that the players on the other side are going to be going for this. It's going to be so difficult to find a way back in. I guess they've got some extra credits to play with. That's why they're going to try and run into what is Texture. And while he wanted to try and get all 3, instead he gets the 1, but does a lot of damage. The remaining players have no choice but to try and leave this position. But again, it's meteoric heroics that end up closing out this round. There was... again, you look at what was being done by Heretics, I don't mind it. They needed to clear that backline, they needed to find that guy. The flash was perfect, just like the shots from Boo. And of course, with the saves that we've seen from the side of Heretics, there's so much economy for the attack. They want to try and get rid of the guns as well. Munchin has done well. Is Boo really going to survive on 2 HP? It looks like he will.
What a round. What a round from Meteor. I was going to say, I somehow expect him to get a kill or 2. Fully blinded, double spray to the head. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I think they both checked left as well.
Yeah, they were both clearing the wrong way. You probably even just assume, you know, he's jumped out of the smoke once he got blinded. He's running away. Let's go hunt them down. But nope. Nope. It's Meteor to take the kill. Now competing with Karen for that kill lead. Orbital strike online for the attacking side. 1 round in it. what a difference one round could make. Heretics, they've been struggling to put anything on the board, and here there's a lot of weaknesses.
Oh yeah, it seems like Heretics are trying to break records of how many rounds they're going to play this tournament. If they go on a run, I think they might. Miniboo waiting, but it's only going to be the one. And they know that, or they should know that Woot is around this angle. The Tiger just being used at the inopportune moment. Lackey is waiting. The flash. He's not going to find anything. And that's the thing. Again, the ultimates seem to just lean slightly in favor of Gen.G if they can get themselves into the post plant. I like this duo, though. Like having Rians alongside Benji, they've been so good at getting info, finding the delays. Have they just dodged that off their own orb? That's what it looked like, but it doesn't matter. Benji gets the kill anyway.
It's a nice frag. And we've seen the B site here under pressure with just one man holding it. They were overwhelmed. This time, no. There's a lot of gaps in the side of Gen.G, and even more so now with Munchkin down. No way through, you'd imagine. Meteor manages to find himself one. The site taken over by Benji, stood underneath, 3 kills already to his name, and there's backup on the way.
Okay.
It's Benji's 4th game, a series of 4Ks. With 12 to 10 on the board at long last, Team Heretics have map and series point, playoffs point.
Well, that's the main thing. It's a little bit of a break, but more so, it gives you a good opportunity to dodge some pretty fearsome teams. Think about those #1 seeds, the potential of someone like Leviathan. You're not going to want to face off against. I guess in some of the other groups, maybe the one that like things coming up a little bit later on. I think DRX or Fnatic. It's a pick your poison sort of moment, but there's definitely real opportunities to dodge some heavy hitters, but more so not have to play in that decider match.
Which, for a team that all year we've been talking about burnout being a big factor, for Heretics, it's so important to get that win on the board. Now look at this. We've seen the judge in this position before do damage, and Riens, well, he's not slowing down on those stats. A double kill. Players dropped, and indeed, Thrash kept for later on.
Oh, Meteor's taking a risk. Has to get this kill, otherwise it might just be GG. A 2 versus 5 needed to stop Heretics. And it's Riens who's in position. He wants a little bit of revenge. Gets one blind, and Munchkin is not long for this world. 18 HP. That's not the gun he's looking for. But even still, this looks like a bridge too far. An impossibility. And for Heretics, a team that struggled towards the end of EMEA, played versus FPX and were almost defeated, maybe even should have been. They're coming up against the inarguable best team in the world right now.
30 seconds left.
And unless in 30 seconds 4 kills are going to Munchkin, they've taken them down.
It looks to be just a formality at this point. An impressive comeback in the series, in the map, and Benji fishing to close it. 13 to 10, 2 to 1. Everyone expected Gen.G to be the ones taking this across the line. But somehow, Los Niños have gotten it done. Playoffs bound.
Yeah, this is a team that we've spoken about all year. The fact that they came in as a squad that, let's be real, expectations were almost 0. They were a bunch of youngsters thrown together, built by Neil Zenio, and they have gone from strength to strength, improving as they go. They finally get their full roster together for this tournament. They get a revenge match versus the likes of Gen.G, and just like last time, it was a 2-1, but there's not a couple more maps to play for. For Gen.G, they're going into that decider match, and I'm sure the other 2 teams, they're crapping themselves. Like, they are not in a good spot right now, because that is not a team you want to face off against next. At the same time, I feel like these are the 2 squads everybody wants to be seeing going the distance in this tournament.
They've done what they couldn't do in Shanghai. They've bested Gen.G and proven they've got what it takes to be champions. For now, they have a break, recover from the burnout, and prepare for matches that won't get any easier than this. No. A phenomenal display from a group of youngsters, and well, an entertaining one too. It went the distance.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you can see the depth still from the side of Gen.G, but I love the risk. the gamble to switch up to a composition that, again, you kind of look at and go, maybe this shouldn't work, maybe they shouldn't be able to catch them off guard. It was said by the desk that the likes of Munchkin's very good at dealing with a lot of the stuff that was run, but I'll be honest, it's just so impressive that, again, when needed, players like Benji, players like Riens, Pooh himself, the IGL, just had such high levels of impact that honestly, it really does feel like this team can go the distance. If you're a Genji fan though, the likelihood is you're going to come up against FPX or Sentinels.
भाई Genji के लिए नाइस ट्राई बोल सकते हैं क्योंकि वो सेकंड मैप जो लूज किया ना भाई उसकी वजह से मोमेंटम लूज हुआ. मैप जीत जाते तो ज़रूरत ही नहीं पड़ती इस थर्ड मैच की, बट वहाँ से मोमेंटम गया और उसके बाद आप देख ही रहे हो कि Genji को ये मैच सीरीज हारनी पड़ गई. तो प्लेऑफ्स के लिए तैयार हो जाओ गाइस क्योंकि वाइटैलिटी ये जो है हेरिटिक्स ये पहुंच चुकी है प्लेऑफ में.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. I have Benji on standby. Congratulations Benji Fish!
Thank you.
벤지 피쉬 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 젠지에게 상하이 때 복수를 제대로 해준 것 같은데요. 승리 소감부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You got your revenge right here, right now.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing, man. I mean, Genji, they're like an amazing team. Like, we worked really hard. I think if we would have played them the first game, we would have, like, we're nowhere near as good as we were, but like, we've improved a lot. So I'm really proud of us for taking them down because just of how good they are.
젠지가 워낙 강팀이기 때문에 헤리틱스도 정말 열심히 노력을 했었고, 만약에 젠지를 처음 만났다면 오늘처럼 이렇게 좋은 결과를 가져갈 수 없었지만 그래도 이게 헤리틱스가 워낙 많은 성장을 거쳤기 때문에 너무 기분이 좋다고 얘기를 하는데요. 오늘 3맵까지 갔었고 특히나 바인드에서 젠지가 따라오기까지 했었거든요. 정작 3시간의 혈투가 펼쳐졌는데 그동안 좀 어떤 느낌이었는지 더 자세히 물어보도록 해볼게요. Now, Genji making their comeback on the bind, right? They were crawling themselves back into the game. Just talk to me about the emotional roller coaster, what you guys have been through, you guys were going through for the past 3 hours.
I mean, yeah, it was super hard. I mean, the bind especially, like, we were in the lead and I could feel that they started gaining momentum. And I remember, like, the specific round, I got a 4K on B. And after that, I was like, yeah, there's no chance we lose this. There's no chance. So, they played super well. I'm really proud of us for keeping our composure. I think that's what made us win the game.
먼저 이제 헤리틱스가 분명히 큰 리드를 잡았는데 젠지가 서서히 이제 흐름을 되찾아가는 게 느껴졌고, 근데 또 벤지 피쉬 선수가 워낙 B사이트에서 4킬을 한 이후에는 진짜 우리 이거 이긴다. 진짜 젠지가 이거를 이길 리가 없다. 우리가 반드시 이긴다라는 마음이 들었기 때문에 너무 힘든 경기였지만 그래도 굉장히 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 헤리틱스 같은 경우에는 이제 바인드 조합을 바꿔 가져왔는데 사실 그동안 예전 조합으로 치렀던 경기들 결과가 나쁘지 않았거든요. 왜 바꾼 건지 자세히 물어보도록 할게요. You guys changed your comp on bind. I mean, why? Because it was working for you. Why?
I mean, I think we just kind of wanted to change. It was, I think that comp for us was Prime and like Shanghai. And to be honest, I think Genji would have prepared for our old comp. So, I mean, we played this comp before at kickoff, like in stage 1. So we kind of had experience of it and we knew if we just practiced it a little bit, we'll be good at it. And that's why we brought it back. So, yeah.
일단 예전에 썼던 조합은 킥오프 때 썼던 조합이고 워낙 상하이 때도 잘 썼었는데 그때까지 좀 이 조합으로 최고의 포텐셜을 낼 수 있었던 것 같고 또 이제 젠지가 아무래도 헤리틱스의 예전 조합을 많이 연구했을 것 같기도 해서 이 킥오프 때 썼던 조합을 다시 한번 가져와서 조금 더 좋은 모습을 보여주기 위해서 이런 조합을 기용했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 해서 1시드로 플레이오프에 진출하게 됐는데 사실 사람들이 이 그룹을 죽음의 조라고 부르기도 했습니다. 이제 모든 경기 다 치르고 플레이오프로 진출하게 됐는데 스스로도 그리고 선수들도 죽음의 조라고 느꼈는지도 궁금하네요. Now, people call this group the group of death. Did it really feel like group of death for you?
Yeah. I mean, both games, the FPX one and this one, like some of the hardest games I've ever played. I mean, FPX, the first one, went map 3 overtime. This one, like we lost at 13-11, whatever. Then last map as well, super close. I think we have to like put our all into it to really win. And yeah, I mean, it felt very, very hard.
확실히 죽음의 조가 맞는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는 게 FPX와 젠지 게임 모두 벤지 피쉬 선수가 했던 경기 중에서 정말 역대로 힘들었던 경기가 아닐까 싶다고 얘기를 하고 FPX 같은 경우에도 3세트 오버타임까지 라운드까지 가서 끝냈는데 젠지를 상대로도 오늘 굉장히 팽팽한 경기, 뭐 13대 11 경기를 펼쳤기 때문에 굉장히 힘든 게 아니었나, 정말 죽음의 조가 맞다라고 느낀다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 벤지피쉬 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations, 벤지피쉬, once again. Now everybody give it up for 벤지피쉬.
Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And that's all we have for the post-match interview down here on stage. But stay tuned because we have DRX versus Fnatic coming up after the break.
It's the run back of the Shanghai Masters final. Gen.G taking on Team Heretics. And even though there is respect across that stage for both of the squads, when you're in that server, you got to put all that aside. It's all about picking up the win and locking up that first seed.
But they've still got 4 to fight.
Texture already spotted, but he's going half! 3 already! Karen takes away the ace possibility, and again, he'll be denied the 5th. But Gen.G win the round, and I guess that's all that matters.
Texture this time there with the opener. Karen does go down though, again.
Ult by Meteor to grab the info, and he sees them. Grabs back side control. They've already floated back in through the choke point. Now they just have to fight on the sides, and the drop from Lakia, it buys enough space. The kills swinging either way, but with Boo on 20 HP, it's down to Munchkin again, but this time, it's Heretics coming out on top.
Oh my god!
Here it comes, the big play. The spray is good. Mini Boo dropped immediately, flash for backside. And the spray from Munchkin, good. Good job, he's got that rifle, and Meteor spearheading this push. Now a 1 versus 4.
They've used the divide.
To try to spray, but he can't with the Cosmic Divide. They get it across the line at the last second, 13-11 on Heretics map pick. Tugged. And Mini Boo's backing up the fight inside the door. This season absolutely perfect. And Woot, he can't get himself out of there in time. Caught trying to take a fight and at least make his lost life worth it. But Texture, 3 kills already under his belt. The lurk no longer there. Now they look just towards the side. A little whiffy for Meteor. A chance with Munchkin though on the backside, dodging the paranoia and landing a headshot. The one-way already surpassed though. Lakia has dropped down below and he's got support up top. But up goes Woot. The 10 health man still getting the damage done. They're both quite low. And a man like Texture keen to convert. The first shots don't land, but nor to the last. It's Rien's taking it across the line in an essential round for Team Heretics. Perhaps offered Meteor a chance to isolate the fight, and he connects the shot. Lockdown now in play, and it's Benji Fishy needing the clutch to keep the stream alive. And Heretics got themselves a 3rd map here. An impressive comeback into Lotus. They've taken Gen.G down, something they couldn't do on Shanghai on this map. Wants to go. Secondary location chosen. Mini Boo out of the ult and catching Karen on the fallback. Flash around the left side. Meteor's done well to keep this one competitive. His 3rd already under his belt and still challenged the 4th and denied the 5th. It's Woot. Only Munchkin between him and a round victory.
Get right up in his face. Go for that final shot! And it is perfect.
Bang! Let's go!
The players out of Hookah are desperately trying to just fish out where that Viper is going to be hiding from. And the flashes have done well. Benji gets 1. Texture now dropped as well. This is starting to fall apart a little bit, but they still haven't dealt with the pit. Still looking for where that last man standing. Karen holding his ground as he'll come out with a 3rd. But that spike is already being diffused. They have to get towards it. And guess what? Another 4K will be there for Gen.G.
An impressive comeback in the series, in the map, and Benji Fishy to close it. 13-10. 2-1. Everyone expected Gen.G to be the ones taking this across the line, but somehow Los Niños have gotten it done.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Guys, थोड़ा डेथ मैच खेल लेंगे हम लोग. थोड़ा हम भी अपने हाथ गर्म कर ले क्या? चलो यार, हम भी खेलते थोड़ा सा. जब तक मैच स्टार्ट होने में अभी पूरे 20 मिनट है. अप्रॉक्सिमेटली 20 मिनट हो गए. बीस मिनट तो होंगे. Let's go. टीम डेथ मैचेस खेलते हैं, थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस करते हैं यार। क्या हो गया? अभी मैच में कितने मिनट हैं? मैच गाइस 5 बजे शुरू होगा या 5:10 पे शुरू होगा? DRX वर्सेस
मैच फाउंड।
फनाटिक और DRX का मैच है, तो 5 बजे के 10-15 मिनट में स्टार्ट होगा। जब तक हम प्रैक्टिस करते हैं।
They have no idea how heartless I am.
यार भाई किसने पिक कर लिया? मैंने भी तो पिक करा था। एजेंट मेरा पिक करा हुआ एजेंट नहीं आएगा भाई क्या? क्या बात है?
Plane, Charlie. Literally.
तरह खेलता हूँ भाई। डेथ मैच में इस तरह खेल। टीम डेथ मैच में इस तरह। मैटिक मैच है ना भाई, वो लेवल का मैच हो रहा है। ये मैच बहुत खतरनाक है DRX और फनाटिक का। इसमें टफनेस होगी, इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा डोमिनेशन दिखाएगी फनाटिक। मुझे तो लगता है फनाटिक विन करेगी, बाकी पता नहीं, ऑब्वियसली कोई और जीतेगा। डाल देता हूँ पोल भी। पोल चेंज कर देता हूँ मैं। Which quality do you stream? भाई वही 1080 पे कर रहा हूँ ब्रो। 60 FPS 1080। मैच स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ क्या अभी?
Reloading. Reloading.
Let the killing begin. Haven't you got somewhere to be that isn't here?
Oh. Gotta go.
Let's go guys, देखते हैं कौन जीतेगा फनाटिक और इनके मैच में। अभी टाइम है स्टार्ट होने का, प्रैक्टिस ही कर लो। आ गया भाई, मैं रिटर्न कर तो गया।
I'm out of here.
the fuck?
I need a stop. I'm out of here. Go to target and stop.
स्टार कैसे डालते हैं?
Go to target and start. Without a star, I cannot. Reloading.
अरे तो भैया डाली कैसे स्टार? मुझे नहीं आता इस तरह खेलना।
Reloading.
परचेज करना पड़ेगा कुछ। ये क्या मिले?
Dropped. I need a star. Reloading. Finished. Down. Grenade.
ये bro.
Reloading. Concealment. Blocking vision. Reloading.
Fuck.
New stage in 10.
I'm out of here.
Aqua.
Gotta go.
Stage
Can't
3.
use that yet.
Back up. My ult's ready.
Can't use that yet.
3.
Reloading. Out of the charges. Yikes. Out of the charges. Raise it. Finger. Nice.
Here we go.
Pulling them in.
Next.
That's 3.
Without a star, I cannot. Reloading.
Leon.
Go, go, go. Get it.
10 seconds until stage change.
Go to target and start.
Final stage.
I'm out of astral stars. I need a star. Knocking them. Can't use that yet. Go to target and start.
My ult.
I need a star. Obscuring vision. Pulling them in. I'm out of here. Without a star, I cannot. Without a star, I cannot. Concealment. Boom. 'Cause the charges. Can't you?
अबे यार क्या कर दिया इसने? स्मोक रिलोड नहीं होती है। अच्छी किल थी वे एस था मेरा।
Fire in the hole.
Kills to go.
Kill.
भाई कैसे नहीं मरी है भाई?
Better luck next life. Obscuring fit out of the charges. Party's over. Hey. Last dinner.
चल बे।
What's this? Put the target at stop. Pulling them in. Get out of my way.
GG guys. Let's go. AFK वार्निंग क्यों मिली है? AFK कब गया हम? AFK गया कब मैं भाई? AFK वार्निंग क्यों मिली है मेरे को?
Match found.
ये समझ नहीं आ रही है AFK वार्निंग क्या? गाइस पहला मैप है अवेस लोटस पॉइंट। एक और हम डेजावू करेंगे। दोनों टीम्स ने फिर से वही चीज सेलेक्ट की है। डेजावू होने वाला है गाइस। जल्दी से पूरा कर दे फटाफट से और फिर मैच को स्टार्ट करते दिखाते गाइस। फनेटिक ही जीतेगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डोमिनेशन करेगी। तो अभी जाएंगे बस इस डेथ मैच के बाद मैं स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि अभी तो 5 मिनट और लगेंगे। तो तब तक एक डेथ मैच खेल लेते हैं यार। हमारी पहली प्रेडिक्शन गलत हो गई। पहली प्रेडिक्शन हमारी गलत थी कि भाई हम लोग जीत रहे हैं, जेनजी जीत रही है और जेनजी को भाई वाकई में हराना बहुत मुश्किल था। चौकी क्या खेल रहा है? योरू खेल रहा है। टर्की प्लेइंग योरू यार। अल्फजर और ये सब भाई केजे खेलता है। अल्फजर में केजे बेस्ड है वो उसका। केजे बेस्ड तो बेस्ट ही बेस्ट रहेगा। चलो गाइस जल्दी से खेलते हैं, उसके बाद मैं मैच को लगाता हूँ। स्टार्ट करते हैं। यार रनिंग भागा जा रहा है।
So long. 10 seconds until stage change. Heads up. Stage 2.
भाई इसको लगा क्यों दिए?
New stage in 10.
Reloading.
Stage 3. Who's next?
He has targets.
भाई एरिस कौन चलाता है बे? क्योंकि एरिस चला Two kills in a row. भाई फ्लैश हेड क्यों नहीं रही है? कितनी देर में फ्लैश रहेगी?
Still in sight. Not ready yet.
एरिस कर रही है भाई, कब से एरिस कर रही है? एरिस के अलावा कुछ नहीं कर रही है।
Final stage.
Cutting their vision. Someone's there. Not ready. They will go. Ready. Saw you.
Ultimate orb scoring.
अरे यार ये रिलोडिंग आ जाती है बे। रिलोडिंग
Face your fear!
Nobody.
Cutting their vision.
Taken out.
Running headshot मारा nobody.
Gotcha.
Get him, wingman.
Wingman's down.
मेरे भी दे पड़ा था जब से।
Somebody's there. Four down.
Still in sight.
जोरू टाइमिंग दे तेरी।
15 kills to go.
तो ओडिंग चला रहा।
Cutting their vision.
Here we go.
10 kills.
Pissed. Four down.
Shadows travel.
Not ready yet.
Who's next? Remaining.
I'm out of here.
पीछे। चलो गाइस लगाते हैं यार, मैच स्टार्ट हो चुके हैं। एक तो राउंड हो चुके हैं। 1 मिनट में लगाता हूँ।
Is able to hold that defuse down to half, but he eats quite a bit of damage now, down to 58. Pop flash from Foxy9, swing onto the corner. Alpier going to be good for it. Buzz right back in onto the spike. Can they get there in time? There's the setup on the star. The gravel coming through. He cannot scope in. The turret is set up.
No time left.
Buzz is going to have to back away.
Oh, can't quite hit that shot. Does get one parting gift in Alfier and will die to the spike, but you can see that so much of this round and so much of these rounds for Fnatic on this attacker side are going to be about having Boaster alive. If he can be alive, he makes it nearly impossible. Him and Alpha together can delay. This is that old post-plant meta that we saw back in the day all over again. And you still have very similar tools to work with. You even have the snake bite as well from Hero. So DRX needs to, I think, start being a little bit more aware that the way they played retakes against Crew, where they could just kind of flood retake, sort of use their abilities with the KO and other things to clear space, the Omen Paranoia, aren't going to be as effective here. You're going to have to find ways to get into Fnatic's back line to disrupt them.
We'll leave Durka at the moment watching in case Buzz was going to be going for a smoggy play.
Better safe than sorry.
Yep. Covering all the angles, but as we can see, Buzz posted up here in mid, reinforced by Mako. It's a little bit further behind, but widely, these knives, that's the big punch, the only real punch that DRX have aside from a singular Sheriff in the hands of Flashback.
50 votes, yeah, no,
Losing that operator due to the spike in the previous round, certainly hurting DRX's odds here.
No doubt about it. Buzz now starting to push through. You do have the turret to check. Buzz can hear it. They're going to use a dart to clear a little bit of space. Fnatic now starting to make their way towards B. Just Foxy9 there currently.
Oh, there's the watch, but Buzz still going to be good for 2 before getting taken down. A very solid value found. He's continuing to do some damage, at least stop the snowball of the economy here. As push up into the smoke, Foxy9 unplugged by it, pushes out, gets a smattering of damage across on the Durka. Cannot find that kill. Both are now watching a quick peek of the shoulder there from Bane, who has to back away.
I love the way they're
Mako
using this Yoru.
Slinking in from behind, recovers that weapons, able to find one. Gives them a fighting chance. As Dirk going to be taken down. Flashback with a headshot, putting that Sheriff to good use. Now Alpha all on his lonesome. You can find the 2 kills. That'll be locked down for the next round as Bane caught unawares. Set up here. Double Nanos on top, but the headshot comes through. Nanos don't mean a damn. Flashback will get them over the finish line. His second kill of the round, second round win for DRX. As they go ahead and pick up a Thrifty.
Yeah, and this is the patience that you need to see from DRX to get into the backlines, to start disrupting Fnatic. You can't let them get into comfortable post plants. You have to be coming at them from multiple angles. You have to be taking out a couple of those deep, you know, near global utilities that you have available in this comp. So, very good job here for DRX. And are they going to be able to take the lessons they learned from this eco and build upon that into the future rounds?
But is important
overall,
I
really like Fnatic, especially really trying to feed Durka, right? Yep. They're getting him a ton of orbs. He's always the one planting. They've got the lineup for the TP right to the back site. That's another thing DRX might want to consider checking.
I mean, but going into this one, Durka does have that Phantom in hand. He's one away from having that next dimensional drift online. If there was ever a setup to be able to try to get yourself a back-to-back Thrifty win, this would be it for Fnatic, because they have that lockdown. They're one away from that dimensional drift as well as the Viper's Pit. Buzz, though, going to look to try to deny them the opportunity, but first up shot going to be going wide. He gets tagged down to 88. Recon up over the top, the spot of the leg. Able to find Hero, Buzz on the repeat, taking down Chronicle. But he's just stuck here in the smoke, and Durka, it's easy enough for him to collect. As soon as that suppression is gone, he can just go ahead, slap the mask on face. Pushing forward, though, Foxy and Bane, 2-man firing squad. Able to find one apiece here before Bane gets taken down. The flash is gorgeous on the back of the site, and that is going to be the swing through to go ahead and bring us to parity, tied up 3-3.
Yeah, nice job here by DRX. Cutting off Fnatic at the point of attack. Never really letting anything snowball out of control there. Dealing with Durka's ult very nicely, but now you've got the lockdown and the Viper's Pit to consider. You do have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown, though. And Buzz there, all the util in the world dumped at him. Great flash here from Foxy9, has help from above from Mako. Good double swing. And the fans, the hometown fans, liking what they see so far for DRX. Now let's see.
They need something to cheer for after the opening series.
I mean, it was still very close. There was still a lot to cheer for, just didn't end probably the way they wanted.
Well, now, lockdown still available. That pit at the ready. Null Command, Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury, plenty of util available here to the side of DRX to try to gain the lead for themselves.
Yeah, and they've got all the kind of tic-tac-toe counters to what Fnatic wants to do.
Yeah.
You have the Hunter's Fury, you have the Neural Theft in case they Viper's Pit. You know, who knows? With the Null Command, that can be used in a lot of great situations. You get a good read on where the attack's going to be. Oh, Mako.
The timing from Mako. Catching Hero unawares. The assault here on the A side still going to be coming through. Cam able to get the ping out, though, onto one. Boaster just trying to hightail it out. As flashback now, Neural Theft going to be in play as he pushes up into the Cyber Cage. The reveal getting ready to come in. Spam across. Not too much going to be found there onto Alphier, but he's able to dodge out. That shock dart. And now Fnatic are in such a rough position. Turret still available to him, I do believe. As that would note this position, but Buzz doesn't push far enough forward. Now he says, guys, I've got the spike.
This is just what this mid control that DRX likes to establish on this map does to you. It makes it so difficult to go anywhere. You have to fight tooth and nail to get into these sites sometimes. This is going to be one of those rounds, and certainly looking like it's going to be a save at this point for Fnatic.
Yep, I'll just have to stay set back.
And all it takes is those little plays, like Mako did here. A lot of times it's been players like Bane and Buzz doing a great job controlling mid, sometimes Foxy9 as well. Mako now using that Omen ability to get in there and take a player down very nicely. So things looking pretty rock solid for DRX. And yeah, Fnatic's going to take a timeout. Yeah. Now you're starting to get a pretty good read here as DRX. I love the middle aggression in particular. That's something that has to be addressed by Fnatic in this time.
Let's see what the call looks like, but I think overall a decent time here for the side of Fnatic. The streak, the run back here from the side of DRX, something that you want to break immediately. As we'll see what the purchase ends up looking like here for them. It's probably going to be a couple half armors, or mostly half armors across the board. Maybe a Guardian or a Bulldog having to be there, because not everybody is going to be able to get that full-fired rifle. We'll see what they decide to do and whether or not any of these ultimates that they do have available to them are going to come into play.
Yeah, now you've got the Cosmic Divide as well. So that's something that gives you an extra layer to set up maybe just a clean execute towards B again. Just get that plant down, get into those deep post plants rather comfortably. You know, use that to make it so DRX obviously has no idea what's going on the other side of the wall. And if they're not going to push through it or anything like that, you can do what this comp is meant to do, and that's delay, delay, stall, stall, stall. Again, just need to be a little bit more aware of mid. Maybe that's something that I think they look to have Hero do in the previous round. Maybe give him a little bit more instruction on how he can handle it. But it's tricky to fight this DRX comp through mid. They've got cracked aimers. You know, Buzz has been solid with the op. Bane has hit some nasty shots in Pacific on this map. So things you have to watch out for is how good they are at holding those angles and how disciplined they are at using counter utility. A lot of times they'll send out the recon dart early to kind of establish control. And this time around, nice to try to check. Fnatic does end up backpedaling, but once again, Buzz this time pushed up.
Yeah, different angle.
Further forward, yep.
The drone still will clear.
Should be cleared by
fast enough clear. Yep, okay, Foxy has to go for the re-peek to be able to get it. Gate crash now, working its way forward. The first shot not going to connect. He's just trying to see if he can suss it out. Knife to go ahead and clear out that TP. He's not falling for the bait here on the fake out. Couple shots flying through. Durka crouched, able to avoid that damage. But for now, the Null Command widely just keeping them locked in position, but Fnatic looking to play this patiently.
That's great there. Buzz able to take out that TP from Durka. That's been a real pain point for DRX early on in this map. Here comes that Cosmic Divide right across the B site.
Paranoia going to be sent out here, going to be forced back. Foxy9 going to be taken down low, tries to survive here, and looks like for the time being will. Buzz gets set up on the angle, final tag, getting a connection there. Alphier knocked down to 45, and for now, things going to be stagnant as somehow Foxy coming away with that kill. Gets that a limb. Alphier able to trade one back as Mako will fall, but Durka and Alpha, they're widely just stuck in place. All four remaining members of DRX, they are here, and Buzz is not missing his shots right now.
Durka seemingly just going to have to go for a save once again. Not enough time at this point to get to the other side of the map.
10 seconds left.
The idea behind that Cosmic Divide is to cut off all the angles from the link, from heaven, for DRX to be able to cover it. The problem is Foxy9 and Buzz are already ahead of it. You know, Buzz is holding that angle now. They've decided to kind of change up some of the protocols, some of the ideas that Buzz has with that op to make sure he's going to cover jump, to make sure that it's going to be a lot more difficult for Fnatic to get over there carefully to make sure that TP is cleared. So some really nice adjustments of their own during that timeout from DRX.
Now, the lead a bit more firm here in their grasp, 5-3. And timeout not working a treat, but still, the arsenal might be weaker here for the side of Fnatic, but they still do have those ultimates to try to work off of. All it takes is one crucial opening, one pick, and a round can absolutely spiral out of control.
Slow start. Some smoke sent down mid from both squads. Fnatic has that Viper Orb on the top ledge, making it a little bit difficult, potentially, for DRX. I'm already seeing a ping towards the vent, just having to maybe be cognizant of it. I think that camera that Flashback has should cover that angle. And now Bane even sliding on back, but no contact found. And the weak buy, Fnatic trying to find a way to get back into a site, to get that spike down, and to get back into the comfort of this comp.
Slow going. 3 players hovering in this position. 0 point going to be going out, and that catches onto 4, denying the drone as well. Smoke from Mako to come through, and this is going to force a reroute here from the side of Fnatic. Mid still being watched by Bane, but he loses out the fight. Alfier able to find an opening there. But Mako answering back in kind, finds one, suspects the forward player, and is able to take down Boaster. Swings back around. Hero widely just stuck in behind the poison orb. Smoke on the main, but the re-hit here onto the B site about to come through, but Foxy and Buzz, they have lingered. They're still here to try to fight back. Swing onto the corner, and Buzz is so damn ready for it.
10 seconds left.
And Chronicle now, just the time is not going to be there. The spike is going to be stranded, and Hero is still just trapped, pinned over in mid. No opportunity for the backstab. That lead grows now by 3. DRX continuing to look excellent here on Abyss.
Yeah, really sturdy stuff. Fnatic started to punch back a little bit, starting to try to fight for that mid control. They do get the opening pick, but Mako, steady as always, steps up to the plate, takes down 2. That's clean there on Alpha. A little less clean on Boaster, but that's okay. Gets the job done. Buzz, it's been such a huge boon for this DRX squad that he has stepped up with the op.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's always been good, but this year it is starting to be great.
Not sure what happened, but maybe Buzz just spending an immense amount of time in AIM Labs, hanging out with Jimmy Lin, learning how to op. But it's been incredible from him.
Man knows when he can fight his angles.
That he does. Once again, though, slow going here from the side of Fnatic, and it just seems like that confidence to just go for a fast pacey hit has not been there because DRX has been pushing it back against them so very well. But now, speed about to get ramped up a bit. Lockdown going to come into play. It's like widely waiting to see what the response looks like here on the opposite side. They know there's no Hunter's Fury to try to clear this out. Ultimately, DRX just going to have to give that space up.
And this is going to be tough for DRX now.
Oh, the ping reveal and flashback, able to strike, finds that kill. Bane was covering fire, takes down Hero. Lingering his way into back sight. The cleanup is swift, but Alfier punching back a bit. Finds one, tap onto the plant, Chronicle hunting for that elimination, but Bane shuts down those hopes and dreams, and Alpha once again is going to be the last man standing, and he's completely and utterly surrounded. Bane with a big round. 3 kills for him. DRX now 7-3.
I was very wrong. It was not tough for DRX at all. They completely stymied this hit. I mean, flashback there finds that ping.
It was that cam.
Yep. Yep. That cam. Huge for him. And I thought DRX was going to have to play post plant there because looking at the map, they were pretty well off from that position, but flashback just finds that moment to strike. I mean, I think that's something that DRX has really started to do well, is just keep them from getting that plant down. As basic as that sounds, that is a huge win condition for DRX on this defender side. And they have really started to snowball 7 or 6 in a row? 6 in a row.
Shock trying to clear out some of this util, but widely everything being missed here so far. Just watching that drone. Dart at the ready, sent, push forward. There's the ping reveal. Catching on the 2, flashback does get taken down though. They're able to find one. Bane dropping out of that B tower, finds one before falling. Now, For the first time in a long time, the man advantage is there. Pop Flash going to be sent, looking for the interrupt. Foxy eventually able to stabilize that aim to take down Chronicle, but Alpha is able to trade him back out. And now it's Buzz all on his lonesome. The mask goes on the Dimensional Drift on the hunt, trying to spot out Buzz's position. Eventually, we'll just TP back over into A main here. Buzz not wanting to look like a fool. Dashes forward. AWP still in hand. A shot ringing out. Hearing Alpha in above him. Knows now that it's clear. But where are the others? Seeking target. Swinging forward, making a bit of noise here. Has to be suspicious still about Tower, maybe even the wraparound from behind. Pushes up left side and cannot find the shot. Durka with 45 HP will survive. It's going to be another MasterCard Thrifty here for Fnatic to get a 4th round win. Now we go into the last round of the half.
And finally, some stability for Fnatic. They're able to fight nicely on the way into the B site. Alfier just stepping through some deep utility with that nano.
Let's go, yeah.
Flush flash back
round
out.
in the half.
Able to cover Heaven as well. Really nicely done. Good adjustments. Finally, another round win for Fnatic. They try to follow through. See if they can make this 7-5. DRX, once again with that op, over towards the B side.
Double stack op. It's Foxy picking up one as well.
Foxy's going too, you're right.
Yeah, so double op set up for that B site.
Oh, goodness.
Likely does have a backup rifle just in case things get a little bit hairy, but ultimately, the defenders here on this A side just want to try to drive those players over to that B hit. Make them fall for it, make them fall into that trap. From there, it does come down to them connecting their shots.
Yeah, exactly. But so far, Fnatic is really doing a good job of not kind of falling for any of DRX's trickery until now.
Mako is on such a deep push forward.
That timing is so
Hunter's
good.
Fury opened up. Chronicle on the hunt, finding Foxy9, looking for a little bit more. Won't be able to get it. But Mako very much implanted here in this forward spot, but he's got to be on a swivel as there's Hero swinging around, and this time he gets the better of him. The timing on his side. 2-man advantage here for the side of Fnatic is once again, they're going to start working their way in towards A, and Flashback has to be the one to try to hold the line. Couple shots coming through, just looking for that grab combo into the Nano Swarm. Unable to find it. Tap on the plant, not for the hold. Forward position though, and Bane is not ready for that, but Flashback answering, finds 2. Buzz trying to scope in, cannot find it, and would have to be an ace clutch now for Flashback to get them this 8-4 score line. The push forward, Hero with the shorty will put him down. Fnatic managed to get themselves up to 5 as we swap sides.
Yeah, really good discipline for Fnatic towards the end of this, especially with these mid re-clears. Reading Mako's lurk. Saw that in the tape. I think he did it against Crew, but
the attack Fnatic up to 5 at the very end. Those last few rounds for them looking a bit more like the Fnatic that we've come to expect here in the tournament thus far. Does that continue? And can they pick up that next pistol win?
Yeah, definitely some good adjustments there towards the end of that half for Fnatic. And DRX had a pretty solid defender side, but this is generally a little bit more defender sided for a lot of teams. So we'll see if DRX can find some magic to take their map pick here on Abyss, or if Fnatic is going to be sturdy on their defense with this comp. A lot to consider for the side of DRX because of this comp. There's a lot of smokes, a lot of ways that you can get trapped in corners, at choke points, trying to get through towards the site. So I think, again, mid control going to be relatively important for DRX throughout. And they are already somewhat considering the same. Gonna take a peek. There is a turret out there, gets cleared.
Here.
Being just able to get rid of that recon here, not allowing for the ping to go through. Widely no information given over here, just a bit of noise being made in mid. As Fnatic realizing, okay, we've given up a lot of space. This flank could be coming through. Start to rotate around. And they would be right as the push gets ready to come in.
It's just, are they gonna have enough forces to stop this?
Oh my God, well, snappy headshot from Boaster and Chronicle with a two-piece. Finds Foxy and Flashback. Bane now going to be taken down as this looks to be a flawless, unless Mako has something to say about it. A couple players worked low, plenty of footsteps being made. Finds the headshot, oh, falls for the fake out.
30 seconds
Not going to get punished yet as he jumps across over onto the rope. Drops down, rides back up, the swing now coming through. Nearly ends up falling down after losing some of that momentum, but it's snappy with a follow-up. Pulls back away, concussed here for the moment. Mako putting up a solid effort, but ultimately is still in such a rough position. Can even make it in time. He's going to go ahead and go for the sprint. Rushing through. Chronicle there to intercept. Cannot stop him on the drop down, but can certainly swing in. He's going to try to go for the knife. No. Push up into the smoke and will be able to deny the plant. Crucially, that money not there for DRX.
Yeah, this is really nice here for Fnatic. Just a good read and even better shooting to stop DRX in their tracks. You know, again, DRX is overcommitting a few extra players, but the shots are just too good from Boaster and Chronicle. Chronicle watching over Boaster's shoulder and just nails a couple nasty shots. Chronicle just able to get there in time as well. And Foxy9 always positive in terms of his spirits, no matter what's going on in the score lines.
Even with an injury.
I know, he's just unflappable in terms of his just happy,
cheeriness.
Yeah, his cheeriness, his energy. Such a nice kid. And now DRX on an eco, all classics, nobody buying up to anything. Just couldn't even get that plant down. Guardian, Bulldog, Vandal for Durka. Similar to what we saw from Fnatic in their previous anti-eco, except a few buy downs compared to the last one. DRX doesn't like what they see. Just gonna immediately hightail it over, leaving Flashback behind as that lurking player. See if they can break through Boaster on the A side.
Boaster alone here for now. Grab the orb. Fast track towards this Hunter's Fury here from Bane. 3 charges thus far. Flash on the corner at the ready as Chronicle now gets himself situated up in tower. And looks like we're going to be playing a little bit of back and forth here. Pendulum swinging. Don't like what they see on the A side. And let's go back over to B. Flashback. He's pushed in decently deep.
I think he got
Could
spotted.
catch somebody off guard, maybe.
I'm pretty sure he got spotted there on the cross.
They're at least wary about it. If nothing else, Fnatic have been very good about identifying what space they've given up, but Flashback nearly finding 2 with a classic in hand. Snake might now going to be going through. Blood's going to be taken down. Durka able to find that. 3 players left standing. As DRX just look to try to see if they can do any real damage here. Flash going to be sent out, swing onto the corner. Durka eventually able to find his mark, but Bane does put down a hero. Any more deaths from here, and that would be costly for the side of Fnatic, but so far they will be able to hold on to their weapons, the ones that matter. And as the defuse comes in, they will tie us up at 7-7.
Still very, very clean with those classics. Or DRX. Flashback, he's been nuts with them.
Yeah.
He's absolutely cracked with that gun. And that's unusual to say, but he hit, what, 3 headshots in a row or something like that there? It was absolutely disgusting. But already DRX with a timeout. Pretty interesting. Already Termi seeing something he doesn't like or something that they need to be aware of in terms of how they handle themselves. But I thought that round was pretty clean overall in terms of making the best out of bad situations.
Yeah, I mean, consider, you know, it's full classics. You don't do any economic damage realistically, but you still do manage to take down a couple players. This time you get the spike planted. I do agree. I think overall it's a good one, but clearly Termi maybe noticing something here, wants to go ahead, call this timeout, and get a really solid plan in place as they get ready to go into Fnatic's bonus.
Absolutely. Very curious to see what DRX is going to want to do coming out of this timeout. Scoreline all tied up 7-7 in this classic match. Every champions, mark it on your calendar. You're going to meet wherever champions may be in the world, and these two teams are going to collide one way or another.
Yeah, plenty of history between them. Who comes out on top this time? Nobody knows.
And every time it's been a 2-1. One way or the other. I mean, every time.
I mean, that's just DRX.
Well, that's true, too.
Just good old salt of the earth.
Okay.
Punch in, punch out Valorant. I don't have the whole thing memorized. I don't know what they say.
Good.
But it does happen to be that way for the most part with this team.
For sure, for sure. But that's just, yeah, that's who they are. You know, it's
good, honest living.
It is. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, now we go into the rifle v rifle. Timeout call from DRX. Let's see what the game plan looks like. For now, is your point going to be sent out? Nothing noted there. 3 players set up, though, on this A site.
Already that deep cam middle from Flashback gives them a ton of info to work with across this map. Gives them a little bit more comfort to try to lurk. Maybe set up for a crunch through the vents. Try to come in through the other direction. There is that turret there from Alpha towards B-Link. Shock Dart there, trying to clear, not connecting, trying to clear that KJ util. That might have been part of what Termi was talking about. Sending some info over to Bane, identifying where he was noticing some of that utility may have been placed that they could try to clear early to give them a little bit more flexibility.
Flashback, though, quite far forwards, ready to break this door. Chronicle taking a peek at it here for a brief little moment. Tug back. I'm worried about that really deep push coming through. Paranoia going to be sent across. Chronicle able to dodge that. A little bit of spam. Certainly alerting and letting them know that he is in this position. Boaster, in the meantime, stuck here in this nebula. Decides to swing out, puts a little bit of damage down, but ultimately will end up falling. Buzz fishing here at backside, spamming into that smoke here. Just trying to see what he can get. So far, though, it's just going to be a spike plant coming through from DRX. 5 members here in the post plant.
Something really simple there from Mako. Paranoia into a smoke to set up the hit here for DRX to clear out the tower.
I have no tower control, though. Retaking from this position is going to prove to be a bit difficult, especially as Buzz does that. Turns back, Foxy does still fall. Hero able to find that elimination. Double setup, though, in towers. Bane could end up dying. He does. Alpha, a quick peek in, but then shut down. Flashback coming over with the kill. The double push off the weapon scoop up there from Hero. It looks like the call to just save these 2 rifles has been made. DRX are going to be regaining the lead.
Oh, this is just a really well thought out round from start to finish for DRX. Unchallenged in mid, allows Flashback to push up into the vent, clear in there, and as soon as they're ready to make their hit, there's a Paranoia smoke that covers Flashback to move into the Tower of A, take control of that space, set them up for that first kill, and then they're able to lock down. Yeah, there's a few trades from Fnatic. They try to fight back, but the layers there for DRX, too much for Fnatic to get through in the long run.
Ultimately, though, able to carry 2 weapons over.
Sure.
They killed 2, and that's the bonus. They lose the lead, but there's still an opportunity for Fnatic to fight back and bring us back to a tied-up scoreline. 2 Bulldogs going to be in play, but we've seen plenty of teams put those to good use.
Oh, you just caught 2 there. You caught Durka and Chronicle off that knife from Foxy9. So now you're going to maybe want to try to test this defensive setup with the Viper and the KJ, but Durka, of course, is a Yoru. He can very quickly get around the map if needed. So DRX taking their time on this. Dart cleared. Trying to see if they can find that pick, find that extra layer to get in towards the site, but Fnatic not giving them any opportunities. Now it's going to be just a spread of the map again.
Yeah, calls being made. I mean, Boaster in a far forward position here at main. Kind of needs to win out this fight. And as always gets caught. And, okay, he's able to back away. himself out to safety, and then Mako seemingly going to make the call, like, okay, actually, let's go B instead.
Chronicle's already used all of his info gathering utility, so now Boaster needs to use his body to go do that to make sure.
Shock dart, not going to find the bounce there on the Bane. Chronicle just trying to use that last bit that he had until that recon comes back up to try to get a punish there.
Oh, Bane
onto
here.
the droning Sova, but there's the entry coming through. Buzz up over the top, absolutely dead to rights. Alpier was grinding him into a paste.
But critically, Bane was able to keep enough players distracted over on the A side, give them a little bit of extra room to get through, but man advantage for Fnatic on this retake. Are they going to be able to clear past DRX's defense?
Still have a fragment, a shock dart here to try to set up for the post plant, but you don't have that, that Viper, that vulnerability to try to set up for the kills as easily. Smoke coming through, and Mako hitting the headshot, swings up into the smoke, fires off a couple shots, spots out Durka, finds him as well, swings back in, Hero able to dodge out those bullets. But now, 3 members standing, Hero, one more pulse would take him down. Flashback Bane just trying to buy some time, and Flashback will be able to do just that. Spots out the last player, knows that he's low, cannot win the fight. But Fnatic cannot get the defuse. Chronicle will be left alive with 10 HP, and DRX will move up by 2.
This rookie has been brilliant this year. That is such good awareness, such good shooting. Mako, what else can you say? That is ridiculously good reactions. Mako's Mako, though. He's a known quantity. He has been incredible for years. But Flashback, this new player for DRX, has been instrumental on Abyss time and time again for DRX.
I mean, I believe it was Sideshow that said it, that if anybody was going to overtake Karan as Rookie of the Year, you would have to win Champions. Flashback, that's exactly what he wants to do.
Oh, he's certainly looking good so far. He's definitely a contender, no doubt about it.
I mean, on the opposite side of the stage, though, we should also mention Hero, who in just a very short period of time has also proven himself to be absolutely incredible and very, very much qualified to step into Leo's shoes here. As for now, gummed up on the approach. Well, shots to the box as they try to assess where they want to go for the plan here. Nebula's going to be coming through. Looks they want to try to use this against Fnatic to be able to safely get that spike planted. They do so. Buzz with the Outlaw still playing forward. Takes a couple shots, goes for the swing, and Alfie able to put him down. Once again, man advantage going to be there. Outlaw can be scooped up for them as Foxy having to tuck back, nearly getting picked off. Ping gets the reveal. The grab well to try to pull him forward. And Boaster on the hunt. Shock Dart will find him, however, as it's going to be a trade out as Bane also gets Durka. The fuse out, going to be held, covering fire. Alpier shuts it down. The fuse held to half. The dueling Hunter's Fury's coming through, and Bane loses out on the fight. Now Flashback on his lonesome. Gets a blind shot, but cannot do anything more. Spike will be defused. Hero will be shut down on that push up. But Fnatic with 2 players surviving will once again get within touching distance of DRX.
And you're seeing the fearsomeness of this Fnatic comp when they have time, when they have comfort to set up all this util. First of all, I love Alpha's early nano swarm there to buy himself some time when he gets paranoid on top of the box, to give his team a little bit more ability to make some quick rotations. But then you have so much ability to make Foxy9 so miserable behind the jump. The snake bite into the grab well, into a shock dart. I mean, just absolutely annoying to deal with, and they convert. They get the kill off the util.
Oh, Durka. There's the jiggle peek. Now they know the operative's going to be there, and this orb take is not going to be punished. So now he's got that dimensional drift online and immediately TP's away. Buzz going to be noted. They know that there's 2 players here and he just wants to try to disguise maybe that Vandal as much as possible, but as he draws it out, they'll see it in the silhouette.
And once again, DRX starting to line up. Flashback has taken a lot of space, but weak on the weaponry this time. Can watch his back, can wait for the rest of the team, but they're pinging it out. Fnatic knows they've given this space up, and knows that it is decently likely that Flashback has taken advantage of it.
Yeah, ping's coming down, though, also from the side of DRX. Wary that there could be somebody just on the opposite side of this very flimsy door.
This is going to be tough. Buzz with that Hero Vandal.
He's looking for the entry, the dash forward. First op shot going to be going wide. Chronicle able to find it. There's the ping reveal, and Durka ends up getting flushed out, but Boaster finding one, but Buzz finding a second. Mako at the same time gets rid of Chronicle. Op is going to be scooped up. Buzz says, thank you very much. Lockdown available for Alpha here. Does he send it, though, in a 2v3, knowing that weapons are recovered. Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Opts to go for it. The fragment isn't in play. You know, there's nothing to really clear this one out unless Buzz gets on a deep enough line. But now Buzz is out into the open. He's got nowhere to go but down into the depths. Snake bite on the one side. The smoke. A bit of a question mark there. As Alpha going for the defuse. Mako waiting patiently. Here's the retap. Knows that it's up to half. Swings back in and cannot make it happen. Narrow margins, but Fnatic will tie us up.
I mean, Buzz is also really, really good on his entries as usual. Knocking a couple down, but an even better retake here from Fnatic. Able to use that lockdown to great success. Buzz there working that angle against Durka so nicely. Ready for the follow-up. Huge shots from Mako. Not sure what happened with that smoke. Just a little bit too quick on the trigger with it, maybe. Panicked a little bit.
Either way, I mean, that felt like that was a must-win round for the side of Fnatic, given the commitment with that lockdown. So are able to find that win. They've got 3 ultimates to try to counteract the 4 that are available on the side of DRX. Off is back in hand here for Durka.
Well, now you have a ton of ults for DRX. Have that null command. You have the neural theft. You can find an opening. Might be able to take advantage of it. Now Durka with that op. Going to try to challenge that catwalk that has been given up to Flashback a couple times already. Been a bit of a pain point, so need to find a different way to adjust to it. I like this change up from Fnatic. Making sure that that extra angle is going to be that much more difficult for DRX to create. And they're just making sure that this space is clear. I mean, we've already seen a couple times where Fnatic players have pressure towards this orb, whether it be Durka, whether it be Boaster.
Oh, TP up in the tower.
Well, that's a different way to get in there.
Mako, as Paranoid's going to go across, won't connect on anybody, but he gets a smoke out, but Flashback taken down. Alpha here finding that punish here in mid. Knew that he was going to be going for it no matter what. The patience pays off. Fnatic once again, man advantage. Quick drift across from Bane, spotting out Chronicle's positions. The null command now going to be coming through from Foxy9. Shocked out a little bit too deep. Damage not going to be found. Hero looking to pressure around the back. Another smoke going to be sent. Mako turning his sights back in. Catches a glimpse, but cannot catch the shot. He gets eliminated as this dimensional drift leads the charge. Bane now in such a poor position. Completely and utterly surrounded. Doesn't know which way to look. And that is going to be a flawless as Fnatic will gain the lead.
Phenomenal retake here from the side of Fnatic. Able to give up that space to DRX willingly. I like the idea there from Mako to TP into vents. Try to create that extra angle, but Fnatic just says, that's fine, we'll give it up. We have the dimensional drift. We can use that. Plus they cut down Flashback as well. So that extra layer of lurking not available at all. And he just leads the charge and Alpha's just watching, just saying, one here, okay, bang, next, go. I've got it. Really nicely dialed up there from Fnatic.
This is going to be DRX back over onto an eco. Still not going to be seeing that second timeout call. Terming wanting to hold that perhaps for the next buy round. Neural Theft Blades online. Both are just playing forward, more than happy to eat that null command as he puts, or that 0 point I should say, as Mako gets put down to 49 health. Buzz needing to be crispy here on the entry. Up and over the top, the ping reveal coming through, but just tags up Boaster a bit. Looking for that limb, but now runs out of blades. Just a classic in hand. The side is DRX's, but can they hold it is the question.
What a util combo to try to set Buzz up. It almost works.
Quick peek out. Durka going to be rerouted here. Buzz continuing the jiggle peek, but there's a double wraparound coming through in mid at the moment that he's going to have to try to greet at the door. The push forward. Shot rings out. The blind connecting, and Durka finds his man. Bane going to be taking down Foxy9. Snappy with that first headshot, the second as well. But here comes the drop down. Here comes the flood. Mako trying to hold the line. The quick TP, the trap, getting the stun. Shots ringing through as they poke and prod out of the wall. The time is dwindling, and my God, DRX pull off a MasterCard thrifty of their own when they need it the most.
What a game! What shooting from Mako and Foxy9. I thought this had Fnatic written all over it. You don't get that Blade Storm to connect from Buzz. And it just looks like maybe your win condition got taken out from underneath you. Bane flashed up the heck from Durka's utility. Dead to rights. And then Foxy9 finds 2 huge ones. Mako comes in with 3. DRX ties it up.
And this was like When you get a birthday card and it looks really nice, and then you open it and there's just an expletive in there. That's what that round felt like if you were cheering for Fnatic, because it seemed like they had it on lock.
It was like my birthday when my mom put a case of my own CDs in a Nintendo 64 box to bait me into thinking it was a Nintendo 64. I'm not even kidding. That really happened. Thanks, Mom.
That's great.
It was, in retrospect, pretty darn funny. My friends helped sell it, too. They were all in on it.
It really hurts when you're a child.
Yeah, when I was young, I was pretty upset about it, but now it's kind of funny.
I mean, but no, who gets an N64 at the age of 45?
What the F? Come on, man.
Well, anyway, crucial round. Let's focus up here. 10-10 on the scoreline.
Dang, man.
This B site completely stacked with defensive utility. I think I've broken him. Hunter's Fury, though, Neural Theft still available here for DRX. Pit online, sent. Hero able to get that one through. Recon not going to be pinging out a damn thing as he just sat here at back sight. Alfier on the jump up, and Foxy, snappy still. Finds that headshot. Shorty in hand, Buzz able to find one. The push forward, Hero able to tank down the enemy KO, but the site now broken open. Chronicle dead, as Boaster now will have to just go ahead and try to save this weapon.
Man, oh man. I mean, that looked like it was going to be difficult. Hero got that pit down just before the 0 point arrives. Whip pulls out the Shorty, but then DRX just floods into it. No hesitation to make sure he's cleared out. Flashback on that lurk, able to cut down Chronicle as he's coming in towards the site. Really nice stuff from DRX. And they are going to take a lead in what has been a tremendous start once again to another great series between these two teams.
I mean, that's the thing. The DRX gaining the lead. It does feel like they really need this win here on Abyss.
Oh, yes.
Given that Lotus is coming up next.
Oh, God, yes.
But because that Lotus is coming up next, if DRX do it on Abyss, then I am so ready for a potential 3-mapper. But this all starts with that snappy headshot from Foxy, just getting the punish here onto Alpha.
Absolutely disgusting. He has come online in the last couple of rounds. And he, Bane's doing the KO.
They're having fun with it.
Oh, I love it. Bane, you know, also one of those hype guys for DRX, always keeping the spirits up. A lot of ults again. Kind of the trio here. Durka gonna get spotted and peace out. You have the Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft, and no command. So DRX can take their time, really try to figure out how they want to work the map. This is looking like another A setup, so what's going to be their ideas behind this execute this time? Typically, they've been waiting for some ability to take tower, but the real question is how do they get that done? Flashback is watching for a deep lurk, expecting something with those weaker buy from Fnatic to be a little off.
Getting a bit of deja vu, though.
Yep.
A site hit coming through. Lower purchase, but didn't have Durka getting timing like that on the bingo card for the round. Boaster going to be spotted out. Bane scaling forward, taking some space, going up over the top, spots the gun barrel onto one, swings in, finds Boaster. It's Chronicle, the shot going right above Mako's head.
Spike planted.
A couple strands of hair cut off perhaps, but kill not found. Is it what? Albier, he failed to jump. Trying to wrap around at back sight. At least that's what all I have to assume.
That's my best guess.
Hero silent on the drop down. 20 HP though remaining here for him. As Mako staying quiet within the smoke.
Poison orb emitting.
Hope not doing much for him. That's on the opposite side of the map. There's a swing out from Mako. Chronicle, just a Marshal in hand. Hearing the rope, hearing these footsteps. Mako wanting that elimination. Foxy going to be tagged down low, cannot find it, and Chronicle will scoop up a weapon, but he's not going to be able to get away from this one. DRX will move up 12-10, map point in their hands.
Just so clean on the entry here. An immediate kill, and then...
Let's take a look back at this one.
I want to see this. Bane, so good, checking that angle. Durka there, playing anti-flash. And instead, it's just Bane just...
He just literally backpedaled.
Just backpedaled off.
I thought he had messed up the jump, but I mean, that's, but the thing is, that's why we saw, and at least he has an alright smile at the end, but that's why we saw Durka get timing, because he's trying to play on that ledge. He's trying to get as close to it as possible without falling off. So he's checking that side, and then, boom, the strike comes in.
Yep, exactly. It's tricky. It is a map that requires a lot of kind of mechanics you're not really used to having in your back pocket unless you play a whole lot of the, practice round map, getting yourself into that parkour setup. But most of the other maps, there's less danger in those situations, mostly none.
Yeah.
So let's see what Fnatic wants to do. They need 2 more to send us into OT. They're gonna have a big buy coming up. They're gonna have that lockdown still from Alfier, but DRX has the counter with the Hunter's Fury available. Try to set this up. Curious to see what these buys are going to look like. So we are going to have an op from Buzz on this attacker side. Durka is going to be picking up one as well. I saw Fnatic flirting with an Odin, but decided to leave that at home for now. And it's the glass cannon from Durka.
A lot resting on this. I mean, clearly the map resting on this is Mako and Buzz. Cash aplenty. Say, hey, let's try that double op thing, but this time on the attack. And the lack of the operator has been something that has been hindering Buzz a little bit. He's had a couple of rounds, but he started off this half 14-4.
He got 2 ops again.
Yep. I just said that. We might need to get your hearing checked.
No, I know, but I mean, I'm just trying to understand it with Mako picking it up.
And Mako used to be a Jet player.
That's true.
Once upon a time.
He did. This is very unorthodox for DRX.
Oh, ooh. Jiggle Peak Punish not going to be found there. Hero able to get away with his life. Buzz just going to be slowly backing away. Maybe a drone to come through here from Bane, staying in a forward position. Try to continue to bait further rotations towards this B site. Now everybody else from DRX gets ready to stack up on A.
They're playing very safe. I mean, I think they're trying to hope that somebody will walk out.
There's the bait smoke.
Yep.
Drone to try to check. Tuck back from Foxy. Nothing spotted over at A main. Do they pull the trigger here on the full rotate? Looks like Fnatic starting to move out. TP from Durka, but now, okay, a sense here. Nothing else came in on the back of the drone.
Yep.
This hit taking a bit too much time. Durka now in position to try to find value with that operator. Up and over the top here goes Buzz. The flash, however, connects, and Buzz is able to collect. Boaster dead. No idea where Buzz is at as he's right up in their faces. The ping reveal off the Neural Depth, spotting them all, and Buzz says, ooh, an operator. Scoops it up off the ground and immediately puts Chronicle 6 feet under. Looks for the follow-up flick. Cannot make it happen. Still though on the hunt, DRX. 2 kills away from closing out this opening map. As the shot gonna go wide, a bit too much movement there as Hero now pushing forward. Flashback taken down, and lockdown is in play. Fragment gonna be sent to try and delay. Hunter's Fury is available, but they're actually not sending it, and that might be something that they end up regretting. The Hunter's Fury now open to try to stop any potential plans there, and Hero will get taken down, but it's already held a half, and he's just nowhere nearby. Alfier's got it, he just stole it away from them all. The 4K as well to boot, and DRX had everything in their hands, and they have let it go.
What the fuck?
And all it took was 1 missed shot from Buzz. He knows he can hold that angle because there's no flashes. And he's got them dead to rights as soon as they come around that corner. There's not a great angle for Alpha to use the lockdown from the back of sight until he pushes forward. And then it's just marching orders here, and I think just DRX gets really lost and confused. I think they fully expected that round was done and dusted, and oh man, that's a heartbreaker, but you gotta give credit where credit's due. Once Fnatic was given that slight opportunity, they completely took control of that round.
They did, and that's the thing that you cannot do against this team. Timeout.
I close
DRX, they look to avoid
और यहाँ पे हम OT देखेंगे अभी.
But it feels like it all came down to that critical moment. Save the Hunter's Fury. Don't clear out the lockdown. We'll go ahead and try to pick off the diffusers, but they just can't keep the players alive at the front of sight.
Well, and I think in DRX's mind, you're probably saying that they have to dry swing everything. They can just hold angles. No problem. And they just couldn't do it. They got outshot. And that leaves Bane on an island at that point. So yeah, I agree with you. I think I would have rather seen it there to clear out the lockdown, especially once Buzz dies. Then I think that's when you got to kind of have that idea. But my guess is they already kind of had those protocols in place ahead of time or something, or they talked about it, and so it made it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, it do be like that. However, Fnatic, look, they played that to perfection. One little opportunity, they just roll through that round. You cannot give these crackers on Fnatic any chance.
I mean, especially Alpha. Lobby leader here, 25, 15, and 7. It's been all over this game, and a big reason why it is as close as it is. Maybe the reason that Fnatic end up taking this into overtime. We'll see, though, as we go into this. 0 point this time, not going to be noting anything. Question is, does that relax DRX about this site? Does it really concern them? Recon goes out, so they know the Chronicles here as well as the drone. Nothing being cleared on that front as there's the swing out, full flash connecting on the Durka, but Foxy seeing more than enough. Backs away. Shock dart towards the corner, but Buzz just out of range of it. Able to stay alive. Smoke has to come through.
They've gotten a decent amount of utility out of DRX, though, for that exchange. However, Chronicle now sent everything he had just to take that extra space. The thing is DRX being pretty quick to rotate over to B. If they can just kind of dial up a good execute here, they could pretty decisively end this round, but Bane gonna lead the way with the drone. Smoke goes out to cover Heaven. Push coming through, Buzz up and in.
Sees that Nano, wants to avoid it. Dashes over to the side, Hero playing forward here, Guardian in hand, spots out one, finds the kill, Bane gonna be taken down, but Buzz deep, cleans up two. Hero and Alvier both gonna be taken out, the knives now gonna be popped just in case he needs a backup. There's Buzz, gonna be playing on a deeper angle. Everybody from the side of DRX getting disconnected from the site. Dimensional Drift coming through. Durka seeking target, but none spotted quite just yet. Flash at the ready to pull out. Foxy, wise to it, snaps over, finds a headshot. Diffuse! It's coming in, but Buzz finds the headshot through the smoke to deny it away. Fnatic, a whisper away from taking us into overtime, but Buzz had had enough. 13-11, Fnatic fighting tooth and nail. They made it a banger, but it's DRX winning the map.
Oh, unbelievable. You better buckle up, people. This is going to be a crazy day.
We've got Lotus on the horizon. We'll see that after the break.
वन 0 के साथ जाएंगे लोटस में गाएगा, वहीं डिसाइड होगा क्या होना है। 10 मिनट में नया मैप स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, तो जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो। फनाटिक अपना पहला मैप हार चुकी है, लेट्स गो।
You can't make it sad.
never played this map before on stage, it means that there's a possibility that they don't have enough reps in the officials. So there could be a lot of mistakes from their side as well. And we're super confident that no matter what comps that they pull out, what strats that they pull out, we can beat them on this map. That's how strong we are on Abyss.
Yeah, you guys looked very strong. Thank you very much, Coach Termi and Jen as well. Best of luck on map 2.
Holy crap, that was an ending to that matchup there on Abyss. Of course, DRX walking away with the win courtesy of Buzz's buzzer beater shot right at the end, literally. But let's actually go ahead and talk about Buzz, because I think Paperthin had a really good moment where he was talking about how Buzz was always been a good jet, but he feel like here he's been a great jet, and I think the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, I think he's been magnificent. He's been anchoring these sites, putting pressure onto people in the first half, doing a great job of putting up results, and then also pushing deep down mid, smoking off the turret in this round, in round 5, to put pressure on the flank and stop Fnatic from just getting into those post plants.
It was really good. Fnatic to me seemed a little bit one-dimensional on this attacking side. Their game plan was really focused on getting set up into these B post plants, but I didn't feel like they had as good a solution to mid as Gen G did earlier today. A lot of those rounds losing that space to the Buzz walk-ups, and DRX I think doing a really good job of varying those rounds where they were hard anchoring and stacking that site, where they were flood retaking, and where they were pushing down mid to not allow Fnatic to get in those posts.
You look at the post plant stats here on your screen though, and you can see the reason why Fnatic actually made a comeback. It was by winning retakes. They won 5 of those retakes.
They looked so good. When it was clicking, it looked really good.
It looked really clean, and that makes me think that Fnatic put a lot of time into what happens after the spike is down, on the attack side and the defense side. But I don't think they thought as much as DRX about how to get into those positions and how to operate around that kind of stuff.
DRX had really good ideas on their attack side, I think, to get into the sites. They had a lot of ideas pathing through mid to split into the A site with some really nice utility, especially some like Omen Paranoias coming in to split through those breakable doors. It was a super clean map here for DRX.
Fnatic could have still won though. It came down to like
100%.
one thrifty round to get DRX back into the game.
Yeah, but I really did like the way the DRX worked that map. Contrary to what we saw in the last series, this one I was absolutely floored, and I'm expecting to see more and more people play Abyss, just like the way we saw DRX play, because it seemed to have worked out pretty well. But of course, it brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment. Now, you might think that it would be the final moments there, but there's just too many good moments to pick from.
This was the round that brought DRX back into the game. Two players did absolutely everything with the Sheriffs to get them this thrifty.
You think about it, what happens if they don't hit these shots? Foxy9 with a 2K, Maka with a 3K immediately afterwards as well. Fnatic are up 11-9. They're probably going to close this game.
And then you're going into Lotus against Fnatic, down a map in the series. This was really the straw that brought DRX back in.
Yeah, this was the moment DRX needed. They needed to get some life injected back into them, and that was exactly what the doctor ordered.
And crucially, I think the rookies actually had some big moments on this map. Foxy9 in that round, a couple rounds picked up for Bane. It's clear that these guys are getting comfortable on that stage against one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, no, Flashback as well. He had a few, standout moments in that one. I think like everyone in DRX contributed, and that's what you want to see, right? Getting into that form. It's going to be very scary if they can keep building upon it, but you're going to Lotus now, and this is going to be a little difficult.
Yeah, Lotus is going to be extremely tough. That's where we're expecting Fnatic to kind of gap DRX. It's just a map that they're incredible at. They're the best team in the world, I think, for my money on Lotus.
Yeah.
That's going to be difficult. I mean, we've seen subverted expectations in match 1 between the two teams that we saw there, Heretics and Gen G. Anything's possible, especially when you have players firing on all cylinders. And from, like, Buzz was getting 2Ks, 3Ks in almost all of the rounds towards the end there. He's clearly on fire. If he can make the difference, it remains to be seen.
Yeah, great point on that one. We'll talk more about map 3 in just a second, but for now, though, let's hear what Elma Putty had to say as we get ready for map 2.
I've got Fnatic's head coach Elma Putty here with me ahead of map 2. Now, Elma, it looked like that Buzz was causing you guys a lot of issues on map 1. How do you make sure you have to shut him down on map 2 before things get out of hand?
I think obviously Buzz is a good player, but we've got to make sure that we're just trading. If we have 2 players there, not getting hit by too much utility, I mean, he can't kill 2 people at once. So our players are good, they'll hit their shots, so I'm not too worried.
All right, thank you very much for your time. Let's see if Fnatic can bring it back on map 2.
Buzz is probably going to be like, watch me. I mean, with the way that he's playing, he might try and take a trip for that one, right? But of course, it is going to be a difficult one, but I think, if anyone can pull this through, it is certainly going to be Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic are 12 for 17 across this year on Lotus, and that's even when they've been playing. In some of these slumps, it has been the best map by far for them. Boaster's defensive calling is on point. The protocols they have here, I mean, they're the team that defined the meta on this map for a reason.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that the Abyss meta is going to be defined in the same way, but we are seeing a lot of teams lean in that kind of direction with the Yoru and the Viper Astra. When I'm watching these players from DRX hop up on the stage, it makes me think as well back to last year when we were in this position, watching these two teams fight out, later deeper on
like
in the playoffs, admittedly. Yeah, exactly. But when Fnatic got that win, I think that literally caused the changes that we saw in this roster.
Oh, that was the butterfly effect.
Yeah, I think so. These rookie players are out on the stage. I'm not sure that they would be here today if DRX had been able to overcome Fnatic last time they played and be able to make a deeper run. A top 3, a finals appearance, something like that. Surely you have that former roster stick together.
We got Chamber.
Dude,
that is a weird one.
Chamber's in the house, baby.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, the composition itself is not that unusual, to be honest. And the people are going to be happy on the agents that they're playing.
I mean, they have been playing Chamber before. They were previously playing this comp with then Neon as well. Now they've changed it over to a Raze instead. So basically playing the Fnatic comp, but just that Chamber in instead the Killjoy, 1-for-1.
I think, though, that Fnatic are going to be very, very comfortable playing into what they consider like common Chamber sightlines because it's somewhat predictable. There's only a few places that you can play Chamber and get good value out of the rendezvous.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be difficult for the DRX to catch him off guard, but at least you're leaning into the raw talent.
Yeah, one strength on the attack side is having that teleport to get away. You can bait out the utility in A, go for early fights like that, but still, I think it is tough to get value out of this agent. I'm excited to see what Foxy can do, though.
Yeah, this is going to be really freaking cool. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters for map 2. You got Achilles and Paper Thin yet again.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go into this one. Fnatic expected to be favored as we go into Lotus, but DRX making some changes. The last time we'd seen them play on Lotus versus Gen G, that was that Neon breach setup. The Chamber was there, but it was not in the hands of Foxy9.
This is going to be really, really interesting here. So I have to assume DRX switching that Viper in, wanting to take a little bit more map control, having that ability to set up Foxy9 as the Chamber a little bit better. It's definitely going to be part of the plan. See if they can somehow, some way, take this map that I completely agree Fnatic is the best in the world at. And they are absolutely fearsome, and it looks like it's going to be quick control of Rubble for DRX. Foxy9 with that headhunter. Just scoping in to see if anybody's going to come through.
Let's go, 7 match.
Cleared. And
Second map started. Let's go.
Let's
go, guys.
Giving a little bit of extra space. And looking to try to challenge a little bit further down the line.
Everybody from Fnatic right now, I mean, peeking out. You've got Durka
DRX
watching over towards B main. You've got Alpha here just jiggling over. Checking out over towards C map. There's nothing spotted, so they should have a very good idea as the pings come down that everybody from DRX is corralled and ready to attack here onto this A site. Prowler goes forward. Chronicle able to clear that one out. Tries to steady the game, but Buzz able to take him down. Finds the first blood. Backpedals, does get tanked down to 40. This Boaster still holding close, just the classic in hand. Catches a glimpse there on the flashback, but now is at risk and will be surrounded. Boombot dropping down, Buzz obliterated as Durka able to find the kill. Mako revealed, trying to hold close, swings out, gonna be good for one more as Durka will find a second, but now flashback caught off guard. Ends up getting eliminated. The swing out, the instant headshot from Foxy9. And now suddenly it's Alpha here all on his lonesome. 2 plays to deal with, and they are high-low setup. The Ghost finds the first one. He gets it done! Alpha gets the clutch, and Fnatic will win the pistol. What a monstrous shutdown.
Third map पे ही जाएंगे.
He is unreal today.
11 remaining on the timer. Make a wish. What a clutch.
Absolutely disgusting from Alpha. So fast on this turn. Gets that kill on the flashback. Flashback just not anticipating that there'd be one more player coming through. And you can't completely fault DRX for the way that they set that up, but nothing you can do against that. He's just better.
Alpha has the god hand here today.
No doubt about it.
Always praises rifling, but have to start working on praising his
God.
pistoling as well. But Foxy with the force up here on the Outlaw. Brought to you by Mako. And does manage to find an opening kill, so Durka going to be taken down.
Well, you can already see some of the ideas for this DRX comp to allow Foxy9 to thrive. Use that natural talent that he has. Did see that one snappy headhunter shot. Now a good outlaw shot as well. knowing that it's going to be half armors in this anti-eco for the side of Fnatic. See if they can do any more damage.
It's 2 kills to really affect the economy here. Slow push up. Quick pull back there on the rendezvous. The inch forward so far, nothing being spotted. But they see that this connector door already broken down. Flashback just lobbing that poison orb over in towards stairs.
And you can see the ideas right now for DRX on this A side is to just be slow and methodical. Check every angle on the way in. But the retakes for Fnatic are something that time and time again, we saw it against Billy, saw it on that previous round, that they're just able to find ways to make it work. And they're going to be giving up a little bit of free space, and they're going to try to take advantage of it.
Yeah, a little bit of a potential fake there as Foxy going to be instantly rendezvousing out. Plant can come through, patiently played so far here from the side of DRX. His Paranoia does get sent out, but no one in position to really try to flood in, take advantage of those potential blinds. But Boaster, the distraction for the Prowler is absolutely gorgeous. Mako, not going to be able to outdo Alfia here in this position. Once again, finds his opening kill of the round over by that connector door, and now Buzz is going to be taken down. Just Flashback and Bane, the Outlaw trading hands here, getting passed around, but Flashback makes great use of both bullets, but Alpha again finds himself a 3K, Ghost in hand. Last player's there in tree.
That is unreal stuff. Alpha is just cracked out of his mind. You know what they said? He's good with the Ghost. Might as well just let him carry it over. Get 3 more. Yeah, 6-0. Pretty good start.
One away from a lockdown going into their bonus round. Unbelievable. Even with losing a weapon here in this, that is still fantastic overall for them moving forward into round 3.
I think a lot of people were reacting very similarly after that one.
Sure.
All happened in the blink of an eye.
See though, change-ups here. This Mako after the force, the economy is kind of feeling the after effects of that Outlaw purchase. It's going to be down to a Marshall here. There's Nate up over the top, Foxy. See if he gets anything to peek out. Oh my God, man, he is on one today.
Foxy.
Durka the first to fall once more.
These
opening kills into a round win. Use that blast pack. Oh, got shot out.
Yeah, they clear it out, so not going to be able to get that clear. It would have been a high value one as well. Nano and Larbot both stacked in on top of each other.
Yeah, you would have loved to have that. Make it a little harder for Fnatic to get a read. Poster, though, pushed pretty far forward, trying to spam down to challenge this entry by DRX, but Toxic Screen goes up, and the rest of DRX beginning to flood through, except for Mako, on a bit of a lurk with that Ghost. But this is taking so long.
Shoulder going to be spotted, but Boaster down to 10 HP. Decent return fire there from the side of Bane. And the pivot to B might end up getting called here.
Yep.
Alfia, though, on a deep line, gets the headshot, but Mako gets a double tap. Alfia on the floor. Mako potentially could go recover that weapon, but looks like he doesn't want to be disconnected from the rest of the team for too long, so we'll just go ahead and watch from main here at B site.
A nasty crossfire setup between Flashback and Foxy9 to try to account for these A lurkers. I mean, this round should be done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, the save call has already been made.
Yeah,
if you didn't have Boaster at 10 HP, maybe you try to go for a play here.
Sure.
Or at least poke and prod around the outskirts of the site, but ultimately Fnatic just have to allow for this anti-bonus to come through here for DRX, and they're going to be able to get it done in flawless fashion. Mako, he can sprint over and he can pick up that weapon, whatever weapon Alfia had.
Absolutely. Get a Bulldog.
We'll find out here in a moment. But for now, Spike will go away, and there you go. Bulldog in hand, as you said. A nice upgrade and a very nice round here on the attack for DRX to get themselves that first win on Lotus.
Yeah, this is so interesting so far from DRX because it's very slow. And it's very just, okay, check every angle, go for those initial trades, try to just win gun battles off the back of Foxy9's chamber, and it's going relatively well in those situations. It's just the post plays that are going to be a little bit tricky. You have some util to work with, but there's a lot to clear. And you can see in some of the previous rounds, we used the Prowler to clear out that Outlaw initially, to set Boaster up for that kill in the anti-eco that allowed Alfia to kind of get in and do his thing. Have that lockdown available. Foxy9, same angle, getting spammed down, getting prowlered, but nobody on Fnatic going to show their head this time around. giving that chamber a little bit more room to work with. DRX just ultra patient right now, trying to create a lot of noise, different parts of the map, even though Spike very much still in spawn, so this is all just a diversion, but man, you've got so much space here as DRX. You've got mountain control, you've got rubble control. You can really do a lot.
Blast back this time. It goes off, but it's not going to find anything. Reposition from the side of Alfier, denying away that potential pick. Alarm bot even shifted very deep into the seaside.
Well, now the danger pings are coming down from Fnatic towards Mountain. I think they've got a potential decent read that this might happen, but
Smoke on a waterfall.
Smokes are coming through. Paranoia is not going to hit anything.
They're going to start rotating back, but there's a timing lockdown. Sent in pretty deep, though. Plant can come through, but that's likely going to still lead to somebody being detained as they try to clear it out. Pain Shell going to be lobbed in. Lockdown gets destroyed. Foxy on the linger, finding Chronicle. Hero dead. Suddenly, DRX in full control of this round. I think that once again, this is going to have to be a save call from the side of Fnatic, and another flawless from DRX.
Well, now you've got Foxy9, who's already taken a bit of space.
Save karenge to
he's going to want to try to push any further to try to challenge some of these players. Got the cash to do so now.
Close-up being made, but
आज डर की मूड में नहीं लग रहा है और Fnatic भी थोड़ा मूड में नहीं लग रही है
मतलब around the back and
कुछ
looks like
clutches
widely
किए थे
these two players from Fnatic will be able to hold on to their weapons, but DRX is going to be tying things up and maintaining everything. Their economy starting to get built up.
They were given just enough space. You could get those paint shells deep enough to clear that lockdown. That caught Fnatic off guard. And instantly two players got taken down.
Pushing on the swing, and okay. Flawless not going to be found. Durka does manage to find that kill.
Revenge complete.
Punishing the lurk, but otherwise not much going to be given over. Durka still a couple charges away from having that showstopper online as we take a look back at this. Clean take from Buzz, just pushing forward, finding the kill. The paint shell lob perfectly in to go ahead and find the destruction.
Unbelievable play from Buzz. And Foxy there on the other side, still doing the KO maneuver. No KO in play this time, but I
think they might just be flexing.
It could be. You might be right. But it looks like when KO pops his no command.
It does.
Yeah. Maybe he's also flexing.
Foxy again, quick little peek. I know that the op is in play as he sends out a shot, just looking for a timing hit. Once again, DRX working their way over towards C.
This time really quiet, trying to see if they can.
Blast pack should be deep enough to find one. The alarm bot and that second nano right at Bend is still going to be available.
Oh, they could.
Prowler on the hunt. Chronicle desperately trying to dump out his util. Buzz able to find Hero, and Chronicle does manage to stand his ground, and now Alpha strikes. Swinging in when they least expect. Flashback gets taken down. It's a man advantage here for the side of Fnatic.
Tough to worry about that op from Foxy9. He's getting deep with it.
Oh my God.
Just finds the hit there as well. A little bit of spray onto Chronicle as blast pack from Durka interrupts the plant. Some time going to be bought, allows for Boaster now to get into position to try to go for this retake. Mako, fake TP, sliding back, swaps over for the smoke, and Foxy hits the headshot.
Foxy.
Paranoia dissipates, Mako able to find one, but wallbang shot comes in. Mako
Foxy,
dead, Foxy
what are you
gone,
doing,
all
bro?
alone. No health remaining on Chronicle.
What happened to
has to
you?
get through Alpha, potentially first here.
Foxy जब से आया पेल रहा है
Together, the
डर
smoke
की तीसरी
all
बार
away, the util drained the head. Spotted, snappy with it is Bane. Here's the footsteps and know that he's here on this spike. Swings out, and Alpha just trying desperately to stick it up the half. It's gonna be a Red Bull clutch as Bane gets DRX to lead 3-2.
Wow, these entries for DRX are really well thought out. Yeah, they used the blast pack to clear a little bit of utility. And then they used the Prowler into the Paranoia to set Buzz up around the corner. Even though Chronicle holds this down really efficiently with Alpha. Alpha steps up and starts doing damage, but they're able to finally get that plant through. Foxy9 hits another crazy good shot. He is clearly fired up to be playing that chamber. And DRX fired up to find another round win. 3 in a row for them.
And ult's abound, showstopper online for the side of Fnatic, but that's all they have. There's not much on the horizon either. Still a world away, but Nightfall tour de force in case Foxy should lose this operator, should lose his money.
This could be start of another cycle for DRX. They can maybe use the showstopper or the Nightfall in this round and still get the win. Only use one of them. Save the next one for the next round. You know, Foxy gonna hang on to that op as long as he can, but tour de force always in the back pocket. A little bit of extra cash, but back over to this A clear. They just take their time. Watching, they know that Fnatic is generally playing kind of further back, so Nightfall, I think, might connect.
No, doesn't go deep enough to find that, but it's still the rocket connecting, and now the Haunt getting the reveal. Dirk gonna try to clear. Drop back here from Buzz, not wanting to have another boom bot go off in his face. Backpedals and flashback. Joins in. Showstopper gonna be drawn out. Rocket sent in. Flashback destroyed, but a quick TP away, dodging that shot. Foxy keeps himself alive. And Shell sent. Boaster on the drop down into the smoke. Able to find Buzz. There's a couple Sheriff shots here. Gonna be going wide. Alpha with that rifle, able to find one. Boaster taps here onto the spike, but the players are just so very low. Boaster trying to fight back, finds Foxy 9. The hold to half coming through. Bane waiting this one out. The Haunt gonna be cleared.
What's another death?
Boaster knowing that he needs to get this kill. Just trying to bait him in, but Bane just playing around here as the Prowler goes on the hunt. Boaster having to backpedal. He will make it out alive, but cannot find the clutch. DRX now up 4-2.
And back-to-back phenomenal clutches for Bane. He has done a great job of playing for time, not giving anything up, going for those jiggle peaks when he needs to. And in those scenarios, he has been brilliant. Buzz off the back of the Nightfall. Has the extra space that he needs. Durka counters with one of his own. And Fnatic, you know, investing that ult in a crucial moment. Like you said, they're decently far away from a couple more coming in the cycle. So that was a pretty big gamble there. That doesn't pay off for them. Yeah, you get a couple ults out of DRX as well, but you know, they've got a few more to fall back on. They've got that tour de force from Foxy 9. Both Omens have their TPs for sure. We've already seen on Abyss, you know, some creative use of it. Mako has at times gone for some ones that have left you scratching your head as well, but for the most part, they've got some decent ideas.
We'll see what the adjustments look like here, though, for Fnatic. DRX still in a very good position to try to scoop up some more rounds. But as we saw from Abyss, can't necessarily follow the path that the you know, the script that the economy is telling us.
There is no script with these two teams.
There's many thrifties found. We know that can certainly happen here on Lotus.
Just think about what happened the last time they met at Champs. It was a 13-2 for DRX. I go and interview Mini, and he's like, well, what are you going to do after that? He and I just both start laughing. That's where that kind of, you know, thing comes from. Teams can bounce back after getting blown out so much.
I mentioned thrifties, and that's what we might be looking at if Fnatic cannot really put their foot down here in this round. Big investments, the Operator, the Odin here in play. Dirk are going to be scooping this one up yet again. Foxy, tour de force going to be popped, but that's over towards the A side of the map.
Nice one-way already to clear that angle. Foxy there, dealing with some of the util coming his way. Continues to just fan out, taking this door. I kind of wonder if at some point there might be a bit of a paranoia and a push through that door with the Odin or something like that, or just spam it down, because DRX has loved.
Oh, they're right on the edge here. Quite a bit of damage. Mako going to be wheeled away at down to 30. Very rough way to start things off here on the push. Chronicle setting up a fight, but as he does, Buzz strikes. Now they know that Boaster's in this position. He's been revealed and he's been flushed out. They say paranoia be damned. We're not letting you get away. Buzz down to 8. Paint Shell's just over towards drop. Haunt gets the reveal. They know that he's still playing up top, but that's 3 players on the side of the DRX whose HP bars are completely and utterly shattered. Not even a full HP bar between the 3 of them. A lot more pressure here on Foxy and Flashback, but Fnatic, they're not even going to try for it.
And giving up this A rubble space is working so well for DRX because they're just creeping their way forward. They're just tiptoeing ahead, step for step. They're checking every angle. They're being so diligent. And a lot of times it's Foxy 9 leading the way. Yeah, sure, Buzz might, you know, leap ahead, but Foxy 9's been so clean, Durka's going to take him down, but he had the tour de force, so.
They pick up the Odin, so they're not going to be carrying that one forward in the next round, but they still have a ton of money. Yeah. These two players, however, very much at risk, as Alpha will be able to clean things up.
That's
going to help him cycle. Yeah, he's one away from that next lockdown, so that's certainly not who they would have liked to have given those kills over to. Yeah. DRX still up by 3.
That puts Alpha up to 11-4. He's got the op now. See if they keep it in his hands. Looks like they will. So now I expect, based on what I'm seeing on the minimap, Fnatic's going to try to contest. I think they're going to use the kit and caboodle here. Try to take a little bit more control towards the front of A. Here it goes.
Nade out. Minor damage eaten there by Foxy9. Quick TP's away. All right, as Boaster arrives at top rubble and would have gotten line of sight. Smoke coming through, but quick to pivot here are Fnatic, just making sure they get fanned out across the opposite sides here.
This is already a great adjustment, though. This gives them a lot more map control. And Boaster going to jump up on top of the rocks. Try to keep a good angle through. Foxy9 leading the way. Him and Bane going to try to use some of this util to clear out some of these angles towards B potentially. Rest of DRX now joining. Still have that trademark at the back to watch for the flank, so DRX gonna have to come up with another explosive execute, something this team has been so well known for throughout the years. Look at that.
Tree coming in, Hero, blind spray, able to find one. Foxy9 gonna be taken down. Paint Shells to try to hold them back here for now, but the spike still needs to be brought forward. Circus sends out the boom bot, reveal onto one, but ultimately get cleared. This plant is in. 4v5 of the defense here for DRX to try to hold this site.
Still have the haunt in the seas for Hero. Try to clear some space.
This makes Flashback's life a little bit more difficult because he doesn't have that trademark to try to play off of. But Chronicle, I think, just going to be taken down blind. Mako will find a shot. Maybe he had line of sight either way. The push forward instantly dealt with Durka. Not even getting an opportunity as a drag across. Flashback has the steady. Finds the kill. But Boaster now, again, the last one alive, just has to evacuate, has to save.
Hey bro, kitna save karoge?
They keep getting decently close. They keep putting members low, finding kills, but it's just not fast enough. DRX's time buying has been too strong, and now they find themselves with 6-round wins here on the attack.
I mean, it's just phenomenal preparation for DRX in so many different ways. Like, the game plan itself is really good in terms of the big picture strategy, the way they're working the map, the way they're kind of doing these slow pushes all over the place, letting Foxy9 lead the way on contact sometimes. And then if they can get to the plants, in situations like this, Crossfire is so well set up, so well thought out, and everybody holds their line brilliantly. And all it takes is a Prowler and a Paranoia to clear Dirk off the site. Once again, space going to be contested. Foxy's going to eat a little bit of damage. Did he catch that glimpse of Boaster?
Very suspicious of it. Boaster going to be dropping down. The Prowler coming through, and Foxy not sure which way to look.
Kaise bach jata hai?
Where the shot was coming through, well scoped in. Frankly, he's very lucky to get away with his life. And down to 51 HP, but Boaster very much wishing that he had gotten that kill.
Nano up front again, one towards the back. For the delay for Fnatic. But I think they're pretty well suited for this. Not as good as it gets. Let's see if Boaster can hang on against that op.
Spray across, util going to be cleared out. Haunt getting a reveal though. Decent glimpse of the setup here from DRX. For now, we're going to be slowed up. 48 seconds remaining. 3 players at Waterfall. The door again, spike being brought over towards B. Durka set up, ADS in on a line. It's Mako trying to just keep them interested here at the C site.
30 seconds left.
The back away, lockdown going to be coming through. Yeah, he sends it. And Durka
oh my god,
Durka! My god, look to the 30, he's got it! Goes for the reload, Alfia that is there to back him up. And Fnatic this time are not letting the round get away from them. Chronicle dinked here. Not looking to over pursue. Knows that they're going to be encroaching. Boaster about to push out here, potentially into that A lob. It looks like the answer is going to be no. They will back away.
They can get that extra little upgrade. Mako
what a
shot, he swings out. No bullets, get the back out.
He does back away. And that's going to be Fnatic breaking the win streak here. It was all consecutive from DRX up until this point.
भाई पूरा credit दो.
Solid rifling from Durka.
पूरा credit
Just insane.
Maybe a touch of luck with that second shot, but either way, it is disgusting. As that B site held down by him.
But you love the idea there.
What a shot.
Durka's just so ready off that lockdown for them to come B.
Nice
After
one,
that
bro.
door had been open, he is prepared the whole time and converts off the back of it. There's that nade. Has to be TP'd away from again, but both are taken down. Mako caught him going up on top of the rubble again.
He's rushing forward, taking him out.
DRX
okay,
remembered that.
Yeah, he's saying, okay, I'm understanding your tendencies and flashback now, watching for this lurk forward. Not sure if he's going to be ready for it. No.
Oh.
Peeks in, but Alfier wins the fight. No damage taken. Solid counter opening on the opposite side of the map there for Alfier, continuing to deliver.
Timing pe bhai pura.
Already 2 charges closer to that next lockdown here. 3.5 is able to find it. Boombot leading the way, the push coming through here once again over towards B, but Alfier going to be the first one that they have to try to get through, but is it just going to be a pump fake? Spike still set back. Foxy pushing forward, trying to take some space, and the op shot going to be going wide. Whizzing past Durka's hip. Swing around the back, Buzz out into the open, able to dodge that showstopper. The Chronicle now finding the punish on the Bane. Durka getting Buzz, finds his mark all the same. Spike now completely stranded. Mako has the opening, but
1v3.
Or the ultimate, I should say, but there's just no way for him to really pull the trigger on this one. Maybe smoke and see if he can try to TP across the map, but teleports over to the side, and Hero is right there behind him, puts him down, and Fnatic start clawing things back.
It's just great reactions.
And
great kill again for Durka, who's really starting to heat up. Double digits in the kill column for him now as well. And then a quick blast pack to swing around to completely surround and crunch DRX and Fnatic. Ain't missing those. Great ideas there, great follow-up off the back of Durka's nice play. Really well thought out there, even though you do lose Boaster early, but it's a quick counterpunch from Alpha, who had tucked himself into an unexpected spot. They've been giving up mound control the entire time until then, and it worked a treat.
And because of those rounds, Fnatic have now forced DRX into their own eco position. 3 stingers, headhunter there for Foxy9. And 1 rifle in the hands of Flashback. They do have the Showstopper, and it looks like Buzz maybe going to be bringing that out, and he does. Nightfall to try to counter. Showstopper into the smoke, but Bane taken down by the snake bite. The nano onto Mako, and Buzz is only able to find one. Last man standing, the hero rifle taken out, and Foxy9 taken down. Fnatic within touching distance of giving us a 6-6 half. This has been a fantastic run back from them.
They're starting to really shore up their defenses, especially at the point of attack. And if they give up that space on A, now they've got a lot better answers. It's to shut down DRX right around that orb or just past it. And they made their lives a lot more difficult. And all this util, and they just try to go for it behind Buzz and just walk into the meat grinder. And it's easy pickings off the back of that fade util for Durka. Once again, look at this mound control. This has been a big difference as well. Them using this util and another missed shot.
Foxy nearly taken down as the Odin spray crashes across. He's down to 6 HP. Came into this one with glass cannon, and he's very lucky to be alive. Sight set on B for now. As the smoke comes through, the Prowler to check. Pit going to be dropped over on C, basically saying like, yeah, you have to go into this site. You have to go and push in towards Hero, towards Alfier. We've already reinforced these positions. And now DRX realize it's fairly unassailable.
Yeah. This is a good read from Mako and company. Understanding that they don't have good opportunities. Man, Foxy has to be so careful here.
Yeah, close at all to that corner. He is a dead man.
Foxy को एक गोली लगेगी मर जाएगा.
He took a shot from a cage's turret to be dead.
Paranoia from Boaster. Paranoia matching, but the catch is not there. Buzz landing and Alfier playing it quietly, but Buzz turns back around. Susses it out, finds the kill. Hero able to answer one back as Mako gets eliminated. Now the man advantage going to be there for the side of the DRX. Foxy still somehow alive, finally dealt with his Chronicle, arrives. Door is open. He slams it shut in front of the faces of 2 players.
Oh, he knew he had to grab the spike. Spammed flashback down to 23 health.
Slow creep into the sprint. They have to make noise. They have to run. The time is just not here on their side. And Chronicle is in position. Buzz scoping through. Finds the shot. Swaps back over the Vandal. A 2v2, but HP very much in the favor here of Fnatic.
They're going to spread out. Come from a couple different angles.
DRX have to play this to absolute perfection. They have one snake bite remaining.
Booster or hero.
All util from Buzz sent. Speaking around the sides, Haunt to check. Nothing going to be noted quite just yet. Turns the sights now over towards the defending side. Boaster creeping forward, taking space. Buzz, however, finds the kill. Paint Shell going to be lobbed out. He's on for an ace, but Flashback has the timing, and somehow, some way, DRX are up 7-5 at the half once more.
Unbelievable stuff. Just what a back and forth series. I mean, these two teams playing out of their minds today.
Well, we're going to take a quick little break, take a breath, and then get geared up for the second half of this map.
Let's go, guys. First half complete हो चुका है जिसमें लीड है DRX के पास.
Red Bull.
We're back and about to go into the second half here of Lotus. Fnatic down, but not quite out as they get ready to move over onto the attacking side. But what an insane way to round out the attack from DRX. Rescuing a round that it seemed like they had no business rescuing.
No, I mean, just, it felt like this was going to be tied. That's what I was expecting. Again, the ideas there, the change up for Fnatic to start taking Rubble control really threw DRX off balance. They weren't able to find nearly as much success, and then you just have rounds like that where just individual players step up in big moments and turn rounds on their head. I mean, that decision to kind of hold fire and
let's go.
You never know, but it is what it is because DRX is able to convert when they're given the opportunity, just like we saw previously.
It's so puzzling as we take a look here at the scoreboard. Right now, Fnatic, 42 kills across the board between all of the players. 35 on the side of DRX. They're below. They're down by 7 eliminations, but up by 2 rounds.
Good math.
And a lot of that has to do with, a lot of that has to do with just those saves having to come through because DRX, when they were having those clean rounds, they were forcing Fnatic out in such decisive fashion. But now DRX are here on the defense. Boombot instantly going to be cleared out, some shots exchanged, and Bane's going to be tagged up. Big push forward, but ultimately nothing else going to be spotted out here.
That's so much control.
But also very good early damage from Fnatic. Bane going to be knocked down to 63.
Look how fast they're going to try to rotate. Trademark right around that corner.
Foxy on the peak. TP's out, but Alpha going to be tagged up. Now down to 45. Fnatic with the poking and prodding. Looks like they're ultimately going to start pivoting back over here towards A.
It's a great decision.
Just Mako with a classic. Has to clear out the Haunt. Spots Boaster. Oh no, this is an awkward situation, but Buzz comes to the rescue. Is able to find one. Alfier taking him down with that Sheriff in hand, and Mako able to rotate out.
Push and pull, something Fnatic is so good at. Boaster so good at on this map. Trying to sell a fake towards the other side, but DRX has held firm on this A site.
Haunt basically tells him that because there's only 23 seconds remaining. Swap with the gun. Alpha still low on HP. Quick check behind the box. And Hero on the swing. Instantly dealing with Bane. Finishing him off at flashback here from Connector. The spike is now dropped. 12 seconds remaining as they have to just steamroll their way forward. But Mako once again puts the spike on the floor. And Durga cannot break things open. DRX will take the opening pistol here in the second half. Move up now by 3.
As tricky as Fnatic is trying to be, DRX able to outguess them in the end. Also a nice play here by Foxy9 at the very end of that round to swoop in towards Waterfall, come through, and watch the back angle of Flashback. I could see Alpha on the map hovering, trying to find that little bit of an angle or see if Flashback was going to try to rotate back before he'd get to the angle that the trademark would clip into him. But Foxy9 was just a step ahead and got the kill, and a huge hold on site. Really nice stuff. What is that?
But Alfie just swings out and takes Foxy's head off.
Oh my.
And that's now the site open for business as Durka scooping up that outlaw. Is on the hunt, the push out, catching him here with util in hand. Flashback able to hunt him down, nearly loses his life, and as the smoke dissipates, he will. Boaster cleans up that kill, but Buzz, Bane getting one apiece as they arrive and reinforce. Boaster knocked down to 60, the tap of the door. Looks like the final call is going to have to be just maybe remain quiet, hover in these positions, try to catch somebody off guard.
That was insane.
Just trying to keep it on the swivel, but Bane scooping up his fallen comrade's gun. We'll go ahead and put them down.
Can you believe it? I mean, the start to this round again. Fast and furious from Fnatic, trying to just bulldoze their way through, and they get that opening kill. But then Flashback goes unaccounted for. Able to find a kill, able to buy a little bit of extra time for the reinforcements of DRX to arrive to bail them out. Goodness me. This has been quite a series.
And it has been. 3 Bulldogs, an Outlaw, and a Sheriff here for DRX. As they go into the bonus. Full Vandals for the side of Fnatic. Durka quick on the entry, jumping forward, does get slowed up. But Paint Shell sent in towards Connector, goes in on the swing, and Buzz completely blind. Durka, however, cannot re-steady. Pushing forward, and Mako able to collect, and now gets the upgrade on the weapon. Flashback out in the open. Ends up getting taken down. An easy kill set up there from Chronicle. As Boaster just goes for the wide swing. Does get punished for it, but Hero is there to clean up the pieces.
Everybody's one tap for this Outlaw. Foxy9 sticks with it, however. Likely could just walk through the site and grab another rifle. This is going to be tricky indeed for Foxy9. They have to rely solely on those mechanics to get this done. Also, you have that Nano in the post plant to worry about. Haunt is up for Hero.
I don't know which way he's going to be approaching from. But ultimately, as long as the door doesn't get tapped behind them, they just can keep their sights focused forward here.
An alarm bot and turret too now.
I mean, Alfier, just everything in the kitchen sink. As time starting to dwindle, Foxy having to check every single angle. Drops down, first bullet going to be sent. There's the Nano pop. The creep forward, the top of the spike. They're trying to shoot through the side, gets a quick scope in, and he cannot get the job done. Bonus conversion cannot come through. Fnatic will be able to win this one out, will be able to fight back, will be able to close that gap, but they are unable to carry over any weapons into the next round.
Yeah, that is extremely costly for Fnatic. A great entry here for Durka. Chronicle, clean as always. And then Hero swinging in off the back of that wide swing. Foxy9 does what he can, wanted to do as much damage as possible. Tries to see if he can sneak out a defuse, but does that extra piece of damage. Now has an operator, glass cannon for him. Lost this battle previously. Now he's a little bit of backup. Flashback in the vicinity at least, now rotating away from this. No early contact from the side of Fnatic to challenge that mound angle. Just an alarm bot put outside. So for Fnatic, seemingly now want to work other parts of the map. Maybe have C as a fallback. Things go really poorly. Actually, they're trying to set up for this crunch through the door. Foxy9 hits a good one.
Finds it, catches a glimpse there as well on the poster, but has that rendezvous out to safety. Re-hit at the door, 3 players out by mound. Smoke's dissipated. Foxy scoped in, trained and waiting. Waterfall smoke set up. Foxy gonna be spotted. Enough seen there by Alfier, who's able to collect the kill, and Poster has to drop down. It's quite a bit of damage there on top of the box, but is able to keep his life intact. But Bane finds Alpha snappy with a headshot to put him down. Man advantage maintained here for the side of DRX as Boaster tries to find some kind of opening, but the Prowler continues to alert. Spike in the meantime being shipped over, and Boaster going to fall. Door now hit. Mako can relay this, but if he intercepts the Spike, that could be everything. He will be allowed to pass.
Heard the footsteps. Can wait for the reinforcements. Still has the paranoid, and he gets an opener on the hero. Unbelievable.
Carrier killed. Mako just trying to dance away, trying to get out. He cannot, but Buzz is there to capitalize. And the bank
One more round
is
for
broken
DRX.
open, robbed blind as DRX move up to 10.
Every time these two teams have played, it has gone the distance to the third map. But DRX seemingly on the precipice of shutting down Fnatic's Lotus. Still a few more rounds to go. A little bit of frustration for Boaster. No timeouts just yet. It's going to be an eco for the side of Fnatic and a couple big ults as well, but going to be tough to find the opportunity to invest those unless you can find some of those opening kills.
Prowler to Hunt, does identify Boaster there at back rubble. Decent amount of damage onto him as there's the pain shell, and he's absolutely boned. Buzz able to find the kill. This paranoia will send them all packing.
Crazy good combos. Great work.
The ping's still coming down. DRX still wise that they're not necessarily rotating.
Yeah, and then they got the confirmation off the back of the utility to clear with the classics.
Creep up. And Buzz instantly finding 4 on for an ace, and he's got it!
It's
Granted, it's against classics, but Buzz accurate as ever. He showed up to play today, and DRX are now 2 steps away from taking down Fnatic and sending them to the lower bracket.
And in the all-time series between these two, it's Fnatic with the edge, 2-1. Go back to 2021 Vision Strikers, right? They beat them in the group stage in the winners. 2022, DRX takes them down in the lower bracket to move on to that 3rd place finals finish. And then last year, it was actually in the same round of the lower bracket, lower round 2, where Fnatic beat DRX the following year. And what's crazy is there's 4 players who are still here from both teams, right? From that first champions to now. And it's Buzz and Mako, the duelist and the controller IGL on DRX, and then Durka and Boaster, the duelist and controller IGL, still on Fnatic as well. What a story between these two squads.
I mean, yeah, we've been talking about it for a very good reason, because these teams are very well versed with one another. But right now, it looks like DRX have just been having the better read. 11-6 as the timeout will expire. Fnatic able to run things back nicely on Abyss to make that a hell of a lot closer. Can they do the same here on Lotus? It's once again going to be a full-ish purchase coming through here. 2 players with a half armor, but they still do have those critical big ultimates available.
Well, they've been really willing to play contact off the rip with Foxy9, and I'd say mixed results with that, but they've been making really good decisions off the back of that contact, knowing when to rotate, knowing when to contest, and of course, hitting some great shots along the way.
Foxy having heard the TP, wise to it, but the swing out from Durka is absolutely gorgeous. Takes his head clean off. Now the pickup there on the orb gives him a showstopper. And this potential entry onto the C site is about to hit a hell of a lot more heavily than it would have previously. He does have his own. Slow creep up Boaster here below.
Pops this.
But for now, hasn't popped it. He's just gonna go ahead and peek out. But finding 2, Rocket goes in, he gets a 3rd from beyond the grave. And it's just the kills. They're from Boaster. And suddenly Alfie is the last man standing in desperation. He's gonna be sending out that lockdown, but noted as Alpha continues to deliver for this team. 20, 10, and 2. He has been frying here on Lotus despite the scoreline. He knows that he's cleared the space. Turret set up to watch over towards Waterfall. Double nanos available. Mako contemplating what he wants to do. The tap, the bait. Alpha desperately trying to draw him out into the open, but Mako will go ahead and reveal his position as he clears out the turret. A couple pot shots through the wall to try to get the wall bang hit. Nano's now set up, but Alpha has to survive, and he's still playing a very aggressive angle.
Expecting him to have already pushed forward. Maybe anticipating the smoke TP.
Sends one. Trying to deny a potential right side flank, but now that that expires, he's going to have to be a little bit more concerned about it. The second Nano going to be coming through. Smoke used here by Mako. Sets it right in on top of Alpha.
Oh, भाई ये clutch करेगा Alpha.
Here in the rear. The jump down into the smoke, and somehow he nails it. Alpha
nailed it, bro. Nailed
doing
it,
his damnedest to turn this around, to keep them in this game, but Mako says absolutely not.
The veteran IGL for DRX steps up when it matters most. What an idea. The absolute insanity to go for the jump into the smoke. And I mean, also this insanity to go for the spray first into the showstopper from Buzz. Unbelievable, Mako. Alpha can't believe it. And I can't either.
No, I know. It felt like he had it all.
Ready
to go. In the meantime,
FNC
we'll go to what could very well be the last round of this map. Showstopper in play for Durka, jumping forward, able to find Buzz, taking him down immediately as he desperately was just clawing at the door, saying, please, let me out.
Good start. Fnatic now. I need to see if they can find ways to snowball off that success. Mako just trying to spam down through the smoke. Seeing if he can find any damage. He has Bane right around the corner. Crossfire set up with flashback through Baby Door. Once again, on his own is Foxy9 with that operator over on the other side. Prowler to check. Gonna force him back.
Backs away, but it still does get the reveal. Sends out the classic. Which may as well tell him, yeah, I've got an operator.
Yeah.
They know who's been playing on this side of the map. And they know how much money DRX has. So ultimately they will back away. Alarm bot going to be set up, but now, I mean, just a timing. Nightfall here from Bane. Gets a couple tags. The trails tell all.
That's wild. The info Nightfall from DRX. They just want to make sure that they have that extra layer. Mako.
Oh, catching a timing there on a one, nearly. Mo's down two. Durka eating so much damage, the Nightfall goes out, and Mako once again steps to the ball.
Oh my god, Mako.
The shutdown comes in. Mako trades his life, but he trades up. Foxy, the time is just gone. Fnatic, they cannot make it happen. He draws them with the shot with the headhunter. Takes out Chronicle, the reveal is in, and Boaster is eliminated. It's always been 2-1s every time they've met, but today, DRX on home soil. We'll get a 2-0 victory over Fnatic.
The original Kings of Korea do what Genji could not earlier in the day, and they punch their ticket into the playoffs. An insane performance, and they destroy Fnatic on Lotus.
And not since that first time when they played as Vision Strikers versus Fnatic. Not since then does DRX get
domination.
Inevitable. They are once again through to the playoffs, and the form, the resurgence from this team that we have been seeing as of late has been incredible. For Fnatic, they will of course take their bows, but we are far from done with this squad.
No doubt.
They still have another life. They still have another chance.
No doubt about it. This team is fearsome. A lot of people predicting them to go the distance in this event, and I could definitely see it. I'm a believer in this Fnatic squad. I think they will rebound. I would not want to play them in the next round of this event.
Certainly not. DRX continuing to look better and better. Buzz, what a day from him. Mako as well. Showing us that form that we didn't get to see too much of as he took over the IGLing, but today he was frying. For Foxy, he'll be carried forward here by his teammates, but he did not need carrying in the lobby either.
No doubt about it. He came out hot and really set the tone and the tempo on Lotus, on that chamber. Struggled a little bit on the defender side, but that's okay. The teammates picking him up when they needed to. And this DRX squad,
what a match today.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you just felt like something was brewing. The reverse sweep versus Paper X, pushing Genji to multiple overtimes in the Pacific Grand Finals. But this, to take down Fnatic here and now, they just keep getting better.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll admit, I know we all predicted DRX. That was my heart. My head, it told me Fnatic.
I like to
I really thought they were going to have the upper hand coming into this one. Foxy ने और DRX It's just something else. Something about this team. You get them to that champion stage, and things just really click.
Guys, जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक करो,
चैनल
को सब्सक्राइब करो.
Absolutely blown away again. So many awesome moments from everybody on the squad. Great entries from Bluzz, the clutches from Vayne. Brilliant performance here, and this game plan they had coming into this Lotus, this methodical attacker side and this sturdy defender side to take control of Fnatic's best map.
Yeah, nice, I mean, again, the steadiness, I will say, from the coaching staff.
Yes.
To not overreact, to wait, to not call those timeouts. It was fantastic. So DRX through the playoffs, and for now, let's go ahead and hear from the man of the hour. We've got Buzz standing by down on stage alongside Jen for a Verizon post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Buzz of DRX! Now,
भाई ये potential है इस टीम का जो ये हार ही थी ना पिछला मैच. ये potential है भाई इसका.
What does this win mean to you? 버즈 선수 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 홈팬들 앞에서
आज कहीं से लगा ही नहीं भाई ये कि
이
टीम कमजोर है.
거뒀습니다. 속 너무 시원하고 어깨도 훨씬 가벼워질 것 같은데 좀 기분이 어떠세요?
사실 큰 적을 좀 넘어뜨리고 가는 것 같아서 너무 기분이 좋고 일단은 저희가 저번 경기에서 좋지 않은 모습도 많이 보여줬었는데 오늘은 좀 100점 만점에 한 90점 정도의 플레이를 보여줬다고 생각해요. 그래서 사실 너무 기쁘고 스크림 때보다도 더 잘해줘가지고 더할 나위 없이 기쁜 날인 것 같습니다.
I think we took down the Goliath from David and Goliath, and I'm super happy about today's win. I mean, we had some inconsistency when it came to our last match, but today I would give our team 90 out of 100. So it's a good day for me to be able to do this, especially in front of the home crowd. Now, Buzz, you were going insane on both maps. The operator on point too. Some people say maybe this is Buzz's prime.Maybe you've reached your highest peak. Would you agree? 버즈 선수 오늘 너무 좋은 모습을 보여주면서 버즈의 전성기 아니냐, 진짜 최고점을 찍었다라는 평가가 많이 나오고 있거든요. 동의하실까요?
사실 잘은 모르겠는데요. 그냥 스테이지 2 때부터 정말 열심히 노력했는데 그 노력의 결과물이 지금에서야 조금 더 빛을 보는 것 같다고 생각하고 있어서 저 스스로도 너무 뿌듯하고 더 동기부여가 되는 것 같습니다.
I'm not really sure, but I worked really hard in stage 2. I think that hard work is paying dividends right now. So today my performance definitely gives me the motivation to push myself harder and work even harder. Now, Buzz, a 2-0 against Fnatic, that's a pleasant surprise. But speaking of surprise, Foxy9 on the chamber. Tell us all about it. 2대 0으로 푸나틱을 꺾은 것도 놀라운데 폭시9 선수가 체인버를 잡았습니다. 설명 부탁드릴게요.
일단은 조합의 변화를 조금 느꼈었고 그치만 이제 거기서 플래시백 선수의 바이퍼도 좋고 아무래도 폭시9 선수가 전에 듀얼리스트와 그런 거를 좀 병행하면서 했다 보니까 아무래도 그 사람을 죽이는 그 암살의 DNA가 많이 남아있다고 생각해가지고 잘 할 수 있겠다라고 생각했는데 그 결과물이 너무 잘 좋게 나온 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, there was indeed a little bit of a calm change up for us on Lotus, but we thought Flashback's Viper looked really strong, and Foxy9 used to play the duelist when he was flexing around other agents as well. So we did think that there was that killer instinct left in him. So we enabled that, activate that a little bit, and you know the results were really good, and I'm super happy with our Lotus today. Now, Buzz, we have Crew, Billy, Fnatic left in your group. Who else is going to make it to the playoffs? 그러면 남은 세 팀 중에 플레이오프에 가는 팀은 누가 될까요?
아무래도 여러분들이 다 예상하시는 푸나틱일 것 같습니다. 아무래도 조금 아직 적응을 조금 덜한 것 같고 푸나틱이 사실 이것보다 더 강한 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 무조건 올라올 거라 생각하고 있고 저희도 더 노력할 것입니다. 예.
I think it's safe to say Fnatic. I mean, they played really well today, but I think they're a super strong team. They just need more time to adjust to the new environment. I think they will make it out of groups 100%, but we will keep our guards up and try our best to prep for the playoffs as well. Now, Buzz, anything you want to say to the fans?
와주신 분들 또 그리고 이제 온라인으로 시청해주시는 팬분들 다 응원해주셔서 너무 감사하고 솔직하게 말씀드리면 뭐 다들 예상 밖의 결과라고 생각하셨을 텐데 그래도 저희가 잘 증명했다고 생각해서 너무 뿌듯하고 앞으로 더 좋은 결과 낼 수 있도록 저희가 더 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you everyone for showing up and supporting us at home as well. Now, most people might say this is an upset, us beating Fnatic, but I'm really, really proud of my teammates for being able to prove ourselves once again. So thank you everyone, and we will deliver our best game. So on in the future as well. That was Buzz. Everybody give it up for Buzz! 네, 이렇게 해서 버즈 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Bye bye.
Thank you so much for that, Jen. And look, Amy on the stage, but he's a demon in the server. Buzz was electric this series against Fnatic, and the proof is in the numbers right there. I mean, Mimi, this guy was absolutely popping off.
Buzz is so back. The last time we saw him on a global stage was Champions last year. He and DRX have had that gap in performance at international events, but he is back, and I mean, he was utterly fantastic this series. His offing, so impactful on map 1, and the form kept up on Lotus as well.
He had such a great read on the game too. In a lot of these spots, he's getting pressured. He's reading the pressure really well, and then he's still being able to survive inside of it and deliver kills.
Yeah, on map 1 too. His mid-aggression, I think how much he varied where he was playing on the map was really important. His anchoring as well on that B site, absolutely excellent from this guy.
You could definitely say that we're buzzing.
No,
I wouldn't say that.
No, we couldn't. No, we couldn't. Shut the mouth, bald man. He's sick. I mean, Buzz.
Bald man says to another bald.
It's bald on bald crime. It's fine.
Yes, exactly. We allow it. But no, I mean, he really was just unbelievable.
That kill was disgusting.
I mean, so many moments that he was just delivering time and time again for them. And you would think that, like, you know, I mean, Buzz has had a lot of ups and downs in his career, right? But to see him have this resurgence alongside this new look for DRX, I think has just been unbelievable.
And it's actually not been that long of a resurgence from Buzz. If he can hone it in this tournament, that'll be amazing, but he kind of peaked towards the end of the Pacific playoffs, and he's ridden that wave to superb effect.
Yeah.
This was an upset today. He talked about it. A lot of people are going to see this as an upset. Unless DRX continue to build from this, and do further and further big things, I think it's still fair to call this an upset.
Sure.
But we saw 2 huge upsets today, and that's how tournaments go.
But we're going to beat this to death. Valorant is a game about peaking at the right time, and I think DRX are finding their peak at the perfect time. This is some of the best Valorant we have seen this team play in a very, very long time. They debuted a new comp today that looked rehearsed, that looked good. I think you saw some of the value from Foxy on the chamber, and they also looked excellent on map 1. They are performing when it matters in front of their home crowd, which is huge for this team.
Yeah, you know, just to take it back to something that Achilles and Paperthin were talking about before they tossed to the interview, they were saying how, like, you know, you kind of look at the track of like what DRX were doing in Pacific, like leading up to this, and it's like you kind of start to see the building blocks beginning to form, and like this momentum, this swing that they're feeling here, this win against Fnatic, it is a little bit of an upset, obviously, but it is very impressive how they've been able to pull this off. But let's actually go ahead and take a look once again at the pick'ems powered by AWS, because you know, again, I like this because it kind of shows you where the community's leaning, and the community definitely leaned heavy on Fnatic. And don't get me wrong, Fnatic's still very capable of being able to make it out of their group, but DRX certainly was a little lower in that count there.
Yeah, both the teams who lost today expected to be the #1 seed out of their group by over 80% of the people voting in those pick'ems.
And not just that, that's the first time that Fnatic have lost a match with Hero in. They've just broken what would have been a 10-match win streak with Hero in the lineup. You've also had EMEA's #1 seed lost to Pacific's #2, but Pacific's #1 seed lost to EMEA's #3. So everything's topsy-turvy. It's not just that one region is better than the other. It's that variability that you get when you play matches at LAN. If everything just came down to whoever was expected to win won, why would we even bother playing the tournament? You could just come in and predict the bracket and like, all right, well, then we'll just give the trophy to Gen G. That's the reason that you play.
I mean, Mimi did say that after map 1, though.
And I'm still down, I'm not going to lie. Seems like a good story, you know? 2 trophies back-to-back in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it'd be sick.
I'm just glad that DRX are handing around these handy little fans over here, making me all hot and bothered with how they're playing.
Well, I mean, they were losing a lot of fans after Gen G were winning. You know,
Yeah.
they were going down in Korea, and now they're getting them back.
Yeah, they're getting the stocks back up, baby. It's looking good. All right, folks. Well, with day 5 wrapping up, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket where we are in this bad boy, because we have plenty of matches left to go, but we have locked in a few.
My God.
DRX and Heretics.
Group B is the deathiest group of death that is ever death.
Yeah.
Sentinels has to play against FPX. Both those teams, I think, have massive potential. FPX honestly looked great in their game against Team Heretics. I think even more so in the context of how well Heretics played today. And then the winner of that's reward is to play Gen G.
Now, a reminder that Gen G have made it to every possible grand finals this year. In any tournament they've played in, they've made top 2 minimum. If they get group.
Don't do that. Why you do that?
They get
Pero why? Why do that?
I'm thinking about Shanghai. I'm thinking about the home crowd debuff.
No, don't.
They beat all the Chinese teams in Shanghai. Now China's coming to Seoul.
Why are you putting that evil out there? Why are you putting that evil out there, Dr. Evil? What's wrong with you? Okay? $1 million.
I'm just feeling it, you know? There's something in the air.
It's the mustache. That's what it is.
The humidity.
The 90% humidity, 70% of that is evil.
Yeah, you can definitely see it in our glossy scalps. In any case, though, we got plenty more coming at you. You got one, too? Let's go ahead and take a look at Group C and D.
My scalp is not exposed.
You got Leviathan versus Trace, which
and
is...
on paper, you would think that that's going to be a quick game.
Yes.
But we've seen some upsets
I don't want to count out Trace.
I'm not good in their first game. I mean, debut match, you get your first ever win on the global stage. Don't count them out.
And then G2, EDG. Oh, man. Put it in here.
Yeah, I do feel...
You think that's going to be a banger?
I don't think
I think it is.
I think G2's going to...
Listen here. Look at this gut. Look at this gut. All right? I have always believed my gut.
Unfortunately, I'm looking.
And this gut tells me it's going to be a banger.
I don't believe your gut.
You don't believe this gut?
And I don't believe in the board of certifications. I'm very anti-authority in that sense.
That's perfectly fine. But look, I'm just saying, I think it has a lot of potential. You know,
I'm not writing any game off at this point.
No, you really
But I'm not writing any game on.
Okay.
Every game is a quick duo.
Just say the opposite
until
of
proven
whatever.
otherwise.
I'm
not just saying the opposite. I'm speaking fact.
I love you guys. All right. Well, that is going to do it for us here today. What a day it has been. Heretics goes in on the first seed, taking out Gen G.
Can we fire this guy now that the day's done?
Yeah, I mean, don't do that and pick up the Red Bull can. Come on. Okay, folks. That's going to do it for us. We got plenty more matches tomorrow. No, Wingman! Well, say hold you. See you next time, everyone. Catch you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's the run back of the Shanghai Masters final. Gen G taking on Team Heretics. And even though there is respect across that stage for both of the squads, when you're in that server, you got to put all that aside. It's all about picking up the win and locking up that first seed.
But they've still got 4 to find.
K-Texture already spotted, but he's going home! 3 already! Karen takes away the ace possibility, and again, he'll be denied the 5th. But Gen G win the round, and I guess that's all that matters.
Texture this time there with the opener. Karon does go down though, again.
Ult by Meteor to grab the info, and he sees them. Grabs back site control. They've already flooded back in through the choke point. Now they just have to fight on the sides, and the drop from Lakia, it buys enough space. The kills swinging either way, but with Boo on 20 HP, it's down to Munchkin again, but this time, it's Heretics coming out on top.
Oh my God!
Here it comes, the big play. The spray is good. Mini Boo dropped immediately, and the spray from Munchkin, good. Good job, he's got that rifle, and Meteor spearheading this push. Now a 1 versus 4.
They've used the divide.
To try to spray, but he can't with the Cosmic Divide. They get it across the line at the last second, 13-11 on Heretics map pick. Tug. Mini Boo's backing up the fight inside the door. This season absolutely perfect. And Woot, he can't get himself out of there in time. 3 kills already under his belt, perhaps offered Meteor a chance to isolate the fight, and he connects the shot. Lockdown now in play, and it's Benji Fishy needing the clutch to keep the stream alive, and Heretics got themselves a third map here. An impressive comeback into Lotus. They've taken Gen G down, something they couldn't do on Shanghai on this map. Secondary location chosen. Mini Boo out of the ult and catching Karen on the fallback. Flash around the left side. Meteor's done well to keep this one competitive. His third already under his belt and still challenged the fourth and denied the fifth. It's Woot. Only Munchkin between him and a round victory.
Get right up in his face. Go for that final shot! And it is perfect.
Bang! Let's go! An impressive comeback in the series, in the map, and Benji Fishy to close it. 13-10, 2-1. Everyone expected Gen G to be the ones taking this across the line, but somehow Los Niños have gotten it done.
Two prolific teams in the history of Valorant facing off against one another on the champion stage yet again. DRX versus Fnatic always brings it.
Pushing forward though, Foxy and Bane, two-man firing squad. We'll find one apiece here before Bane gets taken down. The flash is gorgeous in the back of the site, and that is going to be the swing through to go ahead and bring us to parity. No, there's nothing to really clear this one out unless Buzz gets on a deep enough line. But now Buzz is out into the open. He's got nowhere to go but down. But on the one side, the smoke. A bit of a question mark there. Waiting patiently. Here's the retap. Knows that it's up to half. Swings back in and cannot make it happen. Narrow margins. Fnatic will tie us up. Flash at the ready to pull out. Foxy, wise to it, snaps over, finds a headshot. Defuse! It's coming in! But Buzz finds a headshot! Through the smoke to deny it away! Fnatic, a whisper away from taking us into overtime, but Buzz had had enough. The back away, lockdown gonna be coming through. Yeah, he sends it. And Durka comes away with two! My God, looks for the third, and he's got it! And that's going to be Fnatic breaking the win streak here. Creep up. And Buzz instantly fighting for on for an ace, and he's got it!
Let's go!
It's always been 2-1s every time they've met, but today, DRX on home soil will get a 2-0 victory over Fnatic.
The original Kings of Korea do what Gen G could not earlier in the day, and they punch their ticket into the playoffs.
I told you they were going to give me the MA. Sex is getting a jump scare.
Gotta make sure he's not here. This guy smacked me so hard, he missed my head, hit me in the ear. I had lost my hearing for like a minute. Do not give this kid a hammer. You guys crazy? No hammers.
You're hitting him? No, not me, bro. I need this brain, bro.
Oh, it's not that bad. Hey, it's not that bad. It's not. Imagine.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream.
When you're relentless,
Okay, we got this.
you can achieve anything. Reach your impossible with Novo Legion.
Hello guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching our stream today. आज की स्ट्रीम में इतना नहीं मिलेंगे आपसे कल, तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, सी यू सून।